from Russians. Those getting through tell of lines so long they are measured in kilometers, and delays lasting days. System crashes forcing the few Ukrainian border agents to handwrite the names of displaced people trying to leave, who now number in the thousands. And more are coming. People waiting in Poland for friends and family say the bureaucracy slowing things down is leaving vulnerable people, women, children, the elderly, out in the open.
I'm upset, I'm scared, and I have a little daughter, and I have friends in Warsaw. I need to go there, and I passed the border and I have no idea how to get there.
Their journey is not over, but Margarita and Anastasia count themselves among the lucky few who got out.
Olga! Olga!
And even with the relative chaos of makeshift aid stations along the border,
Come on!
they are better off displaced in Poland than trapped in Ukraine, where events on the ground could be the beginning of a long-term conflict and many more refugees from war in Europe. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Medica border crossing, eastern Poland.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky released a new video message a short time ago. He said the fight against Russia has been inspiring.
Ukrainian heroes. The fifth day of the full-scale Russia, war that Russia wages against the Ukrainian people. We're survived, and we're getting something that other people cannot get in their lifetime. Some people are saying that Ukrainians are not like everyone else. They have to make their homeworks. And we did not notice what we're capable of, and now we're showing it, and this is inspiring. Just take everything you got and go away, and don't believe your commanders, don't believe your propagandists, just save your lives, go away.
Russia's currency has dropped more than 40% against the dollar in trading. The record low follows a new round of Western sanctions, including some Russian banks getting blocked from the SWIFT international payment system. Russia's central bank is preventing brokers from letting foreigners sell securities as it tries to contain the fallout. And its key interest rate has risen to 20%. Sergei Guriev is an economist and professor of economy at the University of Sciences, Po. He says the decision to hit Russia's key financial institution came as a surprise to everybody.
I would not expect that the West, the EU, the US, and G7 would introduce sanctions against the Russian central bank and central bank's reserves. That is the major pillar, major defense tower of Russian macroeconomic framework, and the fact that Russian central bank has its reserves frozen suggests that ruble is not as well defended as it was. And make no mistake, Russian ruble is based on two things. One is capital flows, and the other one is oil price. And oil price is back to 2014 levels, yet ruble dropped today. Now, the central bank is taking a lot of measures. At 4 p.m. Moscow time, the central bank president will speak. We'll see what she has to say. But right now, the measures are actually helping to bring market back to its senses. But overall, the fact that half or actually 60% of the central bank's reserves are already frozen, and it's very likely that the central bank will not be able to use the other half, the gold and the renminbi, the yuan, the Chinese currency called. So that I think is going to be quite a challenge for the currency market. So the central bank is already introducing not just market interventions but also non-market interventions. It actually bans Russian brokers to implement the demands from foreign clients to sell Russian assets. But we'll see what happens. It's an uncharted territory. That's never happened in Russia. That's never happened to a country which has more than $600 billion in currency reserves. That's almost half of Russian GDP. It's a huge amount, and the fact that this amount was frozen, was actually canceled, annulled by the Western governments, unnerves everybody.
The European Union has closed its airspace to all Russian aircraft, including private jets. More than a dozen countries in the EU have banned airlines like Aeroflot since Ukraine was invaded. In retaliation, Russia's banned flights from several European countries. John Strickland is an independent air transport consultant. He says the restrictions will force Russian airlines to fly for longer periods.
We saw, first of all, the UK close airspace to Russian aircraft on Monday, and it was pretty well inevitable that was going to extend to other states within the EU and indeed other parts of Europe. Of course, what has also happened is there's been retaliation by the Russians each time a Western European country has closed airspace to Russian airlines. There's been the same response by Russian authorities to the use of their airspace by European carriers. The main operator overseas from Russia is Aeroflot, serving a number of European destinations. And as these bans came into place, their options for movement around Europe reduced. It is pretty well zero right now. So while initially they may have been able to follow longer circuitous routings on some destinations if they weren't outright banned, looking at it the other way around, which I think is more significant, European airlines who are also banned because of reciprocal closure of Russian airspace to those countries that have banned Russian carriers have the impact of not simply flying into Russia, but the really significant point is that Russian airspace being closed prohibits the use of Russian overflight for many services between Europe and Asia. Now, the large numbers of these flights normally operating, particularly to markets like China and to Japan, for example, ordinarily that would be a significant commercial hit to those Western European airlines. It's significantly less so at the moment, very simply that because since the coronavirus pandemic, which of course is ongoing, large parts of Asia have remained closed, not least China. China is completely closed still to commercial air traffic for passengers. So that volume of passenger traffic is simply not there, and therefore there isn't the hit on airline revenues.
Well, FIFA is the latest sporting organization to take action against Russia, banning its flag and anthem from international matches. It's ordered the team to compete under the title Football Union of Russia. FIFA stopped short of banning the national team from the World Cup qualifiers, but several countries, though, say they will refuse to compete against Russia. Associated Press correspondent Rob Harris says many FIFA member associations are disappointed they didn't go further.
The fact is, Russia can play on in international football at any level, just without their flag, without their anthem, and only known as the Russian Football Union, or RFU, a sanction that we're familiar with already from the Olympic world, where Russia has been competing as the ROC due to the doping punishment. It's actually a punishment that would have applied as well for Russia even if they'd qualified for the World Cup. So this is now trying to put in some measures in response to those concerns after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But there are concerns this does not go far enough. Countries still not wanting to play Russia at all at international football at the moment. In their statement after the meeting, the FIFA Bureau did indicate how things could escalate in terms of their action against Russia, depending on the progress of the war, Russia's invasion, and indeed the fact it continues as we speak this night, the attack on Ukraine. The decision today came from the FIFA Bureau, which is actually made up of the 6 confederation presidents from the world of football, and on that would have included the UEFA president Alexander Shevrin, who's already taken the Champions League final off Russia that was due to be staged in St. Petersburg. So it does look like one of those fluid situations, but certainly this decision has not gone down well, with it looking like actually FIFA's not taken the strong action that was being demanded.
This is Al Jazeera. Let's get a roundup now of the top stories. A Ukrainian delegation has arrived at the border with Belarus for talks with Russian representatives as the fighting continues. That's after more explosions overnight in the Ukrainian capital and cities across the country. Another residential building in Chernihiv was hit. Russia says its forces have seized territory surrounding a nuclear power plant in eastern Ukraine. It says the towns of Berdyansk and Enerhodar in the Zaporizhia region, as well as its nuclear power plant, are under its control. Kiev.
The full-scale Russia, which war that Russia wages against the Ukrainian people. We're survived, and we're getting something that other people cannot get in their lifetime. Some people are saying that Ukrainians are not like everyone else. They have to make their homeworks. And we did not notice what we're capable of, and now we're showing it, and this is inspiring. Just take everything you got and go away, and don't believe your commanders, don't believe your propagandists. Just save your lives. Go away.
The United Nations will step up its humanitarian operations in Ukraine. It says more than 100 civilians have been killed since Thursday. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says Russia's military operation is leading to more rights violations. He addressed an emergency session in the Council. Russia's currency has dropped more than 40% against the dollar in trading. The record low follows a new round of Western sanctions, including the blocking of some Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system. The European Union has closed its airspace to all Russian aircraft, including private jets. More than a dozen countries in the EU have banned airlines like Aeroflot since Ukraine was invaded. In retaliation, Russia's banned flights from several European countries. Those are the headlines. Right now, it's Women Make Science.
From the world's most populated region, in-depth stories from across Asia and the Pacific, with diverse cultures and conflicting politics. 101 East on Al Jazeera.
It's going to be choppy, but it's okay. Two of the marine mammals can lead the two teams, and then whoever is most experienced, and then we can just swap. And when we observe, I'll come up as well, but be really focused because we're on the dolphin area, on the good dolphin area.
When we have a sighting, we have to record down what we actually see them doing, so whether they're swimming or diving.
They're somewhere in that general vicinity.
Dolphins. Guys! The short snout common dolphin. They belong to a large pod that we monitor for the last 11 years. And now they give us the opportunity to take pictures of the dorsal fins so we can identify which individuals they are and when we last saw them. Since I was very young, I always loved the science of biology and nature. There must be 7 near the boat, and another 5 at least that we saw further away. Dolphins are very special animals. They have a very complex social structure, and they are very intelligent.
These are the pictures I just took. Look.
Great.
They're jumping out of the water. This one as well.
And you can see the fins and the distinctive characteristics, so we can identify them.
Yeah.
We have a very diverse sea. There is rare, charismatic giants, the sperm whale, fin whales, these spectacular animals, and yet children know more about the dinosaurs and don't realize next to us we have greater, brighter animals that we share our seas today. Another dolphin sighting Apart from the science and the data, they are just incredible animals to observe. And when we see them, I think we all share the same responsibility. We need to do something to really protect these amazing animals.
Το πώς διαχειρίζονται πρώτα απ' όλα το περιβάλλον τους. Δεν εξαντλούνται από θέματα κτλ. Αυτό συμβαίνει πολλές χιλιάδες χρόνια. Η παρουσία του ανθρώπου εδώ μέσα σε 50 χρόνια υποβάθμισε το περιβάλλον και εξάντλησε τα αποθέματα.
We are heading to the island where we are creating the Aegean Marine Life Sanctuary, which will be a veterinary clinic for injured dolphins, seals and turtles, but also that will host the dolphins that are released from captivity. I'm very stressed because there's a lot of factors we need to play and bring together to make this sanctuary a reality.
Okay, we're lifting it on the kayak now. All together. 1, 2, 3. You got it? Yeah. Okay.
We are now in process of making a more rich habitat for the animals that are going to live in this bay.
Just bring those fragments where the scuba divers are. They're gonna give you a sign. It's a bit buoyant, so just make sure they have a good grip and go down with them. Yeah. Okay? Okay, got it.
So this is one of the phases of replanting the Posidonia seagrass, transporting the seedlings that are ready to be planted, the fragments into the plantation site.
Footage on the ground that plays to the Russian narrative at this point. So the best game they have is limit access.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I mean, we're showing pictures alongside you on the screen, you won't be able to see here, of UGC, I think, user-generated content. So people's basically what they're filming on their mobile phones. We then verify it. But most of it depicts Ukrainian attacks on Russian forces.
Exactly. This is unprecedented in terms of the volume of user-generated content on the internet. We actually use it, and many others are using it to quantify the damage on either side of the armed forces, to actually quantify the success or the failure of each. There's a lot of fake infiltrated content by the Russian side there as well, in order to create the opposite picture. For example, footage shot from their angle, but maybe in other places, maybe in a previous war environment, to show losses on the Ukrainian side. But the overwhelming majority, that's the whole problem with them trying to compete with open source, with user-generated content, because their content is dwarfed by hundreds of thousands of videos that are uploaded by regular people on the internet. So the overwhelming picture is that of Ukrainian army destroying Russian tanks. And that's the message that should not get back to Russia. And that's why all the invitations on Twitter and Facebook.
Well, I was just going to ask you about that finally. Just a minute left, Krista. I mean, what is Russia doing then to sort of curb the social media companies?
They're throttling access to Facebook by lowering the speed, and Twitter is literally inaccessible for most of the country, for at least 75% of the country. So they're leaving the Russians. They're hoping that the Russians give up trying to find difficult sources of news and just sit back and watch central television, which shows the rosy picture. But that doesn't seem to be working for it, at least for the young people who are on TikTok. And TikTok, at least, has a lot of user-generated content that displays the true picture from the front line.
Yeah, Krista, it's really interesting. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Right, well, there have been a number of developments here in Ukraine overnight. Joining me now is the defence and security analyst, Michael Clark. Good morning, Michael. We're talking there about the information war. What is happening right now in the real war going on here?
Yes. Well, Mark, I mean, Ukraine is a pretty big country, 45 million people. When the Russians decided to invade it, on all fronts, it was clear they were taking on a pretty ambitious operation. And Western analysts said that if they're trying to invade and hold a country that doesn't want you there, the forces that they were deploying didn't really look enough. So I think what we're facing now is the problem that Mr. Putin has. If you don't win quickly, you begin to lose politically. A quick military win is what's required. If you don't get it, then the political cost mounts quite a lot. And that's where Mr. Putin probably finds himself today. So let's have a look at what's happening in Kiev, of course. Kiev is still not surrounded. And forces that are trying to get to Kiev are being attacked. Their lines of communication are being disrupted. The Ukrainians are putting up a really staunch series of attacks on those lines of communication, and they're moving really quite slowly. In Kyiv, which should have been the most vulnerable city, right near the Russian border, quite pro-Russian in its background and history, they are still fighting in Kharkiv. It hasn't fallen. And if we now have a look at Chernihiv. In Chernihiv, this is a place that the Russians said on Friday they had taken. Turned out they hadn't. Then we thought that they were screening it so that they could move around it and carry on moving towards Kiev. But in fact, if you screen a place and move on, you've always got the danger that it will start fighting again. That seems to have happened again today. So again, the lines of communication look as if they're being interrupted. And at Ivankiv, just have a look at Ivankiv, northwest of Kiev. Ivankiv, it's about 40 miles from Kiev. We have a video of an armoured convoy moving really very slowly. It's not dashing towards Kiev to complete the circle around the city. So there are some problems there. Let's have a look at down in the south. Here, the Russians are doing much better. They have taken Berdyansk, and that's confirmed by the Ukrainian government. That is their first proper military objective that they have achieved. So they've got Berdyansk. But let's have a look at this. Look at Mariupol and Kherson. They're still fighting in an area that they expected to take easily. And Mariupol was the most vulnerable of all places in Ukraine. It was right next to the separatist entity, an important port. It was already strangled as a port. The fact is, here we are on day 5. Mariupol should have fallen within hours. We don't know what's happening in Mariupol, but whatever it is, it must be quite something. When this is all over, one suspects they'll be making Hollywood films about Mariupol. The fact is, Mark, that President Putin is facing the problem that he now has. This operation should have been over in 3 days. In fact, this is day 5. For every day that the Ukrainian government is still on its feet, that's a political victory for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I assume that the nuclear talk about Putin and his defence forces on alert, nuclear alert, is posturing. But, you know, if what you say is true, then Putin will be getting pretty frustrated, one imagines. How dangerous could a frustrated and angry President Putin get?
It ratchets up the tension another notch, Mark. I mean, maybe more than one notch. But the fact is that these sorts of threats have been made before in 2008 and 2014 when Russia moved into Georgia, in 2014 in the Crimea crisis. And President Putin always meant it as a sort of symbol to tell the rest of the world, keep out. This is not your problem. This is something we're going to deal with. They always did keep out. In this case, the line is getting a bit blurred between keeping out and getting involved. So I think there's an element of desperation in what he says, but also it is dangerous because we don't really know what sort of mental state he is in. But at the moment, it's just a piece of rhetoric. But believe me, the Western nations and intelligence agencies will be watching very, very closely for any movement of nuclear warheads in or around Russia.
Yeah, it's all just so fascinating. Michael, thank you very much indeed. This is Sky News coming live from Kiev. Coming up, we'll have another chance to see some of the key moments of the interview I did earlier with Defence Secretary Ben Wallace.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I'm based in Belfast, a city transformed by peace, but still struggling with its past. Politically, the two sides are as far apart as ever, and it's over that question of who has sovereignty in Northern Ireland, the very issue that's been the source of tension here for generations. It takes 60 minutes to cross the Irish Sea. It took the British monarchy a century. I've spent 25 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
We help you understand the world with us.
Today, we have reached an agreement with the Conservative Party on support for government in Parliament.
We already know what the government gets out of this deal. What exactly does the DUP get out of it? Well, £1.5 billion. Welcome to Winterfell. It's an iconic location in this globally acclaimed drama. Ophelia was the most powerful hurricane this far east in the Atlantic on record. You can't live in a place like this and not appreciate the environment.
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. I've seen the dark side of America.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Welcome back then to Kiev. Volodymyr Zelensky has told Boris Johnson the next 24 hours will be crucial for his country. So what's the next move for the UK? Earlier this morning I spoke to the Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, and I began by asking if the government has raised its own nuclear deterrent alert in response to President Putin's actions.
We assess him putting the deterrent into the communication space, reminding people that he has a deterrent, and it's also about distracting the world and the public from what he's actually doing in Ukraine. It doesn't link to anything specific in their readiness structures of their forces. So he's made this comment. We keep it under review, but of course, NATO has a nuclear deterrent. The United Kingdom is NATO's nuclear deterrent, but obviously we're joined by France and the United States. And we keep our readiness very high. That's why we have a continued at-sea deterrent. But, what we shouldn't really forget that this is a big attempt to distract away from his troubles in Ukraine by just deploying into the sort of media space these phrases.
Right, but have you, just to be clear, have you responded to what he's done in any way in terms of our nuclear
I would never
readiness?
comment on our nuclear deterrence posture for operational and security reasons.
Do you think he's crazy enough to instigate a nuclear conflict?
No, I think he has certainly done a lot of irrational things recently. Obviously, first and foremost, the invasion of Ukraine against all the advice, all the international lobbying. I think I'm not going to speculate on what he would or wouldn't do, but that's why we all keep our deterrence at a state of readiness in the West to make sure that we can deter.
But do you think a cornered President Putin would be a dangerous man?
I think he's a dangerous man now.
I mean, if things got so desperate, would you think he could deploy tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine?
Look, Mark, I'm not going to head down a road of speculation of what-ifs with President Putin. What we know is that President Putin is currently actually focused in the invasion of a sovereign country in Ukraine. He is a man that has shown himself to resort to all sorts of things, not least nerve agent on the streets of Britain. But I think he is focused with this, and I'm not going to go into speculations about nuclear weapon systems or anything else. I think that's just not only unhelpful, it's unnecessarily alarmist when actually his focus, his forces, his military leadership are focused on taking Ukraine.
Fair enough. What do you think is the latest intelligence? What do you see as the latest intelligence on how the Russians are doing and when you think Kiev could fall?
I think your report is pretty accurate. We've just published our daily tweet at the start, or the first tweet of the morning, which gives us our assessed defence intelligence view of where we are. The main bulk of those armoured columns that you've been talking about are approximately 20 kilometres north of Kiev, northwest of Kiev. Some of the sporadic fighting is those sort of stay behind or indeed advanced forces that I think you've covered on other days, still around but not having the strategic impact that I think Russia had hoped. That airport, that strategic airport that you covered, I think, on the first day, that has changed hands a few times, clearly didn't get captured by the Russians in the way that they'd like to have used it, and it's forced them to do all sorts of things. The Russians have not captured the big cities like Cherniv and Kharkov up on the side, up in the northeast of the country, quite close to some of their borders. But they have made better progress than their other forces, still behind schedule in the south. So they're not on schedule. They are in some significant areas of disarray. Their logistics lines are therefore slowed down, and that's because they've based all of this on this sort of bizarre assumption that the Ukrainians would welcome them as liberators, or President Putin has taken that assumption, and now that is not the case. That's causing them to pause. It's causing them to have logistical trouble. And of course, you've seen at first hand the strong bravery of the Ukrainians and their determination to defend their country. And I visited that country, Mark, 5 times, 3 times security minister, 3 times as defense minister, and twice as security minister. And if anyone wants to know the dividing line between Ukrainians and Russia, it is that interview you've just carried with an elderly gentleman who has signed up about the views of people in his country. In Ukraine, they recognize that individuals matter, their rights matter, and the Ukrainians' view of Russians are they don't count in the Russian game. It's simply just the powerful people in Russia that matter.
Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, speaking to me a little earlier. What is the latest here in Kiev, the capital city of Ukraine? Well, the latest information is that a long column of Russian armoured vehicles that was heading towards Kiev, a column of about 3.5 miles, we're told has stopped outside Kiev, and we're completely unclear what they're going to do. But as Michael Clark was saying earlier, it is not yet surrounded, this city. So questions about what the Russians will be doing in the coming days. Well, President Zelensky has been speaking. He says things are going Ukraine's way. He says 4,500 Russian troops have been killed, a claim we cannot verify, of course. He wants a ceasefire and an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from this country. And he also wanted, interestingly, a fast-tracked application for Ukraine to join the EU. Well, talks are ongoing at the border between the Ukrainians and the Russians. The Ukrainian delegation has arrived, and we will be watching those talks closely as the day progresses. Day 5 of this invasion, this Russian invasion of Ukraine. Much more throughout the day.
Good morning. In the last hour, the United Nations says it has recorded more than 100 civilian deaths, including 7 children and over 300 people injured since Russia began its attack on Ukraine. A weekend ceasefire ends in Ukraine and people are back out on the streets. Russia's advance towards the capital continues, but the UK's Ministry of Defence says logistical failures have slowed them down. The human face of war, Polina and her parents, among the dozens of civilians killed so far in the conflict.
Between Thursday morning and last night, our office has recorded 406 civilian casualties, including 102 killed, including 7 children, and 304 injured.
More than 400,000 people have now crossed the border from Ukraine to escape the fighting. And the Russian ruble falls to an all-time low as Britain sanctions Russia's central bank. Hello, good morning. It's 10 o'clock. In the last hour, the United Nations says it has recorded more than 100 civilian deaths, including 7 children, and over 300 people injured since Russia began its attack on Ukraine. Well, 5 days now into the invasion, delegates from both sides are preparing to meet today after a weekend of soaring tensions. Ukraine insists it's still in control of its major cities. And this morning, President Volodymyr Zelensky has appealed directly to Russian soldiers, calling on them to save their lives and leave. Well, let's take a look at the latest developments. The Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, has told Boris Johnson that the next 24 hours will be a crucial period for his country. The Ukrainian delegation is currently at the border with Belarus for talks with Russian representatives. The Ukrainian presidency says they'll work on achieving an immediate ceasefire and the withdrawal of Russian forces. And the Russian currency, the ruble, has sunk to an all-time low following tough sanctions imposed on the country. Russia's central bank has raised its key rate to 20% in a bid to shore up the currency. Well, our international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn has today's first report.
Dawn over Kiev after a quieter night. They had prepared all weekend, cleaning weapons, mustering for deployment. But the onslaught still hasn't come.
If Putin doesn't care about his citizens, the more reasons why he can spare strangers. People for him are only garbage, both his people and strangers.
But fighting has continued in Kiev, and Ukrainians have released this picture of one of the latest victims. Polina was in her last year at primary school in the city when she and her parents were shot dead by Russians, they say. Her brother and sister left wounded. Ukraine's foreign minister has issued this direct appeal to the Russian people.
Unprecedented in history, sanctions have been applied against Russia. It is you who suffer. Putin will not run out of money. Everything will be fine with him while the exchange rate of the ruble has flown into the abyss. Russian banks are being disconnected from international financing systems, and you won't even be able to pay with your cards.
But it's not the Russian people ordering armoured columns towards the Ukrainian capital. Their leader, Vladimir Putin, who's also increased the launch readiness of his nuclear weapons, seems undeterred, with all that means for the people of Ukraine. Russian armour is parked up, ready to continue the offensive, although there are reports in places it's disorganised and in disarray. Though not here, Stanitsia Luhanska is Ukraine, says the banner, but Russian troops have taken the town in eastern Ukraine, its soldiers taking up positions outside banks and other key buildings. This footage shows the impact of a Russian cruise missile strike on an airport in northwest Ukraine, allegedly launched from Belarus. And here from another angle. But on the border with Belarus, Russian and Ukrainian diplomats are due to meet later. Russian leader Vladimir Putin may yesterday have put his nuclear deterrence forces on raised alert. But he's also, it seems, giving diplomacy a chance before the fighting might resume in earnest. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Moscow.
We're getting some statements out of Moscow from the Kremlin this morning. They have declined to elaborate on what President Putin said yesterday on this special regime for nuclear forces. But they say that the fact that all of these sanctions are happening shows that they were right to take these measures for the demilitarization of Ukraine, in their words. They've also made a number of allegations about what is happening in Ukraine. They say that we see many attempts to use civilians as human shields, and they have described this as a crime by Ukrainian nationalists. Now, that, of course, differs to the situation that we are finding it on the ground. The Kremlin says that many Ukrainians are hostages of nationalists and victims of propaganda. Also said that they regret that the talks didn't start a day ago and that they have no reason to doubt the effectiveness of Russia's central bank. We're going to be talking to our correspondent, Dominic Waghorn, in Moscow in a moment. But first, our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, was in Kiev this morning as the weekend-long curfew was lifted.
We've been out in the city. The curfew got lifted at 8 o'clock, and while obviously it's not a bustling city by any stretch, we have seen people queuing at shops. The streets are still incredibly empty compared to normal. Right now, I'm just outside a children's hospital, which we've been taken to. But as you can sort of see, I'll sort of take you round the street. You get a sense of just how empty everything is. There are people, the odd passerby kind of walking around. The cars are pretty empty too. As we were here, there was a checkpoint that was put up outside the hospital, and they did stop a car as it was going past. Didn't seem to be any issues, but it just kind of gives you an example of how the police are clearly on high alert at the moment. You'll remember that the curfew was actually imposed, we were told, to enable the Ukrainian security services to be able to find what they said were groups of Russian saboteurs or pro-Russian saboteurs they thought were in the city. And so that's why they wanted everybody to stay at home. It was a really strict curfew. You couldn't even go out for food. The only reason you could go out would be to go to a bomb shelter. But we've been told that, obviously the situation here remains incredibly tense. We had the Ukrainian president saying that these next 24 hours are critical. The Ukrainian military has so far managed to prevent Russian forces from actually entering this city, but we do know they are on the outside.
Hit by out. Reports suggest one woman was injured, but the blaze has been extinguished. These unverified images are coming in from the Ukrainian capital, where locals say air defense systems are actively operating. Kiev authorities said the city was surrounded, then backed down from that claim. Now they're saying groups of Russian saboteurs are trying to bring chaos to the streets. Russia's military has dismissed involvement in these alleged actions.
Kiev is flooded with armed gangs of looters, robbers, and radical nationalists. They were given guns in an unlawful decision by the authorities to hand out lethal weapons to anyone without checking. I'm addressing all residents of Kiev. Everyone can leave the capital freely by a designated road. This road is open and safe. I want to emphasize once again, the Russian army is attacking only military targets. The civilian population is not under threat.
The United Nations has called a rare emergency meeting to focus on the conflict in Ukraine, with the US and its Western allies seeking to isolate Moscow. Russia recently used its veto as a permanent member of the Council to cancel a resolution against Moscow, while China, India and the United Arab Emirates have all abstained. Our New York correspondent Caleb Maupin reports.
The representative of the United States hurled a lot of allegations at Russia, accusing Russia of many things and blaming Russia for the entire conflict. Here's some of what we heard.
We need to take extraordinary actions to meet this threat to our international system and do everything we can to help Ukraine and its people. Just this morning, President Putin put Russia's nuclear forces on high alert, even though he is invading a country with no nuclear weapons. We urge Russia to tone down its dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons.
Now, from there, a number of countries aligned with the United States echoed these allegations from the United States, placing the blame for the conflict solely on the shoulders of Russia. Now, we heard China take to the floor of the UN Security Council meeting, and when China spoke, they called for a de-escalation. They urged dialogue.
China supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine crisis, and welcomes the earliest possible direct dialogue and negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, China supports equal-footed dialogues between the EU and Russia on European security issues.
Now, from there, we did see Russia take to the floor and debunk a large number of the allegations and heated rhetoric we heard from other countries. One theme that was very key in the remarks made by Russian Ambassador Nebenzia was fake news, and the fact that there are videos circulating throughout the internet that purport to be from Ukraine showing Russian atrocities, when in reality, some of them have been filmed in Libya, some of them have been filmed in Syria, some of them have even been filmed, come from video games in the United States.
This crisis broke out not as a result of the launch of the Russian special military operation in Ukraine, but much earlier, when for 8 years you turned a blind eye to the crimes perpetrated by the Ukrainian nationalists in Donbass. And again, today, you did not mention at all the suffering of the residents of Donbass.
That's the Russian ambassador pointing out that while there is so much concern for the people of Ukraine, there seemed to be no concern over the past 8 years for the people of the Donbass region, the People's Republic of Donetsk, the People's Republic of Lugansk, and what they've been enduring, the shelling, the food blockades, the ban on their language, the threats against them. We had the Russian ambassador taking to the floor and just kind of refuting a lot of these allegations. Now, that was followed by a very theatrical speech by the Ukrainian representative in which he spoke in both English as well as Russian, and which he, did a lot of dramatic things and made personal appeals to members of the Security Council. Not a lot of agreement between great powers represented in the meetings, some pretty big gaps in their understanding of world events, but it seemed like one thing that did bring everyone together was a desire for the fighting to end. It seemed like everyone wanted the conflict to come to an end. Everyone wanted there to be some kind of resolution. So that is at least one thing the countries had in common, despite the fact that they had very, very different interpretations of events.
Ken Stone from the Hamilton Coalition to Stop the War says Western media outlets have not sufficiently conveyed the suffering that the people of the Donbass have endured for years in the conflict with the Ukrainian military.
For one thing, people in the West have no idea generally about what was going on. The war against the people of the Donbass region. It was hidden from them by the mainstream media here. But hopefully they'll now learn that the coup that was sponsored by the USA in Ukraine in 2014 brought in a government. They proceeded to take away the autonomy and language and cultural rights of the Russian-speaking minority in the Donbass region in the east of Ukraine. There was an uprising, and the government was waged a war against the Russian-speaking people in the Donbass, which is right on Russia's doorstep. And 15,000 people died, and tens of thousands were made homeless and had to become refugees. This is not known. This is not well known at all in the West.
And now over to the Donbass front lines, where this video purportedly shows an explosion near the southeastern city of Mariupol, the target of which is still unclear, but we are working to confirm what's been going on in that area. Meanwhile, forces of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics are advancing westwards, with Ukrainian troops reportedly in retreat. Among the liberated areas is the village of Nikolaevka, where an elderly woman said she narrowly escaped shelling.
Как? Вы не пострадали? Как?
Нет.
Где упала?
Я просто...
А где ты сейчас?
Они там стреляют по стене, ну-ка.
По-моему, выхода опять. Пойдемте, товарищи.
Ukrainian troops are believed to have been surrounded by Russian army forces near the southeastern city of Mariupol. Reporting on this and other developments on the front lines, here's correspondent Murad Gazdiev.
What we are hearing is that the city of Mariupol, which is Ukraine's largest port, is now almost surrounded with the garrison that is there. The Russian side has said that it is nationalist elements that are putting up the stiffest resistance, and that those units belonging to the regular military, to regular formations, that they are choosing to negotiate and in some cases lay down their arms and return to their homes. But it is very difficult to verify this information at this time because events are developing so quickly and because there are so few reliable reports close to the front lines where it is extremely dangerous. The situation there is that many roads have been mined. We have received reports from the city of Berdyansk, which is halfway between the Crimea and Mariupol, which is the axis of Russian advance, which is where Ukrainian units have planted in the city itself and in the outskirts mines, for example, to surprise and to devastate advancing forces. It is very difficult to reach Mariupol or the vicinity of Mariupol at this point. There have been, according to reports, more than a dozen civilian casualties here in the city of Donetsk, victims of undirected fire into neighborhoods, civilian neighborhoods, places where there are apartment buildings and other houses. We have seen, of course, all over Ukraine, different reactions to this operation. There are certainly civilians who have been happy to see Russian forces, but there have also been those who have been less than happy to see again Russian troops advancing through Ukraine. On the whole, with authorities, with the administrations of various villages and towns, there has been contact. They have been somewhat responsible. They have tried to agree, try to negotiate with Russian forces about responsibilities, for example, about joint patrols with police, being kept up to speed and allowed to do their job, to prevent looting, for example, to prevent crime, murders from taking place in the anarchy that is often left behind after military operations.
We discussed the actions of the military, who aim to enter the city, ensure order and reassure residents. They convinced me that this would not affect the life of the city in any way. There will be order in the city. Our police will patrol it.
There is, of course, also the fact that the Russian military has been keeping us up to date on its statistics, which is how many various military infrastructures, sites, objectives they have destroyed, which is at this point over 1,000, as well as the majority, from what we understand, of Ukraine's air force has been destroyed. Many before being able to take off, many jets, many helicopters before being able to take off in strikes directed at airports and airfields and hangars and other assets belonging to the Ukrainian Air Force. The West Bank of Kiev is also said to be under the control of the Russian military. The situation in Kiev is, of course, desperate, made much more so after authorities there boasted that they had handed out almost 30,000 assault rifles, 10 million rounds of ammunition, RPGs, as well as grenades to the civilian population. We heard at first that only a passport was required. Then there was footage of people just coming up to boxes and trucks, picking up guns by the dozen and leaving, which has resulted in, as we have seen on social media, again unverified footage, anarchy in the capital of Ukraine. Nevertheless, the Russian side says it is making all efforts to avoid civilian casualties, which includes a ban on bombing or launching rockets and missiles at indiscriminately at cities. They're trying to keep all strikes, precision strikes, to military infrastructure sites, and again have reiterated that they are offering Ukrainian forces, those that don't belong to nationalist or neo-Nazi battalions, they're offering them the chance to surrender, that they will be treated with respect and allowed to return to their families.
And now for some news just in. Moscow-Kiev talks over the conflict in Ukraine have just started, with officials meeting on the Belarusian border. And as always, we will keep you updated as and when we get more information on that. As Donetsk and Lugansk troops advance, many of those soldiers now have the opportunity to see loved ones again. One of them is Alexei Sidorov, who managed to see his parents for the first time after years of being separated by the conflict.
Все рады, что нас отбили, что мы теперь в своей стране. Я у мамы в гостях, Тань. Сестра с Луганска звонит, и он. Да, об этой картошке мечтал 8 лет. Мама очень вкусно жарит картошку, очень. И... Он же вообще ее... А грибы? Это домашние грибы.
EU foreign policy officials have agreed to provide lethal weapons worth €450 million to Ukraine, with Policy Director Josep Borrell saying the bloc will freeze a substantial amount of Russia's financial reserves. Reporting on the latest EU measures, here's correspondent Peter Oliver.
Well, these are some of the most forceful EU sanctions that we've seen so far. We heard from the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who said that there would be some potential economic blowback on European citizens, but that the sanctions and the measures that were taken were necessary. Now, one of those measures is the cutting off of Russia from the SWIFT banking payment system. We heard from Josep Borrell, who's the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs, pretty much the European Union's foreign minister. He said that it wouldn't involve all Russian banks, though.
To disconnect the financial system of a country which is strongly interrelated with other countries and other economies cannot be done like this, with the scissors overnight. We have to keep a possibility for the financial system to work in order to people to use it and to send money to their relatives. But don't worry, this degree of disconnection is carefully calibrated in order to create the maximum damage to the financial system of Russia.
Ursula von der Leyen confirmed that all Russian aircraft would be banned from entering EU airspace in a comprehensive move from the bloc.
We are shutting down the EU airspace for Russians. We're proposing a prohibition on all Russian-owned, Russian-registered and Russian-controlled aircraft. These aircraft will no more be able to land in, take off, or overfly the territory of the European Union. And that includes the private jets of oligarchs too.
High Representative for Foreign Affairs Borrell also announced that RT and Sputnik would be banned from broadcasting in the European Union. He made the announcement on Sunday night. We also heard from RT's editor-in-chief following that news.
We are taking a crucial step to turn off the tap for the Russians' information manipulation in Europe by banning Russia Today and Sputnik from broadcasting in the European Union.
The EU that for years has been telling the whole world how much they treasure and love freedom of speech, how they appreciate and love diversity of thoughts, diversity of news and information, today in response to the actions of Russia and Ukraine meant to protect Russian-speaking citizens there, the EU announced that we won't broadcast there anymore. What the president's decision to start the operation has to do with us is unclear. It's absolutely obvious that no matter whether we continue broadcasting or not, the operation would proceed. It's absolutely clear that it's just an excuse. They wanted to close us for a long time, but it would have looked bad in the eyes of their own citizens, our audience, because it's against freedom of speech anyway. And now a convenient excuse appeared, and they decided to get rid of the long-lasting, uncomfortable issue of us and our huge audience in this way. We'll find some other way to communicate with our audience for sure without direct broadcasting. But the people of the European Union today can see how much that lauded talk of freedom of speech costs.
The EU have promised more sanctions while Russian troops remain in Ukraine. We'll be looking to see what form they will take.
Political expert John Laughlin expressed concern about the EU banning RT, saying it raises a disturbing precedent for the freedom of speech.
What's wrong with it is that it's totalitarian. You don't suppress media outlets. That's a basic principle. If the EU is going to suppress RT and Sputnik, that means European Union citizens will no longer be able to watch those channels. No one forces them to watch them. It is a measure that she has announced which drastically reduces the liberties of EU citizens. I'm sure it doesn't make a slightest bit of difference to Russia. But it does make a difference to people who want to watch RT and Sputnik. And I mean, we've got used to totalitarianism for 2 years now with all the COVID madness. But this is in the same category. In any case, what laws is she claiming to be operating under? The EU doesn't have that authority. Any more than it has the authority, by the way, as far as I know, to close airspace, as you mentioned in your report. Above all, I mean, independently of the issue between Russia and NATO and Ukraine, I think anyone watching this, any European citizen watching this, should be deeply preoccupied by the assault on his own rights, his or her own rights. You mentioned just now in your report from London about the seizure of assets belonging to Russian oligarchs in London. Well, what happened to due process? What happened to property rights? Are we really saying that from one day to the next, somebody's property can be taken away just because they're deemed to be politically close to Russia? This is literally dictatorship. I don't want to sound hysterical, but somebody has to pull the alarm bell on this and say that these kinds of measures undermine the very thing which the British government and other European governments claim to be standing for, namely the rule of law and democracy.
Russia's ruble currency has plunged about 30% in recent days as the US and other Western powers imposed harsh sanctions over the Ukraine conflict. Some Russian banks have been excluded from the SWIFT banking system. For more on this, I'm joined live now in the studio by RT correspondent Igor Zhdanov. Igor, quite a day on the markets. I woke up this morning, checked the news, checked the exchange rates, and the ruble's taken quite a hit. What's going on?
Well, indeed, it is by far the worst day for the Russian markets, for the Russian economy as a whole, because over the weekend, of course, the United States, the EU and their allies, they imposed the harshest and the most hard-hitting sanctions by far, targeting the Russian economy, targeting the Russian central bank. Again, a bunch of Russian banks, including the biggest ones, have been excluded from the SWIFT system. So, yeah, it has been quite bad for the Russian national currency, the ruble. I mean, it hovers at around 100 rubles per dollars now. Just to put it into some context, before the war started, it was standing at around 76. So it is a pretty big dive. And the 100 ruble, that's how it's trading right now. But at the beginning of the day, it passed that mark and was well over 100. So yeah, it is a very difficult day, and the Russian government has already announced, the Russian central bank has already announced a bunch of measures that it will take to help the Russian economy, to help the Russian bank, because a lot of foreign capital has been, extracted from the country right now. And according to the Russian Prime Minister, the government is preparing its own set of measures, again, to help the Russian economy in a very difficult time, which is now for it. Now, for example, the Russian stock market, it has been officially announced that it won't start the trading session today. So today's trading session has been effectively cancelled. But if we turn to London, over there, the Russian companies, some of them have lost over 50% in value. So, I mean, again, also a very tough day for Russian big companies. But again, it has been just minutes ago, we've heard that the peace talks between Russia and Ukraine have started. Now, admittedly, mostly people and most experts aren't really hopeful. Well, they are hopeful. It's just they aren't expecting anything positive to come out of this session of talks, especially given that the Ukrainian delegation it does have some people who are very much who have made statements showcasing that they aren't ready to make big concessions. So of course everybody's hopeful that something will come out, but many experts they don't believe that will. But we'll see how the Russian economy fares in the future, and if any more, because the West has already said, the US have already said that there might be very likely more sanctions on the way to hit the Russian economy. So arguably and likely this is not the worst that we have seen.
No, so we could see some more volatility to come. I'm sure that people and investors alike will be watching the progress of those talks that are going on at the moment. Thanks very much for that update, Igor. Thank you. And just a quick reminder of the news that we have received this hour. Moscow-Kiev talks over the conflict in Ukraine have just started, with officials meeting on the Belarusian border. Kiev has said it's seeking an immediate ceasefire and the withdrawal of Russian forces. And the leader of the Russian delegation has stated that every minute of postponing the negotiations costs lives of both civilians and soldiers. And reducing these numbers is the state's goal. As always, we will keep you updated when we get more information. And that's all for now, and from me, Peter Scott, but Andrew Farmer will be here at the top of the hour to bring you all the latest developments on the Ukraine crisis and, of course, those negotiations that have just started. Thank you very much.
I'm Afshin Rattansi, and you're watching Going Underground as we again appeal to any journalist or politician from Ukraine or NATO countries who support Kiev to come on the show and explain their opposition to Vladimir Putin's recognition of Luhansk and Donetsk republics. We have yet to properly hear from the other side, even if they are only too willing to appear on so-called NATO nation mainstream media. But now, while NATO nation media sees Ukraine as the only news story, tomorrow is the one-year anniversary of Joe Biden's defeat agreement with the Taliban. So what was it all for? Tens of thousands of NATO dead or wounded, uncalculated numbers of ordinary Afghans killed, wounded or displaced. Joining me now is prolific journalist and author and filmmaker Anthony Lowenstein, author of Prophets of Doom, Disaster Capitalism, Making a Killing Out of Catastrophe, and Pills, Powder and Smoke Inside the Bloody War on Drugs, and co-founder of Declassified Australia. He joins me now from Sydney in Australia. Thank you so much, Anthony, for coming back on. Obviously, Ukraine is the world story, yet your Declassified Australia piece appears to suggest that the intentions of the war in Afghanistan weren't quite what the media told us it was. Obviously, it's even quietened down in NATO nation mainstream media about the freezing of assets during the winter. So it wasn't about UN Security Council Resolution 1378 allowing invasion by NATO countries. There were other aspects to the occupation of Afghanistan.
I've spent the last 10 years looking at this issue with Afghanistan. I've been there twice, in 2012 and 2015. And one of the things I've been investigating for a long time is the natural resources under the ground in Afghanistan. The Soviets, in fact, discovered this 50-odd years ago when they were in the country and couldn't do much with it. Fast forward to 2001, the US and its allies went into the country, and they soon discovered the Soviet plans, essentially, for all these minerals, gold, copper, lithium, rare earths. And for the 20 years of the US-led occupation, they being the US, Australia, UK, tried to exploit those resources, which are worth anywhere between $1 to $4 trillion US. And in short,
we have no information on how many Russian vessels have crossed the straits back to their bases in the Black Sea. But of course, the wording has been very significant here, because Turkey has been trying to stay away from the conflict by taking no sides, as both Ukraine and Russia are very important allies and neighbors, let's say, for Turkey. But we have been hearing that the Russians have already beefed up their Black Sea navies, their fleets. But so far, technically, it's in place. But as I said, we don't know how many Russian warships have gone back to their bases. But since it's in place, they are able to go back. As you have also said, there is only one condition for Turkey, that those warships shouldn't be involved in any attacks by the Russians to Ukraine through the Black Sea coast, like Crimea or Odessa, because the Ukrainians requested this to close the waterways after the Russians attacked Odessa from the Black Sea. So this is a critical situation, but the conditions in the field always changes when it's the time for war. So we don't know what's going to happen unless there's a ceasefire, there's the halt of attacks. We will never be sure, because when it comes to Russian military operations or attacks, let's say, things might change on the ground.
Sure, and also the fact, Sinem, that Turkey does have, I don't know if it's allied with, but it certainly has relations with both Ukraine and Russia. I mean, that could make things potentially difficult, no?
Well, exactly. I mean, when it comes to Russia, Kemal, Turkey has, at first, very strong economic ties, because Turkey is dependent on energy imports from Russia. And Turkey is dependent on wheat imports from both Russia and Ukraine, as both two countries provide at least 80-85% of the wheat imports to Turkey. And besides, Turkey and Ukraine have some defense industry agreements, as Turkey has sold those famous TB2 drones to the Ukrainian army, and those drones have been actively used by the Ukrainian military against the Russian military during all this conflict since the war started a couple of days ago. And geopolitically, Turkey and Russia have a strategic partnership when it comes to Syria, because in northern Syria, especially in the Idlib de-escalation zone, both countries are doing joint patrols. And also in Libya, there's the same thing. And in Karabakh, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, there is the same partnership between Turkey and Russia. Can it be named as allies? I'm not sure, but there's a strong partnership Turkey has a strong partnership with both countries.
OK, thanks for all of that, Sinem Kosyolu in Istanbul. Just a reminder of the talks, which we hope to see beginning soon. This is in the Gomel region near the Belarusian border. Talks between Ukrainian and Russian representatives. They've said they'll sit down. They've said they'll talk. But really, they are very, very far apart on all the key issues. So we'll just have to see what comes out of that. In the meantime, we can bring in Bruno Lette, who is a senior fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, with us from Brussels to try to, I want to try to bring everything together with you. There's so many strands here. Let's talk about the talks first of all. It's a starting point, I guess. The fact that they're willing to get in the same room is something, isn't it?
It is a starting point, but I wouldn't expect too much out of these talks. We see that both parties are very far apart from each other. Ukraine will probably enter the room demanding the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukrainian territory. But we all know, of course, that Russia's main goal is to take Kiev and also to keep the military operations in Ukraine going. So we shouldn't expect too much out of these talks. Having said that, though, it's clear that things are not going very well for Russia right now. We see that Russia's military operation is not delivering the results that the Kremlin had expected. So one thing that perhaps the parties would agree on is a ceasefire. But in my opinion, this ceasefire would only be interesting for Russia only to win time and to reorganize its armed forces.
And is this because Ukraine has just put up a lot more fight than maybe people expected?
Well, I think that it's extraordinary to see how well organized the Ukrainian armed forces are. The Ukrainian army that we see today is not anymore the Ukrainian army that we saw in 2014. It has modernized at a very rapid pace, and we see that its defense operations are highly effective. On top of that, of course, Western nations have supplied the Ukrainian armed forces with modern, effective weapons. So all this together, contributes to the Ukrainian success of defending the country. And we also see that the Russian military operation is suffering logistical problems. It is not well organized.
Can I ask you about the involvement of other European countries, particularly Germany, and its sort of, can I call it a change of heart, or the way it's changed how much it is going to involve itself and supply in this battle?
Well, sitting here in Brussels, I can tell you how formidable times we are witnessing. The European Union has often been blamed for being slow, divided, bureaucratic actor. What we see happening today is completely the opposite. We see the EU rising to the challenge, being united. The developments in Germany are indeed formidable too. What we are seeing today is a recalibration, a 360 turn of German foreign policy towards Russia. Yesterday the German government announced, for instance, also an increase in defense expenditures. The United States has insisted for decades for Germany to increase its defense budget, and Germany always ignored these demands. Russia has just achieved that in only 3 days.
Well, you're saying there's been an increase in speed and urgency from the European Union and from your countries. That's certainly true. But I'm still always interested in about how all this aid, how all this support gets into the hands of the Ukrainians in their fight. Is that a quick process?
Well, we see that things are getting organized quite quickly. Obviously, delivering the aid through air is no longer an option. I mean, this is just, not safe enough. But we see that all along the border with Ukraine, the Polish border especially, centers have been set up, logistical hubs have been set up where Western aid arrives and where Ukrainian armed forces can basically pick up all the goods, the military equipment, but also the humanitarian aid that Europe is delivering. So far, we see that things are getting to the Ukrainian armed forces in a relatively quick and efficient way. The European Union is getting highly organized to deliver the aid.
Bruno Letta, so interesting talking to you. Really thank you for that clarity you've brought us. Talk to you again sometime.
Thank you.
A bit of business news related to the war. The British oil giant BP is to offload its $14 billion stake in the Russian oil company Rosneft because of the crisis. The move marks the end of one of the West's largest investments in Russia. BP's position in Rosneft accounts for around half its oil and gas reserves. Removing its stake of nearly 20% will result in charges of about $25 billion. BP's current and former chief executives have all resigned from the board of the Russian company. And then there's the Russian currency, which has dropped more than 30% against the dollar in early trading on Monday. The record low follows a new round of Western sanctions, including some Russian banks being blocked from the SWIFT international payment system. Russia's central bank is preventing brokers from letting foreigners sell securities as it seeks to contain the fallout. And its key interest rate has risen. It's now at 20%. More on all of this with Bernard Smith in Moscow. When the West talked about economic sanctions, I think there was some criticism that, well, really, what will that do? I guess this is the effect we're seeing.
Yes, it is. And Russia's central bank, Kamal, now finds itself on the economic front line as this assault on Russia's economic status continues. Ruble falling very rapidly over the last week, and Russians will start to begin to feel that in their pocket. We saw queues at banks over the weekend in a couple of Russian cities, in St. Petersburg and in Moscow, as people went to take cash out of the banks. It's been a bit quieter from what we've seen in Moscow this morning in terms of people taking cash out of the banks.
But the stock exchange remains closed, and the Russian central bank chairwoman, she'll be having a briefing at 1300 hours GMT. But the Kremlin has already commented in the last hour or so. It says it's been systematically preparing for these possible sanctions. Putin himself, the Kremlin says, is indifferent to the sanctions imposed upon him, but the Kremlin accepts that the situation in the economy has changed, and so Vladimir Putin is going to speak with the government and the central bank later, Kamal.
OK. And just a quick word, if you wouldn't mind, Bernard, on the BP story. I mean, it's a hugely symbolic thing for a massive company like that to be pulling out of Russia. What sort of effect will that have?
We know last week that the British government was putting pressure on BP about its shares in Rosneft, Russia's giant gas and oil company. Hence, that's clearly prompted this decision by BP to divest itself. It's the biggest foreign investor, and what it does is it's going to put pressure on other companies involved in Russia, pressure on the French company Total, another British company, Shell, will also be feeling the pressure. And this also, while other countries sovereign wealth funds are divesting interest in Russia. Norway, for example, is doing this. Australia is doing this. So all of these countries and companies piling the economic pressure on Russia. And one other thing I should say is Russia has often said that it's got this $630 billion in cash reserves to withstand these sort of sanctions, but most of that is not in Russia. So there's now an attempt by foreign banks, central banks, to stop Russia getting this cash into the country and stop it being able, and therefore stopping it being able to use it. That's this sort of battle we see going on at the moment.
OK, good stuff from Bernard Smith in Moscow. Thank you. We heard from Sergei Guriev a little bit earlier, an economist, professor of economy at the University of Sciences Po in France. He says the decision to hit Russia's key financial institution came as a surprise to everybody.
I would not expect that the West, the EU, the US, and G7 would introduce sanctions against the Russian central bank and central bank's reserves. That is the major pillar, major defense tower of Russian macroeconomic framework. And the fact that Russian central bank has its reserves frozen suggests that ruble is not as well defended as it was. And make no mistake, Russian ruble is based on two things. One is capital flows and the other one is oil price. And oil price is back to 2014 levels, yet ruble dropped today. Now, the central bank is taking a lot of measures. At 4 p.m. Moscow time, the central bank president will speak. We'll see what she has to say. But right now, the measures are actually helping to bring market back to its senses. But overall, the fact that half or actually 60% of the central bank's reserves are already frozen, and it's very likely that the central bank will not be able to use the other half, the gold and the renminbi, the yuan, the Chinese currency called. So that I think is going to be quite a challenge for the currency market. So the central bank is already introducing not just market interventions but also non-market interventions. It actually bans Russian brokers to implement the demands from foreign clients to sell Russian assets. But we'll see what happens. It's an uncharted territory. That's never happened in Russia. That's never happened to a country which has more than $600 billion in currency reserves. That's almost half of Russian GDP. It's a huge amount, and the fact that this amount was frozen, was actually cancelled, annulled by the Western governments, unnerves everybody.
And in another move, the European Union has closed its airspace to all Russian aircraft, including private jets. More than a dozen countries in the EU have banned airlines like Aeroflot since Ukraine was invaded. In retaliation, Russia has banned flights from several European countries. Now, just a quick look at Flight Radar 24, just to give you an idea. See all the planes over Western Europe through Germany, Hungary, Romania. But as we come further east, there is basically every airline, every plane giving Ukraine a very wide berth, and even further up into Belarus and parts of Russia is there. There is basically a giant aviation blanket black hole over that area now. No planes wanting to go through there. We spoke to John Strickland, who's an independent air transport consultant, and says the restrictions will force Russian airlines to fly for longer periods.
We saw, first of all, the UK close airspace to Russian aircraft on Monday, and it was pretty well inevitable that was going to extend to other states within the EU and indeed other parts of Europe. Of course, what has also happened is there's been retaliation by the Russians each time a Western European country has closed airspace to Russian airlines. There's been the same response by Russian authorities to the use of their airspace by European carriers. The main operator overseas from Russia is Aeroflot, serving a number of European destinations. And as these bans came into place, their options for movement around Europe reduced. It is pretty well zero right now. So while initially they may have been able to follow longer circuitous routings on some destinations if they weren't outright banned, looking at it the other way around, which I think is more significant, European airlines who are also banned because of reciprocal closure of Russian airspace to those countries that have banned Russian carriers have the impact of not simply flying into Russia, but the really significant point is that Russian airspace being closed prohibits the use of Russian overflight for many services between Europe and Asia. Now, the large numbers of these flights normally operating, particularly to markets like China and to Japan, for example. Ordinarily, that would be a significant commercial hit to those Western European airlines. It's significantly less so at the moment, very simply that because since the coronavirus pandemic, which of course is ongoing, large parts of Asia have remained closed, not least China. China is completely closed still to commercial air traffic for passengers. So that volume of passenger traffic is simply not there, and therefore there isn't the hit on airline revenues.
Sport is coming up on this news hour as FIFA imposes sanctions on Russia, but many international football federations want more action taken. We'll speak to the Polish FA in just a moment. There is growing backlash against FIFA for not expelling Russia from international football. Gemma's looking at that for us.
Yes, several European nations not satisfied with the response from World Football's governing body, who stopped short of banning Russia from World Cup qualifying. What they have decided is that no international matches will be played in Russia, and the flag and anthem will be banned from any of the team's matches abroad. And the national side will compete as the Football Union of Russia, or RFU. FIFA says it condemns the use of force by Russia in its invasion of Ukraine, but it didn't respond to calls from France's Football Federation president to expel the country from this year's World Cup. Poland had already refused to play Russia in their World Cup playoff in Moscow next month. We're now joined by Jakub Kwiatkowski from the Polish Football Association. Jakub, then, do these FIFA sanctions go far enough?
Definitely not. On every day we can see dramatic pictures from Ukraine, from the independent country that was brutally attacked by Russia. And when you see such pictures, when innocent people and civilians lost their lives, we don't see any possibility to play with any team from Russia, regardless of the name of the team consisting the Russian players and the place of the match. Of course, for us it wasn't an easy decision, but the only one we could make, because there are more important things in life than football.
And are all the players from your national side fully on board with this decision that you've made?
Of course, our decision was agreed with the players, including Robert Lewandowski. So all the players accepted this decision, and for them, this is the only one decision we could make.
So you said these FIFA sanctions don't go far enough, and the president of the Polish Football Association was very outspoken about that subject as well. So what do you at the Polish Football Association want FIFA to do?
FIFA has a special document which is called Human Rights Policy. We want that FIFA will show that this document is more than just words on paper, and now is the time to put it into practice by excluding the Russian Football Association from the qualifiers to World Cup. And we expressed this position to FIFA in our letter that was sent yesterday. And in addition, we sent a statement to all the federations in Europe and to UEFA. And in this letter, we called up for solidarity and support to our position.
And are there any circumstances whatsoever that Poland would be willing to play in this World Cup playoff against Russia?
We can't pretend that nothing is happening. Ukraine, as an independent country, was attacked by Russia. Every day we can see at our border hundreds of thousands of refugees who wants to enter Poland to be safe, to protect their families. One of our players, Tomasz Kędziora, used to be a player of Dynamo Kiev. He was in Kiev for 4 days since the invasion started. He witnessed the bombs, he witnessed the fights, he was really scared. Our goalkeeper's wife, Wojciech Szczęsny's wife, she is Ukrainian, his sons.
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt that interview with the Polish FA. We're getting the first pictures coming through from the Russian-Ukraine talks in Belarus.
The Belarusians are praying for that. Every of your requests and proposals will be accepted as to the working agenda of this meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, got into that just a little late, unfortunately, but it is important for us to see that there are talks going on, even with everything we've reported on, with all the fighting that's been going on right across Ukraine and all the people leaving Ukraine. There is an attempt at talks. Both sides, the Ukrainians and the Russians, have said they're not massively hopeful about these talks, but President Zelensky has said he will send people to those talks. Maybe, Rich, and that's talking to my director there, you can just run some of those latest pictures and some of the other pictures we've seen coming in the last few hours. These, as I say, the talks going on the Belarusian border, the Gohel region, I think it was called. First attempt after a week to actually get some sort of diplomatic process going. Let's have a look at some pictures which was out of Donetsk. Russian tanks there as the fighting continues. Had been sort of relative calm in that area, Donetsk, of course, being one of the breakaway regions in the east. But then the Russian troops, the Russian tanks rolling through in those eastern parts of Ukraine. It's happening all over, further in Kyiv as well, which is Ukraine's second city, and then right across to Kiev as well, the Ukrainian capital. And the other development we've had is Russian forces saying they have seized a territory surrounding a nuclear power plant in eastern Ukraine. The map will zoom in a moment and show us the Zaporizhzhia region with its nuclear power plant there. The Russians say we've got control of that and the surrounding towns. It is Kiev which is saying that we are denying that. Some of those latest developments there. Apologies for interrupting that interview with Gemma and the Polish FA, but we did need to see what was happening in those talks on the Belarusian border. Hazem Sikh is with you in just a few moments' time, continuing the news right here on Al Jazeera.
My Nigeria is my earth. My Nigeria is my material, my jokes, my fans.
He has built his brand to that point where he doesn't even need to talk.
The opportunity is just there, just for you to just see it and grab it. I am Nigeria. I own it, actually. It's mine. All mine.
My Nigeria on Al Jazeera.
Syria's darkest days, with one man leading the country throughout.
President al-Assad has lost legitimacy. He needs to step down.
How has he retained control through over a decade of war? We examine the global power games of President Bashar al-Assad.
We believe Assad was simply carrying out Iranian orders.
What keeps you awake at night?
Many reasons that could affect any human.
Assad, master of chaos, on Al Jazeera.
In just under a year's time, Qatar's Al Bayt Stadium will host the opening match of the 2022 World Cup. The official opening of the stadium came on day one of the Arab Cup, but many fans were already counting down to the big kickoff next November.
See you, Qatar 2022!
As this tournament unfolds over the coming days, it will play a key role for organisers getting ready to host the Middle East's biggest ever sporting event next year, and for the Qatar national team as they get used to playing in front of expectant home crowds. They'll be hoping to convince both the fans and themselves that they really are ready to take on the world.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Russian and Ukrainian delegations sit down for talks in a Belarusian border town as fighting continues. Hello, I'm Hazem Sika. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, Russia says its troops have taken areas around a nuclear power plant in eastern Ukraine, with fighting in many cities. The UN says nearly 500,000 Ukrainians have left their homes since the start of the conflict. We'll have a report from the border with Poland. Russia's currency takes a hit, the ruble dropping more than 30% against the dollar in trading. Hello, Russian and Ukrainian delegations are meeting right now at the Belarus border as fighting goes on across Ukraine. In one of the latest advances, Russia says its forces have seized territory surrounding a nuclear power plant in eastern Ukraine. It says the towns of Berdyansk and Enerhodar in the Zaporizhia region, as well as its nuclear power plant, are under its control. Kiev denies this. There follows more explosions overnight in the Ukrainian capital and other cities. Another residential building in Chernivtsi was hit. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says its fight against Russia has been inspiring.
Ukrainian heroes. It's the fifth day of the full-scale war that Russia wages against the Ukrainian people, and we are still standing. We are getting something that other people can't get in their lifetime. Some say Ukrainians are not like everyone else, and we didn't know what we were capable of, and now we are showing it. This is inspiring. 4,500 Russian occupiers have been killed in Ukraine. Just take everything you got and go away. Don't believe your commanders and propagandists. Just save your lives. Go away.
Jonah Hull is live for us in Lviv. So, Jonah, what more are we hearing on these talks?
Well, the talks, as you've already mentioned, are now underway. Delegations from Ukraine and Russia gathered on the Ukraine-Belarus border, sitting around a table as we speak. We know that the Ukrainian delegation is led at defence minister level by Alexei Reznikov. There are a couple of other ministers there, some MPs, including the head of President Zelensky's party. That's the sort of level that they are operating at. We can assume that the Russians are at a similar level. We don't know anything about the sort of substance or the form that these talks may take, how long they may last. We don't know what indeed is actually on the table to be negotiated. We know the two sides' positions, but they are diametrically opposed with very little room, if any, for compromise. The Ukrainians say they've turned up there looking for an immediate ceasefire and the immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukraine. The Russians have shown absolutely no sign up to now to be willing to step back from any of their key demands, including the neutrality of Ukraine, guarantees it will never join NATO. They will want the independence of those breakaway regions in the east to be recognized. They will probably also demand that Crimea be recognized as being part of Russia after it was annexed from Ukraine in 2014. Very little daylight exists for an agreement on any of those points, and Mr. Zelensky, the president, said going into this on Sunday he had very little hope. He was sending a delegation there to have to listen to what the Russians had to say, so that nobody could suggest that he hadn't grabbed every opportunity as it presented itself. And rather ominously hovering over these talks, news of a referendum hastily conducted in Belarus itself, the results of which approved the lifting of its non-nuclear status. That potentially paves the way for Russian nuclear weapons to be moved onto Belarusian soil, and suggestions from US sources that Alexander Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, may be preparing imminently, perhaps as soon as Monday, to throw his lot in with the Russians to contribute his forces to the fight on the Russian side, perhaps if, and perhaps as expected, these talks produce no goods.
Yeah, pretty low expectations all around on these talks, but I suppose it is a positive sign of some sort that they are actually talking. But on the conflict itself, Jonah, what more are we hearing on that, particularly in and around the capital, Kiev?
Yeah, I mean, you know, a relative quiet, I think, over the last 24 hours or so around the capital, Kiev. It stands. It is still in Ukrainian hands. That is the most significant thing to be said. It is the ultimate prize, of course, for both sides. Who holds Kiev, the capital, holds the outcome of the war. Well, President Zelensky is absolutely still there. There is evidence of a growing ring of steel, a Russian encirclement of the capital. There is still access to the south, in and out, but evidence from satellite imagery suggests that a 3.25 mile long column of Russian logistics, supplies, support, equipment, artillery heading up from the south, potentially to plug that gap and reinforce that encirclement of the capital. The citizens of Kiev were in a curfew throughout the entirety of the weekend. They emerged on Monday to air raid sirens, but as yet no outright bombardment of the capital has taken place.
Jonah Hall live for us there in Lviv. Thanks, Jonah. Now, Russia says its forces are fighting relentlessly, the Defense Ministry appealing to civilians to leave the capital, Kiev.
Ukrainian authorities declared martial law, urging civilians to remain at their homes. It confirms they are keen on using them as human shields. There are rumors that Russian reconnaissance and sabotage teams are working in Kiev. In fact, the nationalist gangs and marauders are attacking Kiev because they were given weapons by the Ukrainian authorities. We are appealing to Kiev's population to leave the city on a certain road that we can guarantee safe passage. I want to reiterate that Russian troops are only hitting military targets.
Charles Strafford is in Dnipro for us. He explains what's behind the latest claims by Russian forces.
With respect to this news of a nuclear plant being taken control of by Russian forces, that is in the town of Energodar in Zaporizhia region. Now, the Ukrainians have said that that is false. They're saying that they are still in control of this nuclear plant. That plant is on the south side of the Dnieper River, south from where we are here. We were in Zaporizhia over the last couple of days, and certainly the Ukrainian military then telling us that they believe that the Russians were as close as 35 kilometers away from the south of Zaporizhia. We understand that there has been no shelling in the city so far. Also, the claim by the Russian Ministry of Defense, as quoted in the by Interfax, that The naval town of Berdansk is now under Russian control. Again, we cannot independently confirm that, but all evidence would suggest that that would not be unfeasible. We were in Berdansk 2 or 3 days ago. The naval base there had emptied out. All Navy personnel had run away after, so we were told by our sources, getting threatened by the Russian Navy that they were going to bomb the port. And interestingly, the further west we headed from Berdansk, we got wind of a Russian tank convoy that was moving towards us from the city of Melitopol. Melitopol is in Russian hands. Berdansk is significant because it is getting incredibly close now to the very important and large port city with a naval base of Mariupol. Now, I've spoken to somebody inside Mariupol today, a journalist that we know is still there. He indeed is getting reports that that tank column is moving closer to the western section of the city. He reported heavy shelling and heavy machine gun fire this morning in the city. Now, it's the first time that he's heard heavy machine gun fire in the city. We were in Mariupol up until a couple of days ago. There was no fighting inside the city then, but there was a lot of shelling in the east. He says that that shelling has continued to the east of Mariupol as well. So huge concerns there for the hundreds of thousands of people inside Mariupol.
The United Nations estimates that more than 500,000 people have had to flee from their homes in Ukraine. The UN Human Rights Council is holding a debate on Russia's military invasion. UN leaders are calling for a return to diplomacy.
The escalation of military operations by the Russian Federation in Ukraine is leading to escalating human rights violations. We know the inevitable result of war: civilian casualties, women, children and men forced from their homes, hunger, poverty and huge economic disruption. Conflict is the utter negation of human rights across the board. Freedom of expression is under attack, with reports of journalists and activists arrested. I have consistently called for the end of the offensive and the return to the paths of dialogue and diplomacy. Meanwhile, our human rights monitoring mission in Ukraine is continuing its work, and our humanitarian agencies will step up their operations. We must show all people in Ukraine that we stand by them in their time of need.
Well, let's cross over to Russia now. Bernard Smith is live for us in Moscow. So, Bernard, just first off, what are Russia's expectations out of these talks?
Well, we understand that the talks are taking place without preconditions. The fact that they have, both sides have agreed to talk should be read, I think, by outsiders as something positive in all of this. But they seem very, very far apart on what they want out of them, because Russia, we already know, has asked for an unconditional surrender of the Ukrainian forces. Vladimir Putin has called on the Ukrainian forces to overthrow the government of Vladimir Zelensky, and Russia's foreign minister said he doesn't recognise the Ukrainian government, the current Ukrainian government, as democratic, even though it was Zelensky was elected with 73% of the vote in 2019. So they're very, very far apart, and the Russians are also continuing to keep fighting. Now, initially, when the Russians thought these talks were going to start on Friday, Vladimir Putin said he'd ordered a pause in his invasion of Ukraine. And then when arguments or discussions over a venue broke down and the communications were lost, the Russians, Vladimir Putin said, resumed their advance. Now, it seems that Russia is continuing fighting now while these talks are taking place. So both sides very, very far apart, and hard to see how they can come to an agreement on a ceasefire.
And Bernard, we were just reporting earlier about how much the ruble has collapsed there. What impact is that having in Russia now, the longer that goes on as well?
Well, the stock market in Moscow is closed today. The central bank governor will be speaking later on, but the ruble has really tanked. Now, 1,000 rubles is worth about $10. Just last week, 1,000 rubles was worth $8.45. So you see how suddenly it's lost value. There were lots of queues outside banks on the weekend, with people worried about potential access to cash. from what we've had a look around in Moscow ourselves today, and it's certainly quieter. There seems nothing untoward outside the banks today, but there was concerns yesterday, and it really puts Russia's central bank really on the economic front line as all these sanctions are launched against it. One of its challenges is that it's boasted of the $630 billion cash reserves that it has to help it withstand sanctions, but actually there's less than about 20% of that cash physically in Russia. And there are moves by Western governments to stop Russia repatriating that money and making use of it.
Bernard Smith live for us in Moscow. Thanks, Bernard. Time for a quick break now, but when we come back, shutting Russia out from the air, the EU closes its airspace to its planes. And FIFA bans the Russian flag and anthem from international football matches.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Hello, thank you for joining in. Your world weather report begins in the Philippines, where we've got some solid bands of rain striking the southern islands. This is all being pepped up by the northeast monsoon. And in fact, the flood advisory has now been upgraded to a severe flood advisory for Mindanao. Slug of rain is falling across the Yangtze River Valley, shooting out toward the East China Sea and running into southern Japan, so rain and wind to be expected here. And then we've also got snow to talk about over the hills of Honshu and Hokkaido. Southerly push of air here, so in Tokyo, that's going to bump up your temperature to 18 degrees. Southeast Asia, parts of the Malay Peninsula saw about 11 times their monthly rainfall average for February. Bulk of that activity moved over into the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And over the days to come, we'll see it continue to churn further toward the west. So this will eventually impact not only Sri Lanka, but also that southeast corner of India. For the northwest of India, air quality is improving. In New Delhi, we've got a high of 26 degrees, and temperatures really right across the country are on the rise. We'll end in the Gulf states, where we're also talking about some early heat here. So by Thursday, temperatures will be widespread in the 30s. That's it. See you soon.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
In a notorious waterside community where kings and thugs rule, one theatre director ventures to stage a play.
They call me Mrs. F.
To empower the women.
Tell that old man sitting right there, tell him, I will go to school. Say I will go to school. I will go to school. I will go to school.
And redefine their status in society. Mrs. F. Nigeria's Women Walk on Water. Witness on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories. Talks are underway at the border with Belarus between a Ukrainian and Russian delegation. It's the first time since Russia's assault on Ukraine that the two sides have met. Russia says its forces have seized territory surrounding a nuclear plant in eastern Ukraine. It says the towns of Berdyansk and Enerhodar in the Zaporizhia region and its nuclear power plant are under its control. Kiev denies this. With Russian troops in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv, people who live as far as 2.5 hours south in the city of Dnipro are donating blood and other essential food supplies. Hodad Hamid spoke to one of the volunteers there.
There's an eerie sense of calm before the storm in Dnipro. People are aware of the horror that could unfold on its streets and the need to prepare. Here at the blood bank, the number of donors has increased fivefold since the Russian assault. Blood reserves are crucial in a war, and 19-year-old Yegor is donating his own in support of the Ukrainian army, hoping he won't be called to join its ranks.
I am afraid, but if I get mobilized, I will go. I have to protect the independence of my country.
I will do all I can to help, even if I don't have training. I wish there was some military training at school, but there was no preparation.
Dnipro is famous for its space industry, and it's at the foot of the city's symbol that the civilian war effort is being made. There's a sense of urgency here. Empty bottles, polystyrene, and rags are being collected to make Molotov cocktails. They will go to the territorial defense units in charge of protecting the city and slowing the Russian advance. In another corner of the square, sacks of clothes, blankets, mats.
All this from our heart. We want to help our soldiers.
For Vitaly, it's important to show solidarity with those willing to put their lives on the line. It's a constant stream of people donating whatever they can. Here they drop water, tea, coffee, pickles, all sorts of non-perishable food. And this is the corner for medicine, all sorts of medicine, including nappies for babies. The city is gearing up, mobilizing and showing support to those who are going to defend it. The Russians could reach Dnipro from the south or the northeast. People here are watching bewildered. The streets of Kharkiv and Kyiv turn into battlefields. We reached 15-year-old Kamila via Skype. Her family left her hometown of Donetsk after the Russian-backed separatists took it over in 2014. Now she's stuck in Kharkiv with her mother.
The most scary thing that you're just sleeping and you don't expect anything, and like a lot of noise, and you understand that there's a war, and of course you're so scared because not only our people like attacking, but you understand that this is so. To be honest, I can't explain it like with words. It's just something happening inside you.
It shakes inside you?
Yeah.
Back in Dnipro, Natalia and her husband Yevgeny still don't understand how all this started.
Of course, no. So even on Wednesday, when we thought about the war, so it was just in discussions. But Tuesday, Thursday morning, we were shocked. All our families were shocked, and so we expect that so this will stop really soon.
Shortly after, the first warning that war is getting closer, making these preparations ever so urgent. Hod Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, Dnipro.
Al Jazeera has spoken to some people who decided to stay in the Ukrainian cities of Kiev and Kharkiv, despite being surrounded by fighting. Laura Burden-Manley reports.
An explosion on the outskirts of Kiev sends a ripple of fear through Ukraine's capital.
The situation is pretty difficult. At night, we heard constant shooting and explosions. We can occasionally hear explosions like the one you hear now.
The streets are empty. People have been told to stay indoors.
So we were urged by the authorities to stay at home in order for them to see who is on the streets and perhaps to locate and distract the diversions groups. So today the streets of Kyiv are empty, the shops are closed. The shelling of Kyiv continues. Actually, you see the...
Alexei stops filming as his daughter calls to ask him to go to a bomb shelter. Further east, there's been heavy fighting in the second city of Kharkiv.
I could hear the gunfires, the shellings again, and different sort of sounds of street fights on the street. People were hiding inside. This night, many families with kids will have to go down to the shelters, will have to go again to the underground and spend the night there.
The sounds of play and laughter would usually fill this nursery. Now, an unexploded grad rocket juts from the playground. And a child too scared to say where she is in Ukraine had this message.
I constantly hear sirens everywhere, and there's a male voice telling like to go to a shelter, hide somewhere because there can be a bomb possibly dropping. It's really scary.
A new reality on the ground, and no one knows how many more sleepless nights they'll have to endure. Laura Bowden-Manley, Al Jazeera.
On Sunday, Turkey began calling Russia's assault on Ukraine a war, and it said it would execute an international pact restricting use of the Turkish Straits. The Montreux Convention was agreed in 1936, and it gives Turkey control over the Dardanelles and Bosphorus Straits. They connect the Aegean, Marmara and Black Seas. And that's where Russia's Black Sea Fleet is based. It's been used to target areas along Ukraine's southern coast. The Montreux Pact allows for Turkey to close the straits to all foreign warships in times of war or when threatened. But there is an exception. If a warship is returning to its own port, then its passage cannot be prevented. Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Cavusoglu has said this right shouldn't be abused, and ships that are allowed to pass to their bases should not then join the war. Sinem Cavusoglu has more now from Istanbul on Turkey's decision.
Turkey is dependent on energy imports from Russia, and Turkey is dependent on wheat imports from both Russia and Ukraine, as both two countries provide at least 80–85% of the wheat imports to Turkey. And besides, Turkey and Ukraine have some defense industry agreements, as Turkey has sold those famous TB2 drones to the Ukrainian army, and those drones have been actively used by the Ukrainian military against the Russian military during all this conflict since the war started a couple of days ago. And geopolitically, Turkey and Russia have a strategic partnership when it comes to Syria, because in northern Syria, especially in the Idlib de-escalation zone, both countries are doing joint patrols. And also in Libya, there's the same thing. And in Karabakh, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, there is the same partnership between Turkey and Russia. Can it be named as allies? I'm not sure, but there's a strong partnership Turkey has a strong partnership with both countries.
A British oil giant BP is to offload its $14 billion stake in Russian oil giant Rosneft because of the crisis in Ukraine. The move marks the end of one of the West's largest investments in Russia. BP's position in Rosneft accounts for around half its oil and gas reserves. Removing its stake of nearly 20% will result in charges of about $25 billion. BP's current and former chief executives have resigned from the board of the Russian company. Now, the European Union has closed its airspace to all Russian aircraft, including private jets. More than a dozen countries in the EU have banned airlines like Aeroflot since Ukraine was invaded. In retaliation, Russia has banned flights from several European countries. John Strickland is an independent air transport consultant. He says the restrictions will force Russian airlines to fly for longer periods.
We saw, first of all, the UK close airspace to Russian aircraft on Monday, and it was pretty well inevitable that was going to extend to other states within the EU and indeed other parts of Europe. Of course, what has also happened is there's been retaliation by the Russians each time a Western European country has closed airspace to Russian airlines. There's been the same response by Russian authorities to the use of their airspace by European carriers. The main operator overseas from Russia is Aeroflot, serving a number of European destinations. And as these bans came into place, their options for movement around Europe reduced. It is pretty well zero right now. So while initially they may have been able to follow longer circuitous routings on some destinations if they weren't outright banned, looking at it the other way around, which I think is more significant, European airlines who are also banned because of reciprocal closure of Russian airspace to those countries that have banned Russian carriers have the impact of not simply flying into Russia, but the really significant point is that Russian airspace being closed prohibits the use of Russian overflight for many services between Europe and Asia. Now, the large numbers of these flights normally operating, particularly to markets like China and to Japan, for example. Ordinarily, that would be a significant commercial hit to those Western European airlines. It's significantly less so at the moment, very simply that because since the coronavirus pandemic, which of course is ongoing, large parts of Asia have remained closed, not least China. China is completely closed still to commercial air traffic for passengers. So that volume of passenger traffic is simply not there, and therefore there isn't the hit on airline revenues.
FIFA is the latest sporting organisation to take action against Russia, banning its flag and anthem from international football matches. It's ordered the team to compete under the title Football Union of Russia. FIFA stopped short of banning the national team from the World Cup qualifiers. Several countries, though, say they refuse to compete against Russia. Associated Press correspondent Rob Harris says many FIFA member associations are disappointed they didn't go further.
The fact is, Russia can play on in international football at any level, just without their flag, without their anthem, and only known as the Russian Football Union, or RFU, a sanction that we're familiar with already from the Olympic world, where Russia has been competing as the ROC due to the doping punishment. It's actually a punishment that would have applied as well for Russia even if they'd qualified for the World Cup. So this is now trying to put in some measures in response to those concerns after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But there are concerns this does not go far enough. Countries still not wanting to play Russia at all at international football at the moment. In their statement after the meeting, the FIFA Bureau did indicate how things could escalate in terms of their action against Russia, depending on the progress of the war, Russia's invasion, and indeed the fact it continues as we speak this night, the attack on Ukraine. The decision today came from the FIFA Bureau, which is actually made up of the 6 confederation presidents from the world of football, and on that would have included the UEFA president Alexander Shevrin, who's already taken the Champions League final off Russia that was due to be staged in St. Petersburg. So it does look like one of those fluid situations, but certainly this decision has not gone down well, with it looking like actually FIFA's not taken the strong action that was being demanded.
This is Al Jazeera. Let's get a roundup of the top stories now. Talks are underway at the border with Belarus between a Ukrainian and Russian delegation. The first time since Russia's assault on Ukraine that the two sides have met. More explosions overnight in the Ukrainian capital and cities across the country. Another residential building in Chernihiv was hit. Ukraine's army says Russian forces have been shelling in almost all directions. Russia says its forces have seized territory around a nuclear power plant in eastern Ukraine. It says the towns of Berdyansk and Enerhodar in the Zaporizhia region and its nuclear plant are under its control. Kiev, though, denies this. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the fight against Russia has been inspiring.
Ukrainian heroes. It's the 5th day of the full-scale war that Russia wages against the Ukrainian people, and we are still standing. We are getting something that other people can't get in their lifetime. Some say Ukrainians are not like everyone else, and we didn't know what we were capable of, and now we are showing it. This is inspiring. 4,500 Russian occupiers have been killed in Ukraine. Just take everything you got and go away. Don't believe your commanders and propagandists. Just save your lives. Go away.
The people are continuing to flee the fighting in Ukraine. The UN Refugee Agency saying 425,000 people have fled so far. The United Nations will step up its humanitarian operations in Ukraine. Secretary General Antonio Guterres says Russia's military operation is leading to further rights violations. Russia's currency has dropped more than 30% against the dollar in trading. The record low follows a new round of Western sanctions, including some Russian banks getting blocked from the SWIFT international payment system. Russia's central bank is preventing brokers from letting foreigners sell securities as it seeks to contain the fallout. And its key interest rate has been raised to 20%. Those are the headlines here on Al Jazeera. Inside Story is next.
President Putin has launched an attack on Ukraine. How will the world react to his latest move? And what impact will this have on the people of Ukraine and Russia?
Support Ukraine!
As events unfold, stay with us for the latest news and analysis from Moscow on Al Jazeera.
The human cost of Russia's war on Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of refugees stream into Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and other countries. Can they handle the influx? And will the crisis change the way the EU deals with migration? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. Beyond the tanks, missiles, and political wrangling over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it's the people who are paying the price. The war has created a major humanitarian crisis in Eastern Europe. The UN's refugee agency believes at least 368,000 people have escaped Ukraine to neighboring countries. Many have crossed into Poland, with thousands more arriving in Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and Moldova. The UNHCR is preparing for up to 4 million refugees if the conflict drags on. Most of the new arrivals are women and children, as Ukrainian men up to 60 years old have been told to return and join the fight. Volunteers and NGOs are doing what they can to help, as Zain Basravi reports from a train station in eastern Poland.
Beyond the reaches of the Russian army, refugees from Ukraine arrive in the safety of Poland. Forced to take only what is most important, only what they can carry. Here, friendly faces open arms, and as much comfort as can be had, sheltering in a train station. Vladimir Shamansky was working in the Netherlands when the war broke out. He's waiting for his 5 sons to arrive from across the border to take them to safety. He'll then return to Ukraine, where he says he will join his wife, a soldier in the National Army. Ukrainians are prepared to die, he says, before ever surrendering their country to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I can say when Ukrainians lose, Europa can be next one. Poland and all Europa and maybe America too. So help us or it can be the same like Ukraine.
Ukraine's decision to conscript men of fighting age into the armed forces has divided families. The women who have fled with their children know that long goodbyes may turn out to be final farewells. But there is resilience here.
My daughters always try to have some fun. They can find fun and somewhere everywhere if they have some toys. But older girls they feel that's a dangerous situation, but we try to be strong, to not so panic.
For many of the displaced, the Przemyśl train station will be the first time any of them have seen any sort of help in days. A hot meal, a place to rest, rides to cities across Europe, even people opening up their own homes to offer those displaced by the fighting in Ukraine a place to stay. There has been an outpouring of support from volunteers who want to help any way they can. We met Maria in tears as she searched for a mother with a newborn she had met earlier in the day. She came back to the train station with toys, but the mother and baby are gone.
I'd gladly bomb Putin to England and the US and other countries, just get dozens of planes to bomb him. That's all I want to say.
There is solidarity with Ukrainians and anger at Russia. As Europe's latest refugees try to figure out what to do next, desperate for news from the people they left behind, those that made it out of Ukraine have a warning for the rest of the world. Millions of lives are at stake. Help stop Russia while you still can. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Przemyśl, Eastern Poland.
All right, let's bring in our guests. In Kharkiv, in Ukraine, Maria Avdiva, head of research at the European Expert Association. In Geneva, Jung-Ah Gedini-Williams, head of global communications at United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And in Paris, Ole Solvang, Director of Partnerships and Policy at the Norwegian Refugee Council. A warm welcome to you all, and thanks so much for joining us today on Inside Story. Maria, let me start with you. What's the situation like for you in Kharkiv right now, and how concerned are you about how dire the humanitarian situation could grow in the days ahead?
Well, for the 3 past days, we have been going through shellings, and yesterday they got strong, and during the night the shellings continued, and today in the morning we've got reports that Russian troops on light vehicles have managed to enter the city in small groups, and the Ukrainian military started the operation inside the city. So on the streets fighting were going, and there were a lot of shootings all over the place and in the city, and the explosions. Also, the Russians during this night, they exploded the gas pipeline in Kharkiv. We also have reports that there are deaths among civilians, and one of the missiles got into the building, full-story building with people there. So the situation is really threatening. People spend the night today in shelters or in the underground, which is used as a shelter for now. It seems that Kharkiv is under control of Ukraine. It seems that Russian forces did not expect that they will see such a intense fighting and resistance from Ukrainian citizens and Ukrainian military. So they were pushed back. Those vehicles that entered the city were destroyed. So Russian forces are now again on the previous positions near the city. But the threat is very close, and actually now the shelling starts again, and we understand that it might continue and get bigger again in the night. I was spoken to the neighbors in my place where I live yesterday, and went to the grocery shop to see if there is anything left. So people are really anxious and are really frightened about the situation, especially those with small children, and they spend the nights in basements and in the shelters, and during the day as well, going there several times. In the grocery shops, there are no fresh products. I mean, bread, milk, and such kind of things. But anyway, that people are still have some sufficient supplies. So there's no crisis with that yet at the moment. And my fear is that Russia, seeing that it cannot, so that Ukraine is not surrendering, and the Ukraine fights back fiercely, they will try to use saboteurs to blow up or explode some infrastructure objects in the city, because we have seen numerous reports today from Kiev that Kiev military have captured the saboteurs carrying explosion in their backpacks, tried to do it in some very important objects inside the city.
Junga, let me ask you first, how is the humanitarian response going inside Ukraine right now? Has UNHCR and have UNHCR teams been able to access people in need inside Ukraine?
Well, as you can imagine, the situation there is extremely fluid, extremely precarious. We've been in Ukraine for over 30 years, and we've been running an emergency operation there since 2014. But as with everybody else, in terms of the civilian population, the UNHCR staff in Kyiv is of course bunkered down as well. We are still continuing where we can our humanitarian aid deliveries. So yesterday we were able to get a truckload of supplies out to internally displaced people in central Ukraine. However, many parts of the country are completely inaccessible. So we are really calling on access and security for humanitarian agencies like UNHCR so that we can go out there and deliver urgently needed life-saving assistance to anyone who is forced to flee right now.
Ole, from your vantage point, how massive will the humanitarian needs be? And are the humanitarian actors who are responding to this crisis scaled up enough right now to be able to deal with it appropriately?
I think from what it looks like at this point, I think the humanitarian needs will be absolutely massive. You know, before this recent escalation of hostilities, there were 3 million people in Ukraine who was in need of assistance. And I think what's also really important to remember here, and kind of a unique thing about Ukraine, is that so many of those people were actually elderly. 30% were elderly, and many of them living along the sort of old front lines here. I think we are, together with many other humanitarian organizations, very ready to scale up, and we're now looking at how to scale up our plans, both within Ukraine, but also in the neighboring countries. What we do need is commitments from our partners, from our donors to finance those operations. And as my colleague from UNHCR just said, what we really need is also safety and security on the ground, and that the conditions on the ground are such that we are able to deliver that in a safe way. So that is what we're hoping for.
Maria, what you described to me in your earlier answer, it sounds absolutely terrifying for those like yourself on the ground there in Kharkiv and in other parts of Ukraine. You were talking about essentially the people paying the price for all of this right now. And I want to ask you, based on what's going on, do you feel that your family members, your loved ones should leave?
Well, I myself am not going to leave anywhere because I'm determined to stay here in Kharkiv as much as possible because I want to defend my home and my city. It's where I was born. I don't want to become refugee just because Mr. Putin doesn't like Ukraine and wants to have control over our country. That will not happen, and now everyone counts. I can help in the way I do. I'm, for example, now doing giving up information to the world about what is going on, so everyone knows that the war crimes are being now made by Russia to Ukraine. And but if there will be also other help that I could provide, for example, giving some medical aid or volunteer, and that I will be ready for that as well. So I'm staying here. The family with elderly members are, so they left Kharkiv, but everyone who is now in Kharkiv, they are ready to fight because that is our land, and we don't want to let anyone come here and say us Ukrainians what to do.
Jung, when it comes to this displacement crisis, the numbers that we're already talking about are absolutely staggering. I mean, just in the last several hours, I've seen UNHCR publicizing the fact. First, it was 150,000 refugees from Ukraine had arrived in neighboring countries. Then just a couple of hours after that, it was 368,000 Ukrainian refugees arriving in neighboring countries. UNHCR is saying that they are projecting that up to 4 million people could flee Ukraine. Can countries like Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and others, can they actually handle this influx?
I think right now what we're seeing is across the board tremendous hospitality, solidarity, and a welcome for any Ukrainians that are forced to flee. And that's throughout the entire region. And I'm not just talking about the governments. People are literally opening their homes, collecting supplies for infants, for mothers, for elderly people. So I think we are seeing a tremendous outpouring of support. However, as you mentioned, we are estimating that up to 4 million could flee. That is a huge number. We'll have to see, of course, in the coming days, how we reinforce. We have, along with other humanitarian agencies, stockpiles both inside and outside Ukraine. But the needs are going to be staggering, and we're already seeing that we will have to reinforce everything that we have on the ground. And then in terms of your question about the ability to uphold all these needs, I think what Maria just said is a key point, which is all the Ukrainians that we are speaking to that are arriving in Poland, Moldova, Romania, Hungary, they're all stressing that they want to stay close to home. They have loved ones inside, they have their homes, they have their lives, they have pets, they have everything that they've been forced to leave behind. as soon as they think that it's possible for them to go back, they want to go back. So I don't think people generally want to move further afield right now. They want to be able to go back to their homes and their lives as soon as they're able to do so.
All right, I just want to step back for a moment and look at another angle of all of this. African students trying to leave Ukraine are denouncing Ukrainian and Polish authorities on social media. Videos posted on Twitter show large crowds of young people of African descent stuck at the border since the invasion began. Take a look.
These are the black community here. We are not allowing any black people to enter inside the gates. We are all here. It's only Ukrainians that they are allowing in. Even the ones with kids, they're not allowing them in. They have been here for days and nobody's asking any questions. Only Ukrainian women and kids they are allowing in through this gate. All the places blocked and all are full of blacks from different communities, from different countries. Nobody's talking to us.
Poland's response now is very different to last year when soldiers stopped thousands of mainly Syrian, Afghan, and Kurdish refugees crossing over from Belarus. It's also in contrast to how European nations dealt with more than 1 million refugees who entered during the 2015 migrant crisis. Ole, let me ask you about this. I'm struck by the fact that the response is so different right now. I spent a lot of time in Europe in 2015 covering the refugee crisis. And one of the borders that I spent a lot of time was the Serbian border with Hungary. And I saw refugees mainly from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, other countries that were forced back into Serbia by patrolmen on horses. A lot of these refugees, men, women, and children, were beaten back. They were injured when trying to come in to Hungary. And of course, there's been a lot of controversy these past several years about the EU's migration policy. When you see how different the response is right now to refugees from Ukraine, who obviously should be given safe harbor, but when you see how different the response is to the refugees from Ukraine to what the actions were when it was refugees coming from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and other countries, what do you make of that?
Well, I think this is something that we need to reflect over, and I think this is it's an incredibly important principle in international law that anybody who is in need of safety should receive it where they might be able to get it, and this has been the position of the Norwegian Refugee Council as well in these last several years, as we have seen people from other places, around the world seeking refuge in Europe, is that we have to let those with real protection need in and to make sure that they are safe as well. It is, as you say, and sort of a very conspicuous difference here in terms of how European countries have reacted to these different situations. But what I hope perhaps is that we can take with us kind of some of the lessons or reflections from this crisis in Ukraine and how we have responded to that, so that we also can have more empathy for people who are coming from other parts of the world, and that we see, I hope that we will see a more open attitude to those people as well going forward.
Jung, the German Interior Minister has said that Europe should agree on accepting Ukrainian refugees without bureaucratic hurdles. From your perspective, from your point of view, do you think that this crisis may change the way that the EU deals with migration going forward?
It's very possible. I mean, obviously, it's early days and things are just changing, not only daily, but hourly. But I do think that we do have precedents in other situations. During the Bosnian conflict, for example, during the Kosovo conflict, we did have situations where with the conflict in Europe, different European countries did come to agreements on how many refugees they would accept, and also what would be the rights and the services that they would be allowed. So already I think that these discussions are taking place. We're glad that they're taking place sooner rather than later. But I think right now it's humanitarian access and humanitarian aid that is the most important need on the ground.
Maria, when you speak to friends of yours, colleagues in Ukraine who have made that extremely difficult and traumatic decision to leave, what are they telling you? Are they telling you that they believe they will only be gone a short time, or do they fear that this could last a very long time and that they could be away from home for much longer than they had anticipated?
Well, most of my friends and colleagues who have to leave their homes, because some of them did want to stay, so they went to places inside Ukraine, to the west of Ukraine, to the central Ukraine. That is still not safe there, because Russia shells also that areas as well. But still, it is of course safer than, for example, in Kharkiv now or in Kiev. And what they want is they want to come back as soon as possible to their homes, to return to their normal lives, because we are a big nation of 40 million people. We don't want, to run. We want to fight, and we want to have control over Ukrainian territory, which is according to the international laws. So I have myself been offered many times by my friends a place where I could stay in Poland, in Germany, in Macedonia, in Moldova, in other countries, because now everyone here is giving hand to Ukraine, and European nations are united in this. So I was offered that help, and I'm really thankful to all of those who help Ukraine now. But as I have said, I do not want to leave because I don't have any reasons for that. It's Russian soldiers who have to leave our territory. And speaking of those few who have actually left and went to Poland, for example, or Moldova, they usually make this because they are really afraid, and they have small children, and they are threatened that if they will stay in Ukraine, even in Western Ukraine, where there are also airstrikes now, that the children can be harmed, and so they're protecting their small ones.
Ole, obviously there is great concern for the people of Ukraine, for those who are staying, for those who have decided to leave. But I want to ask you about another aspect of this. Is there concern on the part of you and your colleagues for the safety of the humanitarian workers that are responding to all of this?
Yeah, of course there is. I mean, we now have, our teams from the Norwegian Refugee Council. They're in Kiev, they're in Severodonetsk, which is a city that is fairly close to what used to be the front lines between government and non-government controlled areas. And they are hunkering down in bomb shelters as everybody else. And as we talked about, I think it is incredibly important that they are able to then, when things stabilize a little bit, work freely. But I think, the most important part now for me is really to keep a focus on the civilians who are caught in this sort of unnecessary war in areas of active fighting. We saw back from 2014 and 2015 that both sides ended up using weapons that were extremely dangerous to civilians, area weapons, and we've seen confirmation of such use of weapons again now. So I'm really worried that we will see both displacement, but we'll also see much more damage to infrastructure, to houses, killings and injuries of civilians. And this is really what our focus should be on now, to try to stop that. There should be maximum diplomatic pressure to stop that, to not use such weapons. And then we need to scale up the humanitarian assistance so that we can address the needs that are going to be absolutely staggering.
It is a terrifying situation, very concerning for so many of the people inside of Ukraine right now. We have run out of time, so we're going to have to leave the discussion there. Thank you so much to all of our guests, Maria Avdiva, Jung-Ah Gedini-Williams, and Ole Solvang. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Mohammed Jamjoom, and the whole team here. Bye for now.
Cairo, home to over 2 million stray dogs, many in a terrible state. Al Jazeera World follows those helping to save them and the remarkable journey to rescue Layali.
This dog has come all the way from Egypt after having a rope embedded into its neck,
which takes an unexpected turn.
Very difficult to search for her.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
Visa for a Stray Dog on Al Jazeera.
March on Al Jazeera.
South Koreans vote in a presidential election, but are scandals and controversies overshadowing policies?
People in Power, Al Jazeera's investigative documentary program, looks at the use and abuse of power.
NATO conducts the biggest military Arctic exercise since the Cold War, with 35,000 troops from 28 countries.
Time of Pandemics explores lessons learned from the global HIV epidemic and how they could help fight COVID-19.
And as some nations seek to end coronavirus restrictions, we bring you the latest updates and developments from around the globe.
March on Al Jazeera.
With some of the world's largest reserves, Niger provides much of the uranium that fuels Europe's nuclear power plants. But at what cost? People and Power follows the uranium trail from Niger to the shores of the Mediterranean and investigates the devastating effects on the planet and all those who inhabit the industry's path. The Curse of Uranium on Al Jazeera.
Talk to Al Jazeera. We ask,
do you believe that the threat of an invasion of Ukraine is currently the biggest threat to international peace and security?
We listen.
We are focusing so much on the humanitarian crisis that we forget the long-term development.
We meet with global newsmakers and talk about the stories that matter on Al Jazeera.
A new warning system allows the government to close
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Shut down construction sites, but environmental say it's not enough.
Russian and Ukrainian delegations sit down for talks in a Belarusian border town at the same time as fighting intensifies. Hello, I'm Kamal Santamaria here in Doha, continuing coverage of the Russia-Ukraine war this hour. As Russia says its troops have taken areas around a nuclear power plant in eastern Ukraine, the fighting goes on across many cities. The UN is now saying nearly 500,000 Ukrainians have left their homes since the start of the conflict. We'll have a report from the border with Poland. Russia's currency takes a hit. The ruble's dropped more than 30% against the dollar in Monday trading. Well, talks have begun between Ukrainian and Russian delegations at the border with Belarus. This is the first time the two sides have met since Russia began its assault on Ukraine. That was last Thursday now. The talks come as there were new explosions overnight in multiple cities across Ukraine. While we wait to hear from those talks, we'll speak to our correspondents Bernard Smith in Moscow and Jonah Hull in Lviv. Jonah, to you first. It's a start, isn't it? I think that's the way we have to look at it. Both sides very, very far apart, but they're going to sit in the same room at least.
Yeah, certainly. Day 5 of the invasion, and they're talking. And, of course, it's better to be talking than not to be talking. And there has been a sort of relative lull in the fighting, certainly around the capital, Kiev, in the last 24 hours, perhaps allowing some room for these talks to breathe. That could be wishful thinking, of course. They're ongoing. We know the Ukrainian delegation is headed by the defense minister, Alexei Reznikov, a couple of other ministers, we understand, involved in that delegation, some MPs as well, including the head of President Zelensky's party. We don't know publicly the composition of the Russian team, but probably it's something like that sort of level. Expectations, well, frankly, minimal. The Ukrainians say they want an immediate ceasefire and an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces. Chances of that? Zero, frankly. And the Russians have shown no sign of stepping back from their key demands, the neutrality of Ukraine, no NATO membership in future, the independence of those eastern regions recognized by the Kremlin. They want them recognized universally. Probably also they'll want Crimea into the bargain, recognizing that after its annexation in 2014 from Ukraine, it is now a sovereign part of Russia. Chances of Ukraine acceding to those demands, zero. Is there ground in between, some substance for talks? We simply don't know. Mr. Zelensky, the president, said he didn't have high hopes. He said he was sending a delegation there to listen to what Russia had to say so that nobody could suggest that he didn't seize every opportunity presented to him to make peace. And ominously above these proceedings, hovering, the presence of Alexander Lukashenko, the Belarusian president. He's held a snap referendum in his country, announcing the results this morning. Approval for lifting Belarus's non-nuclear status. That paves the way for Russian nukes to be put onto Belarusian soil if the sort of doomsday scenario escalates further. And also word from American sources that he may be preparing to throw his lot in directly with President Putin, offering his forces to fight alongside the Russian forces in Ukraine if these talks, as perhaps frankly expected, don't produce positive results.
OK, we'll talk to you again soon then, Jonah Hull in Lviv. Bernard Smith in Moscow to build on this. They're kind of at cross purposes, aren't they? Because the Ukrainians, well, they just want a war to stop so their country doesn't get bombed. The Russians always looking at the big picture.
Well, it was Vladimir Putin that launched the invasion of Ukraine, so it's because of him that these talks are having to take place. The Russians have said that they were open, have always been open to talks. They thought they were going to take place on Friday, and Vladimir Putin actually said he'd halted his invasion of Ukraine on Friday in anticipation of the talks. Then the idea of a venue was in dispute, and so Vladimir Putin relaunched his invasion. They're talking now, but the Russians have said they're not stopping their operations. And we already know that the Russians have called for the overthrow of Vladimir Zelensky's government, democratically elected government in 2019. Zelensky got 73% of the vote back then. And the Russians said they can't recognise his government as democratically legitimate. And Vladimir Putin's called on the Ukrainian army to overthrow Zelensky. So when you're using language like that, how the two sides will be able to come together across the negotiating table is difficult for us on the outside to see.
Sure is. OK, Bernard, thank you. We'll talk to you again, hopefully when we get something out of those talks. In the meantime, the fighting, it's not stopping, as Bernard said there. In one of the latest advances, Russia says its forces seized territory surrounding a nuclear power plant. The map's going to zoom down to the east of the towns of Berdyansk and Enohrada. They're in this region called Zaporizhzhia, and that is where the regional power plant is. The Russians say they've taken control. Kiev says that's not the case. Another residential building hit, this time in Chernihiv. Ukraine's army says the Russian forces have been shelling in almost all directions. The Ukrainians say more than 350 civilians have been killed so far. Let's go to eastern Ukraine now, Dnipro, and Hoda Abdul Hamid. Hi, Hoda. Look, just tell us where you are and what you've been seeing.
Well, actually, we are here in the shelter of the main train station, and we were stuck here for about 20 to 25 minutes, and it's literally while waiting on standby to get to speak to you that we got the all clear, and people just made their way up to go and try to catch these planes. I mean, you can see some of them rudder trains, some of them coming down to cross to get on one of these trains going to the west, because the government has actually made those rides for free. But the challenge is literally to find a spot on those trains. And upstairs, we've been monitoring all morning. It's absolutely packed. People with suitcases with plastic bags filled with goods. It's mainly women and children that are leaving because the men between 18 and 60 cannot leave. They cannot leave the country, and some of them want to stay behind to protect their city. So it's quite heart-wrenching, really, scenes. You see people crying, fathers hugging their children very strongly, not knowing when they're going to see them next. And then in the midst of all that, a large group of foreign students, Africans from Nigeria, from Ghana, trying to find a way to get out of here. There are no more buses, so the only option is now the train, and the trains are overpacked. So certainly we've been in the city now for a little more than 48 hours, and the atmosphere is changing. Yesterday was the first air siren. There have been many since. The last one has just ended. So certainly with each one of them, people do know that they have to get out of here sooner rather than later.
Gosh, sorry to state the obvious, Hoda, but it's cold as well, isn't it? I just want to get a real feeling for the conditions that people are surviving in there.
It is cold. In the shelter, it's even colder because there's no heater whatsoever. And let's not forget that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and there are corona cases that are announced by the government on a daily basis. So there's all these factors going in together at the same time. But anyone I asked really about the pandemic, they said it's the least of our problem at this stage. At this stage, we just have to head west and try to reach any kind of border, try to reach friends we have on the western side of the country. So, yeah, I mean, it is extremely difficult. And I was speaking earlier, maybe, I don't know if you can see, it's quite difficult to move the camera. There's this family, they're taking their little dog with them, Jeannie. She's only a year and a half old. Well, they came from Kramatorsk, where we were only 3 days ago. They just literally crossed the bridge, and they arrived here in Dnipro for a bit of safety. Well, now the air sirens had caught with them again, so they're trying to make their way to Lviv in, as you said, these very difficult conditions, not just on a human level, but also the cold, the traffic, the uncertainty of knowing when you can leave, where you're going to reach, and also the roads are becoming dangerous at night. There are curfews in many places, so you got to try to sort of stagger your evacuation, not to find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Hoda Abdulhamid and the team, they're doing a great job in Dnipro in Ukraine. Thanks, Hoda. Now, African and Indian students stuck in Ukraine are accusing officials of discriminating against them and pushing them back from getting to the border. Videos have been posted to social media said to show black people being prevented from boarding a train. They were reportedly left stranded at a railway station in Lviv as Ukrainians were allowed on. Others say they were turned back from the border and were being shot at. Like in this video, Indian students claiming Ukrainian guards on the Polish border beat them up and didn't allow them to cross. Tens of thousands of international students have been stuck in Ukraine since this war began. Spoke to Monika Matos about this, an activist working for the NGO Grupa Granica. She says the discrimination that is happening at Polish borders is unfortunately nothing new.
The Ukrainian border guards are preventing people from passing through. And then the Polish border guards are not better. In this case, they are also actually stopping people and not letting them in. We don't know why exactly. I mean, I think it's just a question of not having Ukrainian passport. We hear about students from African countries, from India, from many other Asian countries. We also hear about people from countries that, the people who actually were trying to flee the war in other countries, so Yemen and Syria. There's also people, right now we are solving the case of a Yemeni boy who is stuck at the border in Medica, who is trying to pass through, and there has been huge issues and problems to let him actually enter Poland. And so I don't know what's exactly the reason. I think it's really just an issue of not having Ukrainian passport. And I just want to add that, the racism from at least Polish government and Polish authorities has been widely known already. We criticized the fact that, the border patrol is actually still operating on the northern Polish-Belarusian border, and they are still not letting people in and apply for asylum, whereas we are rightly so allowing Ukrainians fleeing war, enter EU without any issues, without any problems. This is bluntly unfair, I think. I cannot speak for Ukrainian border guards, but the Polish border patrol, yesterday they issued a very short statement on Twitter, I think in reaction to all of those videos and news on social media, saying that we need to stop fake news because it's actually fake and they are allowing everybody in. Well, I mean, maybe it is true, maybe they are allowing everybody in, but it actually takes quite much longer time for people without Ukrainian passports to cross the border, and quite often they are moved back to the end of the queue.
Our coverage continues in a moment. There is tension on the tarmac as the EU shuts its airspace to Russian planes. And FIFA bans the Russian flag and the national anthem from international football matches.
Harmful pathogens are increasingly affecting our lives with terrible consequences. A new documentary asks whether we've learned any lessons from the HIV epidemic in the fight against COVID-19. Have we ignored the global south to put profits before people? And at what cost? Time of Pandemics. Coming soon on Al Jazeera.
Talk to Al Jazeera. We ask,
do you believe that the threat of an invasion of Ukraine is currently the biggest threat to international peace and security?
We listen.
We are focusing so much on the humanitarian crisis that we forget the long-term development.
We meet with global newsmakers and talk about the stories that matter on Al Jazeera.
I've always been a hands-on journalist. Working in Asia and Africa, there'd be days where I'd be shooting and editing my own stories in a refugee camp with no electricity. And right now, we're confronting some of the greatest challenges that humanity has ever faced. And I really believe that the only way we can do that is with compassion and generosity and compromise. Because that's the only way we can try to solve any of these problems, is together. That's why Al Jazeera is so important. We make those connections.
On Counting the Cost, Argentina turns to the IMF for rescue. But does the fund really offer a path to financial stability? Pumping cash into fossil fuels, will banks ever quit funding polluting resources? And Nepal's thirsty towns, how are farmers tackling the water shortage? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
We tell the untold stories. We speak when others don't. We cover all sides, no matter where it takes us. We are fearless, empowering, impartial. We tell your stories. We are your voice, your news, your network, Al Jazeera.
Well, developing news from the Russia-Ukraine war for you here on Al Jazeera. There are talks underway between Ukrainian and Russian delegations at the border with Belarus. The first time the two sides have met since Russia began its assault last Thursday. But the talks are being held as explosions continue to be heard around Ukraine. There are reports of intensified shelling in the eastern city of Donetsk, and another residential building was hit this time in Chernihiv. And Russia says its forces have seized territory surrounding a nuclear power plant. This is in eastern Ukraine, says the towns of Berdyansk and Enohodar in the Zaporizhzhia region, which includes that nuclear power plant, are under its control, but Kiev denies that. The United Nations estimates that now more than 500,000 people have had to flee their homes in Ukraine. The Human Rights Council is holding debate on Russia's military invasion, and UN leaders are calling for a return to diplomacy.
The escalation of military operations by the Russian Federation in Ukraine is leading to escalating human rights violations. We know the inevitable result of war: civilian casualties, women, children and men forced from their homes, hunger, poverty and huge economic disruption. Conflict is the utter negation of human rights across the board. Freedom of expression is under attack, with reports of journalists and activists arrested. I have consistently called for the end of the offensive and the return to the paths of dialogue and diplomacy. Meanwhile, our human rights monitoring mission in Ukraine is continuing its work, and our humanitarian agencies will step up their operations. We must show all people in Ukraine that we stand by them in their time of need.
The military attack on Ukraine is putting at risk countless lives. Between Thursday morning and last night, our office has recorded 406 civilian casualties, including 102 killed, including 7 children, and 304 injured. Most of these civilians were killed by explosive weapons with a wide impact area, including shelling from heavy artillery and multi-launch rocket systems and airstrikes. The real figures are, I fear, considerably higher.
Now let's look at eastern Poland, where Ukrainians are crossing the border. Step Varson is there for us with more on the situation.
People who are here now, you see here a family with children. They just arrived with their little backpacks. Many have traveled for days in cars, leaving their cars behind. They're basically stuck in a 30-kilometer queue at the border right now. They are stuck because it's going very slowly at the customs here at the Polish border. So one by one they are allowed in, but it takes forever. And you can imagine it's cold. It was snowing today and yesterday. They have no supply, so they're stuck in a car. But it's also very encouraging to see the solidarity pouring in from the whole of Europe, from the whole of the EU. People here coming from Germany, from all kinds of countries, carrying signs where people offering people lifts to other countries, to places in Poland. They came literally from everywhere offering help. So there's a lot of volunteers. People from Ukraine can enter the EU for 90 days. The EU has yesterday decided to ask all its members to extend it to 3 years, so people can actually stay in the EU for 3 years. But as I say, many are still struggling to get out, and this is just over 300,000 people have left Ukraine, according to UNHCR, but they expect a lot more, up to 4, maybe 5 million people, and that would mean the largest humanitarian catastrophe since the Cold War, and the EU will have to deal with a lot of people who are coming their way.
The business side of things, economic side of things as well. First, the oil giant BP is to offload its $14 billion stake in the Russian oil company Rosneft because of the crisis in Ukraine, marking the end of one of the West's largest investments in Russia. BP's position is Rosneft accounts for about half its oil and gas reserves. Removing its stake of nearly 20% will result in charges of about $25 billion. BP's current and former chief executives have resigned from the board of the Russian company. And then there's Russia's currency, which has dropped more than 30% against the dollar in early Monday trading. The record low follows a new round of Western sanctions, including some Russian banks being blocked from the international payment system known as SWIFT. Russia's central bank is preventing brokers from letting foreigners sell securities as it seeks to contain the fallout. The interest rate as well, up to 20% now. Here's Sergei Guriev, an economist and professor of economy at the University of Sciences Po in France, who says the decision to hit Russia's key financial institution came as a surprise to everybody.
I would not expect that the West, the EU, the US, and G7 would introduce sanctions against the Russian central bank and central bank's reserves. That is the major pillar, major defense tower of Russian macroeconomic framework. And the fact that Russian central bank has its reserves frozen suggests that ruble is not as well defended as it was. And make no mistake, Russian ruble is based on two things. One is capital flows and the other one is oil price. And oil price is back to 2014 levels. yet ruble dropped today. Now, the central bank is taking a lot of measures. At 4 p.m. Moscow time, the central bank president will speak. We'll see what she has to say. But right now, the measures are actually helping to bring market back to its senses. But overall, the fact that half or actually 60% of the central bank's reserves are already frozen, and it's very likely that the central bank will not be able to use the other half, the gold and the renminbi, the yuan, the Chinese currency called. So that I think is going to be quite a challenge for the currency market. So the central bank is already introducing not just market interventions, but also non-market interventions. It actually bans Russian brokers to implement the demands from foreign clients to sell Russian assets. But we'll see what happens. It's an uncharted territory. That's never happened in Russia. That's never happened to a country which has more than $600 billion in currency reserves. That's almost half of Russian GDP. It's a huge amount, and the fact that this amount was frozen, was actually cancelled, annulled by the Western governments, unnerves everybody.
Now, the European Union has also closed its airspace to all Russian aircraft, including private jets. More than a dozen countries in the EU have banned airlines like Aeroflot since Ukraine was invaded. In retaliation, Russia's banned flights from several European countries. Here's John Strickland, independent air transport consultant, who says the restrictions will force Russian airlines to fly for much longer periods.
We saw, first of all, the UK close airspace to Russian aircraft on Monday, and it was pretty well inevitable that was going to extend to other states within the EU and indeed other parts of Europe. Of course, what has also happened is there's been retaliation by the Russians. Each time a Western European country has closed airspace to Russian airlines, there's been the same response by Russian authorities to the use of their airspace by European carriers. The main operator overseas from Russia is Aeroflot, serving a number of European destinations. And as these bans came into place, their options for movement around Europe reduced. It is pretty well zero right now. So while initially they may have been able to follow longer circuitous routings on some destinations if they weren't outright banned, looking at it the other way around, which I think is more significant, European airlines who are also banned because of reciprocal closure of Russian airspace to those countries that have banned Russian carriers have the impact of not simply flying into Russia, but the really significant point is that Russian airspace being closed prohibits the use of Russian overflight for many services between Europe and Asia. Now, the large numbers of these flights normally operating, particularly to markets like China and to Japan, for example. Ordinarily, that would be a significant commercial hit to those Western European airlines. It's significantly less so at the moment, very simply that because since the coronavirus pandemic, which of course is ongoing, large parts of Asia have remained closed, not least China. China is completely closed still to commercial air traffic for passengers. So that volume of passenger traffic is simply not there, and therefore there isn't the hit on airline revenues.
In sport, FIFA is the latest organisation to take action against Russia, banning its flag and national anthem from international matches. It's ordered the team to compete under the title of the Football Union of Russia. FIFA stopped short of banning the national team outright, though, from the World Cup qualifiers. But several countries say they will refuse to compete against Russia. Associated Press sports correspondent Rob Harris says many FIFA member associations are disappointed the group didn't go further.
The fact is, Russia can play on in international football at any level, just without their flag, without their anthem, and only known as the Russian Football Union, or RFU, sanction that we're familiar with already from the Olympic world, where Russia has been competing as the ROC due to the doping punishment. It's actually a punishment that would have applied as well for Russia even if they'd qualified for the World Cup. So this is now trying to put in some measures in response to those concerns after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But there are concerns this does not go far enough. Countries still not wanting to play Russia at all at international football at the moment. In their statement after the meeting, the FIFA Bureau did indicate how things could escalate in terms of their action against Russia, depending on the progress of the war, Russia's invasion, and indeed the fact it continues as we speak this night, the attack on Ukraine. The decision today came from the FIFA Bureau, which is actually made up of the 6 confederation presidents from the world of football, and on that would have included the UEFA president Alexander Shevrin, who's already taken the Champions League final off Russia that was due to be staged in St. Petersburg. So it does look like one of those fluid situations, but certainly this decision has not gone down well, with it looking like actually FIFA's not taken the strong action that was being demanded.
There is one other story I want to bring you today away from Ukraine, and that is the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, which has released the second chapter of its report on global warming. And it shows the pace and scale of climate impacts are only accelerating and, in fact, outstripping the current actions to address them. Our environment editor, Nick Clark, has more.
The year is just 2 months old. Already, catastrophe in Argentina as a scorching heatwave sparks raging wildfires. Deadly landslides devastate Brazil's historic mountain town of Petrópolis. Events like this, together with ongoing droughts, floods and superstorms, are the new climate normal. And it's only going to get worse unless something is done fast. So says a harrowing climate report that lays out how civilization has accelerated the decline of nature at the expense of humanity and ecosystems. And that adaptation is urgently required, especially in the global south.
This is about building our resilience, being prepared for worse things to come. How can we stop and limit the impacts of climate change that are happening now and will happen further in the future. And so investment in adaptation is sorely needed.
In Glasgow last year, world leaders vowed to scale back on the use of fossil fuels, but in fact, the complete opposite has happened. Emissions are soaring as global demand for energy has increased, with economies bouncing back from the effects of the pandemic. Oil and gas prices have spiralled. Despite promises, banks are investing heavily, particularly in coal.
If we move out of polluting fossil fuels such as coal, oil and gas and into clean renewable energy sources such as wind and solar, we will cut emissions and limit the global temperature rises. And as I said, that gives chance for adaptation measures to work.
With the world rightly focused on the crisis in Ukraine, this latest climate report emphasises global warming as a fundamental long-term threat that cannot be ignored. But the science shows it can be stopped in its tracks if humanity cuts emissions to zero. Time, though, is running out. Nick Clark, Al Jazeera.
The headlines here on Al Jazeera. Talks have begun between Ukrainian and Russian delegations. This is happening at the border with Belarus, the first time the two sides have met since Russia began its assault on Ukraine on Thursday. Jonah Hull is in Lviv in eastern Ukraine with more on those talks.
They're ongoing. We know the Ukrainian delegation is headed by the Defence Minister Alexei Reznikov, a couple of other ministers we understand involved in that delegation, some MPs as well, including the head of President Zelensky's party. We don't know publicly the composition of the Russian team, but probably at something like that sort of level. Expectations, well, frankly, minimal. The Ukrainians say they want an immediate ceasefire and an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces. Chances of that? Zero, frankly. And the Russians have shown no sign of stepping back from their key demands.
Those talks are happening as explosions continue to be heard right around Ukraine. There are reports of intensified shelling in the eastern city of Donetsk, and another residential building was hit in Chernihiv. Russia says its forces have seized territory surrounding a nuclear power plant in eastern Ukraine. It says the towns of Berdyansk and Enohodar in the Zaporizhzhia region and the nuclear power plant there are now under its control, but Kyiv denies that. African and Indian students stuck in Ukraine are accusing officials of discriminating against them. Videos posted on social media are said to show people being prevented from boarding a train. Others said they were turned back from the border and were being shot at. The UN Refugee Agency says more than 500,000 people have now been forced to flee their homes. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says Russia's military operation is leading to escalating rights violations. And Russia's currency's dropped more than 30% against the dollar in early trading on Monday. The record low follows a new round of Western sanctions, including some Russian banks being blocked from the international payments system known as SWIFT. Russia's central bank is preventing brokers from letting foreigners sell securities as it seeks to contain the fallout. And with that, you're up to date with the headlines on Al Jazeera. News Hour coming up for you right after My Nigeria.
A diverse range of stories from across the globe, from the perspective of our network's journalists on Al Jazeera.
Now, let me ask you, have you ever seen a black man on Animal Planet? Think about it. Have you ever? Never. Maybe crime fighters, yes. White man who enter forest, like that Crocodile Dundee guy, he's dead now. You're like, oh, yo, come over here.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and some breaking news this afternoon. The Ukrainian Interior Ministry advisor says dozens of people have been killed in rocket strikes on the country's second city, Kyiv. We're also getting some reports out of America. US is banning Americans from engaging in any transaction involving Russia's central bank, the National Wealth Fund, or the Ministry of Finance. They say that the sanctions They say that the relationships with the Allies' trust and solidarity is important in taking these collective actions. Our strategy, says a US official, is to make sure that the Russian economy goes backward as long as Putin continues with his UK campaign. And they apparently wanted to make these sanctions before the markets opened in America, but said that they have been in place for months. They said, we were ready. Well, let's take a look at today's other key developments. The United Nations Refugee Agency says more than 500,000 people have now fled Ukraine into neighbouring countries. The Ukrainian delegation is currently at the border with Belarus for talks with Russian representatives. The Ukrainian presidency says they'll work on achieving an immediate ceasefire and the withdrawal of Russian forces. And the Russian currency, the ruble, has sunk to an all-time low following tough sanctions imposed on the country. Russia's central bank has raised interest rates to 20% in a bid to combat rising inflation and shore up the currency. And a spokesman for the Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, who owns the Premier League club Chelsea, says he's accepted a Ukrainian request to help negotiate an end to the conflict. Well, our sports correspondent Tom Parmenter is at Chelsea's stadium, Stamford Bridge. And Tom, it's been a curious few days for Roman Abramovich, hasn't it? He stepped back from the club, but not entirely clear what his new role is, and now this apparent role in negotiations.
It is one of the more surprising developments in this crisis today that the man who ushered in a period of unprecedented success at this club over the last decade or two has refocused his attentions to trying to broker a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia, the country of his birth. The contact, as we understand it, came through a Ukrainian film producer called Alexander Rodnyansky, who was trying to find someone with deep Russian connections who would be able to participate in these talks that are happening today on the Belarus-Ukraine border. And Roman Abramovich has stepped forward over the last few days and has been working to try and see what he can do to help. Now, the Ukrainian side have conceded that that help may be limited, but they are willing to work with him and say that what they've heard so far have been genuine efforts on behalf of Mr. Abramovich to make a difference in all this. A spokesman for the Chelsea owner has said, "I can confirm that Roman Abramovich was contacted by the Ukrainian side for support in achieving a peaceful resolution and that he has been trying to help ever since. Considering what is at stake, we would ask for your understanding as to why we have not commented on neither the situation as such nor his involvement." And this comes just a couple of days after he transferred the care and stewardship of this football club to the Chelsea Charitable Foundation. And in the statement that Mr. Abramovich made over the weekend, he said, "I believe that currently they are in the best position to look after the interests of the club, players, staff and fans." So his focus has very much switched from owning this football club in Chelsea to trying to help broker a peace deal in Eastern Europe. And as we understand it, he is there on the border today trying to make a difference. And it will be quite fascinating to see what kind of a difference the owner of Chelsea Football Club might have in this very grave situation.
Tom, thanks very much. Well, there have been a number of developments in Ukraine overnight. Here's an update from the defence and security analyst Michael Clark.
Ukraine is a pretty big country, 45 million people. When the Russians decided to invade it on all fronts, it was clear they were taking on a pretty ambitious operation. And Western analysts said that if they're trying to invade and hold a country that doesn't want you there, the forces that they were deploying didn't really look enough. So I think what we're facing now is the problem that Mr. Putin has. If you don't win quickly, you begin to lose politically. A quick military win is what's required. If you don't get it, then the political cost mounts quite a lot. And that's where Mr. Putin probably finds himself today. So let's have a look at what's happening in Kiev, of course. Kiev is still not surrounded. And forces that are trying to get to Kiev are being attacked. Their lines of communication are being disrupted. The Ukrainians are putting up a really staunch series of attacks on those lines of communication, and they're moving really quite slowly. In Kyiv, which should have been the most vulnerable city, right near the Russian border, quite pro-Russian in its background and history, they are still fighting in Kyiv. It hasn't fallen. And if we now have a look at Chernihiv. In Chernihiv, this is a place that the Russians said on Friday they had taken. Turned out they hadn't. Then we thought that they were screening it so that they could move around it and carry on moving towards Kiev. But in fact, if you screen a place and move on, you've always got the danger that it will start fighting again. That seems to have happened again today. So again, their lines of communication look as if they're being interrupted. And at Ivankiv, just have a look at Ivankiv, northwest of Kiev. Ivankiv, it's about 40 miles from Kiev. We have a video of an armoured convoy moving really very slowly. It's not dashing towards Kiev to complete the circle around the city. So there are some problems there. Let's have a look at down in the south. Here, the Russians are doing much better. They have taken Berdyansk, and that's confirmed by the Ukrainian government. That is their first proper military objective that they have achieved. So they've got Berdyansk. But let's have a look at this. Look at Mariupol and Kherson. They're still fighting in an area that they expected to take easily. And Mariupol was the most vulnerable of all places in Ukraine. It was right next to the separatist entity, an important port. It was already strangled as a port. The fact is, here we are on day 5. Mariupol should have fallen within hours. We don't know what's happening in Mariupol, but whatever it is, it must be quite something. When this is all over, one suspects they'll be making Hollywood films about Mariupol. The fact is, Mark, that President Putin is facing the problem that he now has. This operation should have been over in 3 days. In fact, this is day 5. For every day that the Ukrainian government is still on its feet, that's a political victory for them.
Well, if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you can listen to the latest edition of the Sky News Daily podcast. Today, Kate McCann is looking at how misinformation is weaponised in war and how journalists work to verify what is real and what isn't. You can subscribe to the Daily wherever you get your podcasts. Also, every day this week, we've got a special programme twice a day on the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We'll bring you the latest news from across the country, as well as our correspondents in Washington, Westminster and across Europe. That is Ukraine invasion, coming up very shortly in quarter of an hour at 1 o'clock and at 7 o'clock all this week. Well, away from Ukraine, human-induced climate change is causing dangerous and widespread disruption in nature and affecting the lives of billions of people around the world. In the latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, people and ecosystems least able to cope are apparently being hit the hardest. Our climate change correspondent, Hannah Thomas-Peter, has more.
Perhaps the worst yet we've heard from this panel of global scientists working under the auspices of the UN who've said that nearly half the planet's population is already living in harm's way when it comes to the impacts of climate change right now. They talk about the rising risk of floods, droughts, heat waves. We've seen wildfires in Argentina, awful flooding in Australia in the last 7 days alone as examples of that. And these things are causing really awful human impacts, from water and food scarcity and security issues, supply issues, mass migrations potentially underway in the coming decades. And these irreversible impacts, the report says rather alarmingly, are already systems well beyond their own ability to adapt. This is what the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres had to say in the last few moments.
I've seen many scientific reports in my time, but nothing like this. Today's IPCC report is an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. With fact upon fact, this report reveals how people on the planet are getting clobbered by climate change. Nearly half of humanity is living in the danger zone now. Many ecosystems are at the point of no return now, and checked carbon pollution is forcing the world's most vulnerable on a frog march to destruction now. The facts are undeniable. This abdication of leadership is criminal. The world's biggest polluters are guilty of arson on our only home. It is essentially to meet the goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees.
Well, a frog march to destruction, very strong language from the UN Secretary-General there, but the report isn't all doom and gloom. It suggests important solutions, saying that, even in the best-case scenario, we've managed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. There will still be some irreversible impacts, but not as many as if the world has to pull together the political will and billions of dollars in order to both adapt to the changes that are already here and make sure that carbon dioxide levels in the air are reduced. Those two things have to happen in tandem, and that for every dollar spent now, many more will be saved in the future, that the longer we wait, the more expensive it gets. The final sentence of the report, I think, is an acknowledgement that these scientists are genuinely concerned that a rolling set of crises from Ukraine to COVID may well halt or delay true climate action, true global climate action. This is the sentence that the report finishes with. Any further delay in concerted global action will miss a brief and rapidly closing window to secure a livable future.
Hannah Thomas-Peter there. A couple more lines coming out of Russia in the last few moments, these from the Reuters news agency. And this is in relation to what President Putin said at the weekend about enhancing the status of Russian troops, placing their nuclear facilities into combat duty. Well, it has now been confirmed from the Defence Ministry via Interfax that they have now placed their nuclear forces on enhanced combat duty. That is in line, of course, with what President Putin said at the weekend. So not an escalation, just the fact that they are now carrying out his wishes Also, the Russian foreign minister has summoned the Canadian ambassador to see him in Moscow. And we've heard from President Putin, apparently. State TV has broadcast a clip of him in Moscow saying that the West is an empire of lies after it imposed these sanctions. Well, this is Sky News Today. Coming up, Ukraine's economic stability takes a hit. We discuss the impact with the chair of the Kiev School of Economics.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I'm based in Belfast, a city transformed by peace, but still struggling with its past. Politically, the two sides are as far apart as ever, and it's over that question of who has sovereignty in Northern Ireland, the very issue that's been the source of tension here for generations. It takes 60 minutes to cross the Irish Sea. It took the British monarchy a century. I've spent 25 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
We help you understand the world with us.
Today, we have reached an agreement with the Conservative Party on support for government in Parliament.
We already know what the government gets out of this deal. What exactly does the DUP get out of it? Well, £1.5 billion. Welcome to Winterfell. It's an iconic location in this globally acclaimed drama. Ophelia was the most powerful hurricane this far east in the Atlantic on record. You can't live in a place like this and not appreciate the environment.
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. I've seen the dark side of America.
A little bit more information coming to us about the Canadian ambassador in Russia being summoned to Moscow. It now transpires that the Russian Foreign Ministry says it has been complaining about hostile protests outside the Russian embassy in Ottawa. And they say that it reserves the right to take action if Ottawa fails to ensure the safety of Russian diplomatic staff in Canada. So it appears that the Canadian ambassador has been called to Moscow because the Russians are concerned about the safety of their diplomat in Ottawa. Whilst the invasion of Ukraine has affected all aspects of society there, of course, including the country's economic stability. Joining me now from Kiev to discuss the potential fallout is Natalia Shapoval, who is chair of the Kiev School of Economics Institute. Really good to talk to you today. First of all, whereabouts are you? Are you safe?
Yes, thank you. I'm safe. I'm near Kiev. It's quite close to the epicenter of things, but in the village where we are, it's more or less okay. Thank you.
So how is Ukraine currently coping economically? Critical businesses are still functioning, aren't they?
Yes, so Ukraine is a hero, not only in the war, but also in economics. Somehow businesses that provide foods and provide critical supplies, transport fuels for cars of people and for military needs, they somehow functioning. I have no idea how they are doing that because the Western direction where Ukraine has a border from Poland, it's really overflown with the cars of IDPs, and the southern direction where we usually get supplies from ports are blocked. But yeah, basically somehow in Kiev there is foods that can be bought in most of the cities. There are supplies also of fuel, food, medications, everything is available. Of course, there are huge problems too, more than 400 different localities, like small cities, villages, big cities, they don't have access to electricity. Many businesses had to stop working. People have difficulties to travel. If they want to travel from Kharkiv or from Kiev or from one of the hot spots, it's almost impossible right now.
And whilst those sort of key businesses struggle and keep on functioning, the wider issue, in my understanding, is also agriculture. We know that Ukraine is a really key farming part of the world economy. The agriculture season due to start in a couple of months, isn't it? This is the big economic concern.
Yeah, that's a great question. Ukraine is a huge part of the food security in the region, and a lot of Middle East and African countries are importing from us. But not only them, but for them that loss of our imports would be most significant. So unless Ukrainian agribusinesses could start working to some extent normally by April, end of March, I think that the damage would be huge, not only for us, but for the region in general.
If the war were to end now, if these talks were successful, how quickly could Ukraine bounce back economically, do you think?
It depends on several issues. First is morale and spirit of Ukrainians, and here we don't have problems. We have an army of 40 million people eager to support the development and reconstruction. But then there is also a question how the global community and international businesses will behave after the war. Because, for example, in 2013, when Ukraine was hit in Donbass and in Crimea by Russians, then Ukraine was hit even more economically because all the, agencies and insurance companies and syndicates, they started putting high risk premiums and red flags on investment and work in Ukraine. And that's, of course, damaged our business prospects, damaged a lot. So if this will not happen this time, then Ukraine will bounce back quickly. I guess the critical infrastructure will be rebuilt over the year or so, and the most critical, I guess, will be rebuilt, can be rebuilt even faster if we not lose even more.
And very briefly, what do you want the rest of the world to do?
Military support right now is crucial, and it's very crucial for all kind of international lawyers to search for the ways how to imprison and punish Putin and his allies. These are individual crimes of these people and those who surround them, and it's so stupid for our world that we cannot punish them killing so many people in our country, but in their countries as well. We are totally grateful for sanctions too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Natalia Shapoval from the Kiev School of Economics. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, you are watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have the latest as reports emerge of dozens killed in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, while delegations from both sides meet for talks. Hello, this is Sky News Today. It's 1 o'clock. These are our headlines. The Ukrainian city of Kyiv comes under attack as the Interior Minister says dozens are killed in rocket strikes there. Russian nuclear forces are put on enhanced combat duty despite peace talks beginning on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. The human face of war, Polina and her parents, among more than 100 civilians killed so far in the conflict.
Between Thursday morning and last night, our office has recorded 406 civilian casualties, including 102 killed, including 7 children, and 304 injured.
More than 500,000 people have now crossed the border from Ukraine to escape the fighting. The Russian ruble falls to an all-time low as Britain sanctions Russia's central bank. Whilst the average UK petrol prices hit another record high. Hello, good afternoon. A Ukrainian official has said this lunchtime that dozens of people have been killed in rocket strikes on the country's second city, Kyiv. Delegations from Ukraine and Russia are currently sitting down for talks after a weekend of soaring tensions. Despite that, in the last few minutes, Russia's Interfax news agency has reported that Russia's nuclear forces have been placed on enhanced combat duty, in line with an order over the weekend from the country's President Vladimir Putin. Meanwhile, the United Nations says it's recorded more than 100 civilian deaths, including 7 children, and more than 300 people injured since Russia began its attack on Ukraine last week. Well, our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, is in Kiev. And Deborah, what are we able to glean about what is happening in Kharkiv?
Well, it seems that city, it's Ukraine's second largest city in the east of the country, has been subjected to a heavy bombardment of rocket fire. And like you said, the Interior Ministry is putting the casualty toll at dozens dead, hundreds wounded. We wait to see what the final confirmation is on those figures. But the images that you can see now on your screen, the sound of the heavy strikes, the smoke rising up, it looks like a punishing onslaught onto the city by Russian forces who, let's not forget, have yet to take a major city in day 5 of this invasion, clearly not going to plan in terms of the advances they had been expecting. And that city, Kharkiv, is significant for Russia's operation. They were battling in the streets with Ukrainian forces yesterday, trying to seize control, but the Ukrainians saying towards the end of the day that Ukraine remained in control of the city. And so it would seem, and this is in line with what Western officials have previously suggested might happen, that when the Russian military fails to make the advances it had hoped to make just using its more conventional firepower, it would escalate the violence, use a greater volume of strikes onto a target, which does seem to be the case in terms of what we're seeing in Kharkiv. And it's important as well to remember that onslaught has happened as these talks are underway between Ukrainian and Russian officials up on the Ukraine-Belarus border, the first talks since this conflict began. And also as this capital city, Kiev, where I'm standing, remains as well on heightened alert, with Russian forces still not penetrating overtly into the city, but there have been clashes in the streets. We've heard gunfire, not so far, I must admit, in the last few hours, but there are still air raid sirens, and there have been explosions and attacks, missile strikes on apartment buildings, terrifying for people who have been forced to shelter in metro stations and underground basements. And just to give you a final sense of the human impact of this conflict, I was taken today as part of a media trip. We were taken to the main children's hospital here in Kiev, and it's a hospital which has got high-tech facilities to help the sickest children, the poorest little ones, the children who are suffering from illnesses like leukemia, children who need dialysis. And the doctors there looked exhausted. They said to me that they have 2 big big challenges. First of all, how to look after very sick children in a war zone where there's explosions outside, artillery fire, he said as well, one doctor outside. They had to take the children into the basement, and then also dealing with children impacted by the war. They said they've had 3 casualties so far of children.
OK, thanks very much, Deborah. Well, let's take a look at today's other developments. The United Nations Refugee Agency says more than 500,000 people have now fled Ukraine into neighbouring countries. The Ukrainian delegation is currently at the border with Belarus for talks with Russian representatives. The Ukrainian presidency says they'll work on achieving an immediate ceasefire and the withdrawal of Russian forces. The Russian currency, the ruble, has sunk to an all-time low following tough sanctions imposed on the country. Russia's central bank has raised interest rates to 20% in a bid to combat rising inflation and shore up the currency. And a spokesperson for the Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, who owns the Premier League club Chelsea, say that he has accepted a Ukrainian request to help negotiate an end to the conflict. Well, coming up, we'll hear from our correspondents in Moscow, Washington, Brussels and on the Polish border with Ukraine, where thousands of refugees are continuing to cross. But first, these are the latest pictures of those talks taking place at the border with Belarus.
Dear friends, President of Belarus asked me to meet you, to welcome you and to ensure the comfort of your work. And as you can feel completely safe here. This is our duty. President Lukashenko sincerely hopes that in the course of today's negotiations, you'll be able to resolve everything. And all people of Belarus pray for this. And we are waiting for the results.
Well, a short time ago, Ukraine's President Zelensky made an address and called on the EU to admit Ukraine under a new special procedure.
We asked the European Union to admit Ukraine immediately under a new special procedure. We are grateful to our partners for fighting with us, but our goal is to be together with all Europeans, and the main thing, to be on equal terms. I'm convinced that this is just. I am certain that we have earned this. I am certain that all this is possible.
Well, our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, joins us now from Moscow. And Dominic, we've heard again from President Putin in the last hour on state TV.
Yeah, we have. Just to update you on those talks, though, the word we're getting from Kiev, from the Ukrainian president's office, being quoted by Ukrainian media, is saying we now know what the Ukrainian delegation, those talks with the Russians have been asking for. They have used those talks, the beginning of those talks, to demand the removal of Russian forces from Ukraine, but also from Donbass and from Crimea. So a pretty assertive start to Ukraine's opening salvos at those negotiations. Yes, but as you say, Vladimir Putin has been lashing out this morning in comments relayed by his spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, in the Kremlin. He has referred to the West as an empire of lies following the sanctions that have been imposed on his country. And he's also been talking about the reasons why he put his nuclear deterrence forces, so nuclear missiles, on increased readiness, something he's now stepped up to combat readiness. It's been reported in the last hour or so. Now, he is blaming that directly on, or his spokesperson is directly on comments made by Liz Truss, suggesting that NATO might be on a collision course with Russia. And a bit more has come out of that since. The quote is saying that, in the opinion of British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the Ukraine situation might eventually develop into a conflict with NATO unless the actions of Russia were stopped. That is most likely referring to comments that the Foreign Secretary made to Trevor Phillips on Sky News over the weekend when she said this: if we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, we are going to see others under threat, the Baltics, Poland, Moldova, and it could end up in a conflict with NATO. So what the Kremlin is saying is that Vladimir Putin or his aides were listening to those words, felt that that could be pointing to the possibility of conflict between NATO and Russia, and that's why he put his nuclear missiles on increased readiness.
OK, Dominic, thank you. Well, the UN's Secretary-General has warned that the escalation of Russia's military operations in Ukraine is leading to rising human rights violations in the country. During a recorded speech at the opening of the Human Rights Council in Geneva, Antonio Guterres said that the UN was monitoring the situation and they would support people on the ground.
The escalation of military operations by the Russian Federation in Ukraine is leading to escalating human rights violations. We know the inevitable result of war: civilian casualties, women, children and men forced from their homes, hunger, poverty and huge economic disruption. Conflict is the utter negation of human rights across the board. Freedom of expression is under attack, with reports of journalists and activists arrested. I have consistently called for the end of the offensive and the return to the paths of dialogue and diplomacy. Meanwhile, our human rights monitoring mission in Ukraine is continuing its work, and our humanitarian agencies will step up their operations. We must show all people in Ukraine that we stand by them in their time of need.
The Sky's Laura Bundock joins me now from Brussels. Laura, what help is the EU able to offer?
Well, that's what's been discussed recently in terms of the humanitarian side of things. They're obviously expecting and already seeing thousands and thousands of Ukrainian refugees crossing into bordering countries. So far, the UN estimates over 500,000 have now made that journey, arriving in countries like Poland, Hungary and Romania.
Laura, apologies, there's an issue clearly with the sound on your microphone, so we're going to come away from that and we'll try and return to Laura in a short while. In the meantime, in the last hour, the United States has announced that it's expanding sanctions against Russia's central bank, freezing its assets in the US and banning any Americans from doing business with it. So let's go to Washington and Sky's Sally Lockwood there. So a further tranche of measures, Sally.
Yeah, we were warned over the weekend that the US and its Western allies were planning more measures, and around 7:30 this morning, a little over half an hour ago, the Treasury did announce further punitive measures against Russia already. The White House tweeting in the last 20 minutes that the US, along with its allies, are preventing Putin from accessing his war chest with new measures. Of course, that announcement from the Treasury of more sanctions on Russia's central bank, which will ban Americans from doing any business with the bank and freezing any assets it holds in America. On top of that, the US is also adding another Putin ally to the sanctions list. That, of course, on top of the already deep sanctions announced by President Biden last week, and that decision to remove several Russian banks from the SWIFT interbank messaging system over the weekend, one of the most drastic measures that the West could impose on Russia in terms of punishing it financially. But another announcement we've also had from Secretary of State Antony Blinken already this morning, that America will suspend its operations at its embassy in Belarus, in Minsk, with immediate effect. And it's authorised the voluntary departure of non-emergency staff and family members from its embassy in Moscow. That announcement as well in the last hour. Certainly America is keeping its focus on sanctions when it comes to dealing with Putin, and perhaps a strategic silence as well from President Biden over the weekend after that rather shocking announcement from the Russian president that he was going to put his nuclear forces on high alert. Now, Joe Biden had two options. He could have either responded and done the same or chosen to ignore President Putin, which is what has happened so far. Joe Biden choosing instead to de-escalate. But it has led to a response from the UN Security Council, who voted to hold a very rare special session, which will begin in just under 2 hours from now, ahead of a vote on a resolution expected on Wednesday on Russia's behaviour and decision to invade Ukraine. Now, this is only the 11th time since 1950 that the UN General Assembly has held such an emergency session. Now, that will come ahead of that vote on Wednesday, which will criticise Russia and call for this war to end. Now, of course, this is just words. Will Putin care? Will he listen? Well, it's really, of course, just designed to further isolate Vladimir Putin on the world stage. But, of course, that announcement for him over the weekend from him, putting his nuclear forces on high alert, is, of course, in the forefront of American security officials' minds over this side of the Atlantic, of course, all too aware of how this situation could escalate into a direct standoff between superpowers.
OK, Sally, thank you very much. A little bit more information coming out of Russia in the last few moments. There have been a number of air bans that the Russian authorities had put on various countries in retaliation for those countries banning their airlines. This has now been extended to 36 countries. Russia's banned airlines from 36 countries, including Britain, Germany, Spain, Italy and Canada, from using Russian airspace in a retaliatory move. Now, the UN says more than 400,000 Ukrainians have fled their homeland and the EU is braced for millions more to enter the bloc. Let's talk now to our Europe correspondent, Adam Parsons, joins us now from the Polish border with Ukraine. They are still continuing to stream across, aren't they, Adam? What's the latest?
Yeah, the guess is that about maybe 500,000 people have already left Ukraine, and more than half of them, probably going for 300,000, have come here to Poland. As a good example, have a look at this. This is what we're seeing a lot of. You'll see here lots of women and children, and in the heart of this, a big pile of their personal possessions. These people have come in on a bus just crossing the border this morning. And like so many others, they've come to this processing centre. The system is you come across the border, often after an incredibly arduous journey. We hear people telling us spending days getting to the border. You come to this processing centre. Now, we were here yesterday, and I have to tell you that the whole mood of this place has changed quite subtly, because yesterday there was a lot of goodwill around this place. Plenty of people arriving from Ukraine, and they had places to go to, they had family members meeting them. It feels today as if this is turning rapidly much more into the sort of refugee processing facility that you might get in Calais or Lampedusa or something in Lesbos. Far more people who are milling around, who don't seem to have a plan of where to go to. And I have to say, we can't take you inside here, but this is because we've been asked not to film in there. People who own this building don't want us going in there. But in there are hundreds of people who are using camp beds, and lots of them are men. And we didn't see so much of that yesterday. And almost all of them are non-Ukrainians. So I was in there half an hour or so ago. There's a queue of maybe 60, 70 people queuing up to try and get some temporary papers. And I spoke to a few of them. There were some people there from Uzbekistan, from Mongolia. I spoke to a man who had come from India. He'd been a chef in a restaurant in Odessa. And he said he'd left when he heard explosions. And he then said that he'd got as near as he could to the border, the city of Lviv, just near the border, and had then got stuck in an enormous traffic jam and had walked. And he estimated he'd walked about 30 kilometres in order to get to the border. I have to say, he, like a lot of people here, was absolutely exhausted. Now, Poland has said it will take in all Ukrainians, that it will look after them, that it will give them housing and education, it will give them shelter. But make no mistake that this process is turning quickly, from simply welcoming these people to now Poland, and I think the EU is having to think, in reality, how do you accommodate a humanitarian crisis that is developing, unfolding and growing before our eyes.
Adam, thanks very much. Well, the Russian ruble has fallen to a record low today after sanctions against Russia were tightened still further. Our business presenter Ian King joins me now from the city. What's going on in Russia and their banks?
Well, Jane, the move over the weekend in which the West sought to sanction Russia's central bank is by far the biggest stick yet wielded. We were talking last week, of course, about cutting Russian banks out of SWIFT, the global interbank messaging service that facilitates cross-border payments. Now, that in itself is pretty damaging in that it hinders the ability of Russian banks to make payments or collect payments cross-border on behalf of their clients. But this is far bigger still because it effectively prevents Russia from getting its hands on a large part of the $643 billion cushion that it's built up over recent years to protect itself against the impact of sanctions. So potentially that is a move that could precipitate a financial crisis in Russia. It will certainly lead potentially to more inflation and shortages of goods. And accordingly, as you say, the ruble has fallen very sharply. At one point, it was down by 29% against the US dollar. It's actually recovered a bit as the morning has gone on. It's only about 17% off on the course of the day. It's down some 65% against the dollar over the last 5 years. The Russian central bank has responded by raising its main policy rate, interest rates. They've gone up from 9.5% to 20% today. And in the last few minutes, Jane, the central bank governor in Russia, Elvira Nabiullina, she has been stating the reasons why the central bank acted in the way that it could. She said that it was important to see off inflation, compensate citizens against the damage that inflation would do to their savings. She stressed that all funds held in Russian banks are safe. That's very much a message for domestic consumption. And she's also said that the bank has made efforts that will prevent Russian banks from having to make provisions against potential bad debts, which she says is worth some 900 billion euros. That's worth around 90 billion US dollars as things stand. And she's also pointed out, very interestingly, that Russia has its own internal payments messaging system called FPFS. It's a system that is modelled on SWIFT. And she said if anyone wants to carry on making or receiving payments from Russian entities, they can do so via that service as well. So that's the latest. The oil price, by the way, currently up just above $100 per barrel.
OK, Ian, thank you very much. Well, at 3:30 today, the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, is going to address the Commons on the latest sanctions against Russia. We will bring that to you live here on Sky News. And if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you can listen to the latest edition of the Sky News Daily podcast. Today, Kate McCann is looking at how misinformation is weaponised in war and how journalists work to verify what is real and what isn't. You can subscribe to The Daily wherever you get your podcasts. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, why the Russian advance in Ukraine over the last 5 days appears to have been slower than expected.
Just made their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. There are hundreds of these turbines, there are thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. This is a show of strength at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is Deliverance. We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
Now, it's day 5 of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, but the Russian advance has been slower than expected. Let's get more now from the defence and security analyst, Michael Clark, on why that is. So, Michael, first of all, how far have the Russian forces advanced?
Well, when we started this process on Thursday, Jane, we expected these arrows to become pretty long and with curls on them as they encircled their objectives. But they haven't got very far. The fact is the Russian advance has stalled in most places. The places where they've made some progress is down in the south. Berdyansk has fallen to Russian forces. That's the first strategic objective they've really made. But Mariupol, right down there, which should have fallen within hours, is still fighting after 5 days. We don't really know what's going on in Mariupol, but there must be some sort of Alamo playing itself out there. So, very difficult. Kiev, of course, is the centre.
And what about Kiev itself? we know that there are troops on their way to Kiev. What's the latest on those?
Well, we know that Russian troops have arrived in northern and west of Kiev. One of the major armoured thrusts from Belarus has got there, but the other thrust coming from Russia, from the northeast, has not made it. They've been held up, and they're held up after 5 days. A major battle went on for Hostomel airfield. The Russians tried to take it with an air assault, was beaten back. As far as we know, the Ukrainians still hold it. And that's critical, of course, because if the Russians had an airfield to work with, they could actually attack Kiev much more easily. They don't seem to have got that. So they do have some real problems because their lines of communication are now quite long. They're being attacked on their lines of communications, but the Ukrainians are fighting with everything they've got. They can't fight forever. The Russians can keep bringing fresh troops in, and there are reports today that fresh Russian troops are moving to the Belarusian border. They might well send them down the column that they have got open to try to encircle Kiev in the near future.
So it does seem that the Russian advances has stalled. Where does that leave President Putin in terms of options?
It leaves President Putin having to choose what sort of weapons to use. I mean, we've had this footage in of what looked like a pattern of cluster munition explosions in Kharkiv. These sorts of weapons are devastating in civilian areas, not to mention illegal. President Putin may have to decide how brutal he is prepared to be in this case. The Ukrainians are saying, we're going to peace talks in Belarus. We'll talk as if we are not fighting, and we'll fight as if we're not talking. But President Putin seems to be facing the choice as to whether he goes negotiating or goes brutal. And I guess he hasn't really had to face that choice for a very long time.
OK, Michael, thanks very much. Really interesting analysis. Let's just bring you some breaking news out of Downing Street. Let's cross live to Westminster and our chief political correspondent, John Craig.
The Prime Minister is stepping up his diplomatic efforts as well as all the sanctions and military aid for Ukraine. Number 10 has just announced that the Prime Minister will travel to Estonia and Poland tomorrow for meetings with his counterparts and the NATO Secretary General. The Prime Minister has been making it very clear, we're told, that we do not want to unnecessarily inflict damage on the Russian people, many of whom are bravely taking to the streets to protest this violence, this invasion. But the measures we're introducing and large parts of the world are introducing are to bring down the Putin regime. Now, they say they're not seeking regime change, talking about how they stop Russia seeking to subjugate a democratic country. Now, the PM is going to speak to the Polish president this afternoon ahead of his visit. Cabinet has met this morning. The Prime Minister told his colleagues it's becoming clearer with each day that President Putin has made a colossal mistake, believing the guns of his tanks would be garlanded with roses, when instead the Ukrainian people have put up a fierce resistance in defence of their homeland. Mr. Johnson said the latest intelligence suggested Putin's advances had been hampered by logistical problems and the heroic efforts of the Ukrainian military, who were inflicting significant casualties on the Russian troops. He also said, this is the Prime Minister talking to the Cabinet, that President Putin had underestimated Western unity. Went on to talk about the ruble falling, inflation. On the the government is acting in three main areas: economically, diplomatically and militarily. On the economic front, the UK is going to continue to lead efforts to go further, calling for Russia to be cut out of SWIFT completely. That's a step further than is happening so far. He said further sanctions on Russian businesses will be introduced shortly, and the aim is to prevent the Chancellor's announced the unprecedented step of preventing the central bank of the Russian Federation from deploying foreign reserves. Finally, militarily, the UK decision to provide defensive military capability to Ukraine early on had been vindicated, and also there's more news to come, according to Number 10, on visas. On Russia today, the government says politicians don't decide what media are able to broadcast. That's for Ofcom. And on sanctions, we believe that the sanctions are having an impact. There'll be a further update from Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary in the House of Commons, on 3:30 this afternoon. The other development this afternoon is that the PM speaking to the Polish president ahead of a trip. This is Boris Johnson going to Estonia and Poland tomorrow for meeting with his counterparts and the NATO Secretary General.
Thanks very much. You're watching Sky News. A day after handing over stewardship of Chelsea, it's been revealed that Roman Abramovich is involved in the peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, just a day after handing over stewardship of Chelsea, it's been revealed that the football club's owner, Roman Abramovich, is involved in the peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. Our sports correspondent Tom Parmenter is live at Chelsea's stadium, Stamford Bridge. What's this all about, Tom?
Well, from the pictures that we've seen so far from those meetings that have been happening on the border between Belarus and Ukraine, it's not immediately apparent that Roman Abramovich is there, but we are certainly told that he has been involved in the process of those talks and is being something of a conduit between the two sides. We understand that the contact came through a Ukrainian film producer called Alexander Rodyansky, and they were effectively trying to find someone on the Russian side or with deep Russian connections who would be able to facilitate these talks and try to act as a bridge, and Mr. Abramovich is the one who has volunteered to do that. A spokesman for the Chelsea owner has said, "I can confirm that Roman Abramovich was contacted by the Ukrainian side for support in achieving a peaceful resolution and that he has been trying to help ever since. Considering what is at stake, we would ask for your understanding as to why we have not commented on either the situation as such nor his involvement." And it comes just a day or two after he stepped back from the ownership, or from the stewardship, certainly, of the club, not the ownership yet, but he has certainly moved his attention away from running Chelsea. This is the man, of course, who has ushered in the most successful period the club has ever known. But his focus is very much now on trying to help and do what he can. And the Ukrainian side have admitted that his role and capabilities may be limited, but he is there as a willing participant trying to broker a peace deal. So one of the more surprising developments today on the international side of the football connection to this story and the manoeuvres that have been happening against Russian teams. We know that the English FA have been confirming to our colleagues at Sky Sports News today that they have expressed their request to FIFA that the Russian men's team is kicked out of the World Cup, and also that the Russian women's team is not allowed to take part in the Euros that are due to take place in the summer. So a lot happening within the world of sport connected to the crisis in Ukraine. And Roman Abramovich, perhaps an unlikely figure, but certainly someone who is directly now involved in those talks that have been ongoing, and we will wait to see exactly what influence he can bring to bear in what is a very grave situation.
OK, Tom, thank you very much. Some breaking news now. One of Britain's biggest fund managers has been left unable to sell its shareholding in the Russian state oil giant amid restrictions on foreign share trades on Moscow's stock exchange. Let's cross live to London and our city editor, Mark Kleinman. Mark, tell us more.
Yeah, that's right, Jane. It's just an interesting development on the news that we had over the weekend about BP's plan to sell its huge shareholding in Rosneft, the Russian state oil giant. Now, I understand that a number of UK-based fund managers have been trying to offload their own positions in this Russian state-backed company, but have been unable to do so because of restrictions that have been placed on foreign share trades on the Moscow Stock Exchange. Now, this fund manager in particular, Aberdeen, holds a relatively modest stake in Rosneft. It's worth just £5 million, but it had decided to sell these shares as soon as Russia's invasion of Ukraine took place, and it's been left holding that position, and there's no clue as to when and if it may be able to get rid of it in the near term. And it's just an interesting example of how the crisis in Ukraine is manifesting itself in the City of London in unexpected ways. A number of other fund managers in the city are also keen to sell their positions in Rosneft, but are in the same situation as Aberdeen. We may hear more in the coming days if and when those restrictions on foreign share trades on the Moscow exchange are lifted or are altered in some way, Jane.
OK, Mark, thanks very much. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, as the UN announces that more than 500,000 refugees have fled Ukraine, we'll ask a spokesperson for the organisation what help is being offered to those who flee.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I'm based in Belfast, a city transformed by peace, but still struggling with its past. Politically, the two sides are as far apart as ever, and it's over that question of who has sovereignty in Northern Ireland, the very issue that's been the source of tension here for generations. It takes 60 minutes to cross the Irish Sea. It took the British monarchy a century. I've spent 25 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
We help you understand the world with us.
Today, we have reached an agreement with the Conservative Party on support for government in Parliament.
We already know what the government gets out of this deal. What exactly does the DUP get out of it? Well, £1.5 billion. Welcome to Winterfell. It's an iconic location in this globally acclaimed drama. Ophelia was the most powerful hurricane this far east in the Atlantic on record. You can't live in a place like this and not appreciate the environment.
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. I've seen the dark side of America.
Well, President Putin's war in Ukraine is no means universally popular. Back in Russia, there were protests throughout the country across the weekend. And joining us now from Moscow is Tikhon Tsiadko, the editor-in-chief of TV Rain, the only independent news channel in Russia. Really good to talk to you today. How easy are you finding it to report what is happening in Ukraine?
First of all, thanks for having me here. No, it's not easy at all. It's not easy at all because the Russian government is trying to cut off all the information, and there are several restrictions. And already several websites in Moscow were blocked by the government, and a lot of people here in Moscow, they are afraid that this is just the beginning, and that the media outlets will be shut down. And it's really hard to get information about how Russian so-called operation is going. We almost don't have information about deaths of Russian soldiers. We don't have information about deaths of civilians. What we have from Russian government is just 2 or 3 videotapes per day by the spokesman of Russian Ministry of Defense, and that's it.
And how many people are able to see your output in Russia, do you think?
Well, I don't know exactly, because we are being broadcasted on several platforms, and it's the easiest way is to count the number of viewers on YouTube. And on YouTube, it's something like 20 to 25 millions of views per day. So the interest and the audience now is pretty huge.
And what steps have the Russian government taken to try to alter your content?
Well, they released a statement saying that all the information which is not official information posted by Ministry of Defense could be designated as fake information. And in Russian law, there is an article against fake information. The media could be blocked for posting fake information. So every minute we are waiting whether we will receive a letter from state officials about block of our website or not. But the only way for us not to get mad is not to think about it and just go straight with our work.
Are you, though, concerned for the safety of your employees?
Of course. No one knows what will happen here in a minute. Look, listen, 5 days ago, on Wednesday, we lived in a different, not the country, in a different world. I had plans. My friends had plans. I was going to travel somewhere, etc., etc. Now the world, unfortunately, had changed so much that you cannot be sure in anything, and in your security as well.
Are you able? Do you have reporters in Ukraine able to bring you reports independently?
Yes, we have one reporter on the west of Ukraine now in Lviv.
And you've been able to broadcast from them pretty successfully?
Yes, I just saw her story from there on air. Yeah.
And what about the protests that we've seen inside Moscow? The images that we've had from Moscow today, aside from the images of President Putin, have been images of queues for people trying to get money out of cash machines. And also over the past few days, we've seen some images of protesters concerned about the war who are being taken away by the authorities. Is that very much what is happening on the street?
Well, if you compare the situation now and the situation in 2014, when there was an annexation of Crimea, these two situations are completely different. In 2014, there really was huge support among the Russian population. Now, we don't know. because as in every authoritarian state, it's hard to have a sociology here in Russia. But I am pretty sure that this war is not supported as much as annexation of Crimea was supported. But at the same time, you have to understand that the society in Russia is depressed. Last year was really hard for Russian civil society, for a Russian independent society. The leader of opposition, Alexei Navalny, is in jail. All his structures are destroyed. Some of his supporters in jail, or they were forced to leave the country. They over last year, they designated as foreign agents a lot of media outlets and independent journalists. They closed a lot of NGOs. For example, just today, one of the main Russian NGO, Memorial, was destroyed by the court. So people are depressed. People are afraid of going out in the streets. That's why there is not a lot of people out there. But still, people are ready to protest because I think, not the majority of them support this crazy war.
Well, it's astonishing to see those images of people risking their lives going out there and protesting. Tikhon Zyadko from TV Rain, thank you so much for talking to us today.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Well, the United Nations Refugee Agency says now that more than 500,000 people have crossed into neighbouring countries from Ukraine. Matthew Saltmarsh joins me now from Geneva. He's a spokesperson for the agency. And just give us the latest, if you could, Matthew, on the figures. Are the majority of those coming across the border into Poland?
That's right. As you mentioned, the latest figures that we have are for about 500,000, although we would stress that those figures have been rising hour by hour and day by day, so we can expect those to keep rising throughout the course of the day. The majority of those have gone into Poland, although, of course, there are significant numbers that have gone to Moldova, to Romania, to Hungary and to Slovakia as well.
And what facilities are available for these people as they cross these borders?
Well, as you've been hearing, there's obviously a lot of congestion and it's very difficult to get across the borders. So the people arriving are exhausted. Many of them have travelled for many hours, if not days, to get there. When they get over there, obviously it depends country by country, and it is those countries in Europe that are leading this response. We, the UNHCR and our UN partners, are supporting them, and we're ready to help more if needed. But I think you're talking in the first instance about basic reception, so putting people up, giving them a roof over their heads, making sure they've got food, warm clothes, because of course it's cold, water and medical attention if it's needed. You're talking about the very basics at this stage.
And are there issues with those without Ukrainian passports when they get across the border?
Well, we've seen some reports of there being difficulties getting across the border. And of course, we would urge that anyone who has protection needs, anyone who needs that safety should be allowed across the border. But we haven't heard yet of there being problems with people who have got across the border already.
What can governments do? What are you hoping that European governments will do now? Because, of course, the numbers are going up all the time. This could be an extraordinary number of people, couldn't it?
It could be. I mean, we within the UN are forecasting maybe or expecting or planning for, I would say, 4 million. The EU has said that figure could be higher. So the EU is now currently talking about that, and they're considering whether to give some kind of longer term status to those who arrive from the Ukraine. We would welcome that, of course, because it makes the management of the situation much easier. But I think in the longer term, of course, there are questions of reception, of where people go, of which countries they go to. And so far, those questions haven't been broached because it's very early still in this crisis.
Well, that is the key, isn't it? Because helping those people for 24, 48 hours is one thing, but settling 4 million people around the whole of Europe is entirely different, isn't it?
That's right, and that's a question we know that the EU are looking at this week. But in terms of us and the UN, we will be putting out ourselves an appeal with our partners in the next couple of days, and this will focus inside the Ukraine, where, as you know, access is very difficult at the moment, but also outside the country, in the neighbouring countries. And this will be an appeal to the international community for financial support to help those refugees and those who are displaced within the country as well.
Does it make a difference that for many of these people coming across, they are leaving and they hope it is only a temporary leave? Does that change the way that they are treated in any way?
It's very hard to answer that question. I mean, people leave because they have to leave. And I think many of them leave, of course, hoping dearly that it will be a very short stay. It's really impossible to answer that question at this stage because so much depends on the nature of the war, whether, as we hope, there will be some form of peace negotiations and the guns can fall silent. But unfortunately, in many refugee crises around the world, they do become protracted and people don't often go back as quickly as they want to. Obviously, we all hope that there can be a solution and that people can go back soon, but often that's not the case, unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. Really interesting to talk to you, Matthew Saltmarsh, spokesperson for the UK, for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's just take you across to Kiev, where the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba, has been speaking in the last few minutes.
About Ukraine, expectation of the war. The whole world, all of the Ukrainians heard that President Putin is denying us the right to existence in the same way as the Nazis did not give the Jews the right to existence. President Putin does not offer the Ukrainians to coexist with his identity, with his state. That's why we will not surrender. We understand that for us, this is a matter of survival. Whether it's Reznikov's, Zaluzhny, Kuleba, or the president's opinion, it's not about the surname. It's about this war being our war for existence. We are receiving humanitarian help and political help, not just from the Western countries, but from some Gulf countries. It's not just the Gulf, but Asian countries. That help is getting through to us. It is true that the countries of those regions are not currently helping us with arms that we need to fight the aggressor. They are finding other ways to help us. And we are very grateful to them for it. And the myth that is also forced upon you that the US and anyone else in the NATO bloc do not need Ukraine, it's also a lie. They are with us now. Look at the number of countries who have joined and supported and are supporting the resolution of the UN General Assembly. It's not just the US, it's not just the NATO countries, it's not just the West. There are many countries from around the world. Each of them is finding a way to support Ukraine, and we're grateful to them. A question from a Latvian Russian-speaking edition. The volume is low. Well, this is crazy. The question was about nuclear weapons. That is crazy. That will bring the world into catastrophe. If what President Putin is doing now, the war he started, is the attack on the global order, then the use of nuclear weapons will become an attack against the humanity altogether. So we have to prevent it at any cost.
Well, that there, the Ukrainian foreign minister speaking, obviously translated there, comparing President Putin to a Nazi in terms of his denial of Ukraine's right to exist, and stressing that, in his words, we will not surrender, that the US is with us now, and is also pointing out that they've received humanitarian support from some Gulf and Asian countries, although they haven't helped with arms. He says they've been able to help us in other ways. Let's go look at the weather.
look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
England and Wales will see prolonged rain today, while the windy northwest will have sunshine and showers. It'll be quite mild, but there'll be a chilly breeze and coastal gales in the northwest. Southeast England will stay mainly dry through the second half of the afternoon, but the rest of England, Wales and southeast Scotland can expect prolonged rain for a time. Scotland and northern England will see the rain giving way to a scattering of showers later. Elsewhere, there'll be a mix of sunshine and showers, but the showers will become increasingly confined to northern Scotland. Rain over England and Wales will mostly clear overnight, but drizzly outbreaks will linger over southeast England. Elsewhere, there'll be just a few showers for northern Scotland. It'll be mild in the south, quite frosty elsewhere with the odd fog patch possible. Tuesday will be mostly fine, but southern England will be dull and drizzly, while the southwest will see heavier rain moving in later. Northern Scotland can expect some wintry showers. It's going to be mild but cooler than today.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have the very latest live as negotiations begin, despite reports dozens have been killed in a rocket attack in the city of Kyiv.
It's 2 o'clock, you're watching the Sarah Jane Mee Show. Coming up, fresh strikes on the city of Kyiv. Ukraine's interior minister says dozens of people have been killed. Russian nuclear forces are put on enhanced combat duty, despite peace talks beginning at the Belarus border. The Kremlin blames Liz Truss for the nuclear escalation. We'll be hearing from the Foreign Secretary in the House of Commons in the next hour. More than 500,000 people have now crossed the border from Ukraine to escape the fighting. And the Russian ruble falls to an all-time low as the West sanctions Russia's central banks. Hello, good afternoon. A Ukrainian official has said this lunchtime that dozens of people have been killed in rocket strikes in the country's second city, Kyiv. Delegations from Ukraine and Russia are currently sitting down for talks after a weekend of soaring tensions. Despite that, in the last few minutes, Russia's Interfax news agency has reported that Russian nuclear forces have been placed on enhanced combat duty, in line with an order over the weekend from the country's president, Vladimir Putin. Meanwhile, the UN says it has recorded more than 100 civilian deaths, including 7 children, and more than 300 people have been injured since Russia began its attack on Ukraine. Our Security and Defence editor Deborah Haynes has the latest from Kyiv.
The one thing that is in no doubt is that there's been a horrific bombardment of Ukraine's second city. It's a city where you had Russian forces in the city yesterday battling with Ukrainian troops. The Ukrainian forces managed to prevent them from taking control of the city. We're 5 days into this war, and the Russian forces have yet actually to take control of any of Ukraine's major cities. But as these talks are taking place between Ukrainian and Russian officials on the Ukraine-Belarus border, we've got these reports coming through from the Minister of Interior of dozens killed, hundreds wounded in this barrage. He called it a barrage of Grad rockets. We don't know exactly the nature of the munitions that was used, but clearly munitions that have managed to cause significant casualties. And the images that are emerging, we're having to verify them. A lot of it is footage maybe shot on mobile phones, which obviously needs to be checked to make sure it is actually what it purports to be. But the images do give a sense that something very horrific has just happened in that city on day 5 of a conflict that has also got Ukraine's capital city in significant state of tension. There are no forces, as in overt Russian forces, in the city here. Instead, the Ukrainian security forces in the capital have been working out, trying to locate what they believe to be Russian saboteur groups, undercover Russian operators trying to destabilise the capital from within as overt conventional military forces mass on the outside. And there have been a series of fights over the last 5 days around the outside of the capital, with Ukrainian troops actually managing to blow up bridges and defend airfields, or at least battle to ensure the Russian side don't get to control the airfields, which has helped to prevent a Russian advance into Kiev. And actually today I was at the biggest hospital here. It's the biggest hospital for children in the city as well, where you've got very sick children who are suffering from leukemia, from blood disorders, that need life-saving treatment, needed it long before the war, need it now too, and are having to get it from the basement of this hospital because they're being forced into shelter due to the threat of airstrikes, gunfire in the city. And as well as that, one final thing, the doctors there who I spoke to, who looked exhausted, said they've actually had to convert part of this hospital into an emergency trauma centre, literally doing that once the war began, to deal with casualties of war as well. And they said to me that since this whole offensive began, they've actually had 3 children being taken to the hospital. One of them sadly died, and and the other two, one is in a very serious condition. A 14-year-old boy suffered multiple wounds, gunshot wounds, life-changing injuries, it sounded, to his face, his back, his legs. And then a 10-year-old girl who her finger was injured and she had to have reconstructive surgery. But just a sense of how this is affecting the very youngest, the most innocent lives here too.
Well, let's take a look at today's other developments. And the United Nations Refugee Agency says more than 500,000 people have now fled Ukraine into neighbouring countries. A Ukrainian delegation is currently at the border with Belarus for talks with Russian representatives. The Ukrainian presidency says they will work on achieving an immediate ceasefire and the withdrawal of Russian forces. The Russian currency, the ruble, has sunk to an all-time low today following tough sanctions imposed on the country. Russia's central bank has raised interest rates to 20% in a bid to combat rising inflation and shore up their currency. And a spokesman for the Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, who owns Premier League football club Chelsea, has accepted a Ukrainian request to help negotiate an end to this conflict. Well, Sky's Emma Birchley has the story of the day so far.
It had been an unexpectedly quiet night in Kiev, but for many it meant yet another spent underground to keep safe, including in the basement of this hospital. Young patients unable to be moved, still being treated in a capital city caught up in a war. On the border with Belarus, at a secret location, a Ukrainian delegation arrived for talks with Russian counterparts. On a morning when Ukraine's second city of Kyiv was hit hard, with what's thought to be cluster bombs and a barrage of rocket strikes, reported to have left dozens dead and hundreds more wounded. But no one holds out much hope of peace. Ukrainian troops had prepared all weekend, cleaning weapons, mustering for deployment, for an attack that failed to materialise. There have been promises of additional weapons from the West, but Ukraine's president is demanding more.
We ask the European Union to admit Ukraine immediately under a new special procedure. We are grateful to our partners for fighting with us, but our goal is to be together with all Europeans, and the main thing, to be on equal terms. I'm convinced that this is just. I am certain that we have earned this. I am certain that all this is possible.
This morning, EU defence ministers held a virtual meeting to discuss the crisis and finished with a decisive message about the Russian aggression.
The world cannot afford that a powerful country smashes the neighbour using its military capacities. If we allow to it, it's the law of the jungle. It's the law of the stronger. I am stronger than you, and I kill you. I impose you my law. It's the law of the jungle, and this, for us Europeans, is an existential threat. And we'll do everything we can in order to stop it.
Among those caught up in this conflict, a young girl in her last year of primary school in Kiev. Polina and her parents are reported to have been shot dead by Russians. Her brother and sister left wounded. On a road heading to the capital, Russian armour is parked up en masse, ready to continue the offensive. And reports that the army is in places disorganised and in disarray will be welcomed by the Ukrainians. But their aggressor keeps proving its might. Here, what appears to be a shopping centre on fire in the northern city of Chernihiv, which has seen heavy fighting. And in Borodyanka, to the northwest of Kiev, a powerful blast was caught on camera from an apartment as a Russian tank rolled by. The Russian leader, Vladimir Putin, raised the stakes when he put his nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. But with talks underway, diplomacy is in theory being given a chance, although it's unlikely to be long before the fighting resumes in earnest. Emma Birchley, Sky News.
I just want to bring you a quick update on the talks that have been taking place this afternoon between Russian and Ukrainian representatives on brokering some kind of peace deal, some kind of solution to this. We understand from the Ukrainian side of these negotiations that those talks that were taking place on the border with Belarus are now over. As soon as we have more information as to what happened in those talks, we will bring them to you. But Ukrainian representatives saying that the talks happening this afternoon have now come to an end. More updates for you as we get them. Well, it is day 5 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine, but the Russian advance has been slower than expected. Let's get more now from defence and security analyst Michael Clark on why that may be. Michael, good to see you this afternoon. So just how far have Russian forces been advancing over the last 24 hours?
Well, Sarah Jane, in the last 24 hours, hardly at all. When this started on Thursday, we expected these sorts of arrows on the map to go deep into Ukraine and then circle round to establish all the objectives that they had captured. But they haven't. The place where they have had some success today is in Berdyansk, down in the south. But next to Berdyansk, right on the edge of the area of the breakaway republics, is Mariupol. And Mariupol should have fallen within hours. But the Ukrainian government said today Mariupol is still holding on. Now, we don't know what's going on at Mariupol, but it must be some sort of Alamo down there. However, whatever happens down in the south, it won't fundamentally change the strategic issue.
So slow progress, but what about the capital, Kiev? Because that has been the main focus. What's been the movement around the city?
That's the issue. What is really happening in Kiev? We know that Russian forces have arrived in the north and to the west of the city. But those Russian forces that were coming from the Russian border have been held up. And the forces haven't moved at all. The ones that they've got there really haven't moved. There are reports that more Russian troops, fresh Russian troops, may well be coming from Belarus. The problem that the Ukrainians have is that they're all fighting. Everybody they've got is out there, and they can't fight forever. Whereas the Russians can keep feeding in fresh troops, which they may well start to do. We know the Russians tried early on to create an airborne assault on Hostomel airfield. That would have given them a base to attack Kiev with, but they didn't get it. The Ukrainians got it back. If they lose Hostomel airfield, then their job will be extremely difficult altogether.
So Putin's operation stalling on a number of fronts. Michael, what are his options now?
Mr. Putin's options really come down to weapons and how brutal this could get. So far, the Russians have been fighting, as it were, on a more restrained basis, on the assumption that they were liberating a country that wanted to be liberated. That's not now the case. The Ukrainians are fighting. And we're picking up text like this and video like this of what looked like a pattern of cluster bomb explosions in Kharkiv. Now, cluster bombs are a battlefield weapon. They're intended to be used against airfields. Used in a civilian area, they're completely devastating as well as being illegal. In a way, what Mr. Putin is facing is the choice. While the Ukrainians are deciding, they will negotiate and fight at the same time, Mr. Putin has got to decide, does he go to negotiations or does he go more brutal? And that's a choice he probably hasn't faced for a very long time. OK,
Michael, thank you. I know you'll be with us throughout the afternoon. As I said to you a little earlier, those talks between Ukrainian and Russian representatives on the border of Belarus, talks to find some kind of solution to what's going on, have ended. As soon as we get information about what happened, we'll bring it to you here on Sky News. In the meantime, more than 500,000 Ukrainians are thought to have fled their homeland, with the EU bracing itself for millions of people to enter the bloc. Our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons brings us the latest now from the Polish border with Ukraine.
The guess is that about maybe 500,000 people have already left Ukraine, and more than half of them, probably going for 300,000, have come here to Poland. There's a good example. Have a look at this. This is what we're seeing a lot of. You'll see here lots of women and children, and in the heart of this, a big pile of their personal possessions. These people have come in on a bus just crossing the border this morning, and like so many others, they've come to this processing centre. The system is you come across the border, often after an incredibly arduous journey. We hear people telling us spending days getting to the border. You come to this processing centre. Now, we were here yesterday, and I have to tell you that the whole mood of this place has changed quite subtly, because yesterday there was a lot of goodwill around this place. Plenty of people arriving from Ukraine, and they had places to go to. They had family members meeting them. It feels today as if this is turning rapidly much more into the sort of refugee processing facility that you might get in Calais or Lampedusa or something in Lesbos. Far more people who are milling around, who don't seem to have a plan of where to go to. And I have to say, we can't take you inside here, but this is because we've been asked not to film in there. People who own this building don't want us going in there. But in there are hundreds of people who are using camp beds, and lots of them are men. And we didn't see so much of that yesterday. and almost all of them are non-Ukrainians. So I was in there half an hour or so ago. There's a queue of maybe 60, 70 people queuing up to try and get some temporary papers. And I spoke to a few of them. There were some people there from Uzbekistan, from Mongolia. I spoke to a man who had come from India. He'd been a chef in a restaurant in Odessa. And he said he'd left when he heard explosions. And he then said that he'd got as near as he could to the border, the city of Lviv, just near the border, and had then got stuck in an enormous traffic jam and had walked. And he estimated he'd walked about 30 kilometres in order to get to the border. I have to say he, like a lot of people here, was absolutely exhausted. Now, Poland has said it will take in all Ukrainians, that it will look after them, that it will give them housing and education, it will give them shelter. But make no mistake that this process is turning quickly from simply welcoming these people to now Poland, and I think the EU is having to think, in reality, how do you accommodate a humanitarian crisis that is developing, unfolding and growing before our eyes.
Adam Parsons reporting there. Now, the UN's Secretary-General has warned that the escalation of Russia's military operations in Ukraine is leading to rising human rights violations in the country. During a recorded speech at the opening of the Human Rights Council in Geneva, Antonio Guterres said the UN was monitoring the situation and they would support people on the ground.
The escalation of military operations by the Russian Federation in Ukraine is leading to escalating human rights violations. We know the inevitable result of war: civilian casualties, women, children and men forced from their homes, hunger, poverty and huge economic disruption. Conflict is the utter negation of human rights across the board. Freedom of expression is under attack, with reports of journalists and activists arrested. I have consistently called for the end of the offensive and the return to the paths of dialogue and diplomacy. Meanwhile, our human rights monitoring mission in Ukraine is continuing its work, and our humanitarian agencies will step up their operations. We must show all people in Ukraine that we stand by them in their time of need.
Well, in a moment, we're going to speak to our correspondent Sally Lockwood, who's in Washington for us today. But first, let's go to Sky's Alistair Bunkle, who joins us from Geneva, and talks going on behind the scenes to try and find a way forward by the West. Alistair, talk to me about the collated Western effort at the moment. What's happening?
Yeah, well, I think just firstly, those talks going on between Western capitals, I think the hope was that there might be an acceleration of that here over the coming days. But as it is, it's a rather depleted guest list, certainly at the top level. Guterres there, the UN Secretary-General, he's decided not to come here in person, but to stay in New York because of what's going on in Ukraine. Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, who is supposed to be here as well, I understand he won't be coming. And importantly, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, was due to attend, but within the last hour, the Russian foreign ministry is saying that he won't be able to come because of that ban on Russian aircraft flying through European airspace. He simply cannot get here. Liz Truss, the British Foreign Secretary, is due to attend those. So I don't think we will see the gathering of senior foreign ministers that some people hoped might happen, and therefore you won't get that potential dialogue between them to find a breakthrough in this situation. Nonetheless, it is a gathering that focuses on human rights, and so therefore the focus, given what's going on in Ukraine, will be very much on that. And Michelle Bachelet, the UN Human Rights Chief, addressed the conference earlier this morning and gave an update from the UN perspective of the latest casualties from Ukraine.
The military attack on Ukraine is putting at risk countless lives. Between Thursday morning and last night, our office has recorded 406 civilian casualties, including 102 killed, including 7 children, and 304 injured. Most of these civilians were killed by explosive weapons with a wide impact area, including shelling from heavy artillery and multi-launch rocket systems and airstrikes. The real figures are, I fear, considerably higher.
Yeah, one other thing that we're keeping an eye on away from the United Nations, SJ, is the possibility that the Swiss government might actually enact some sanctions against Russia. Now, Switzerland, as most people are aware, is steadfastly neutral, or tries to stay steadfastly neutral when it comes to matters of international relations. But actually over the weekend, here, the capital Bern, there were, as we saw across the world, marches in protest against the Russian invasion, and particularly big ones in the capital of the Swiss capital. And they were also protesting against the inaction by the Swiss government. So the Swiss president said that it is, quote unquote, very probable that they might look at bringing in some sanctions against Swiss money that is held in, Russian money that is held in Switzerland. Now, a lot of Russian oligarchs see Switzerland and the Swiss banks as a bit of a safe haven for their money. I read that around $11 billion is held here, spread between various Russian oligarchs. So if they do decide to take those sanctions out, it would be A, bit of a break from their position of neutrality, but B, it could be very painful indeed for the Russian oligarchs who are close to Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, that would be quite the move, wouldn't it? Alistair, thank you very much. Let's go over to Washington now and speak to Sally Lockwood. Sally, Alistair there was talking about sanctions, possible sanctions from Switzerland, hitting Putin where it hurts in the pocket, and that's very much been what the United States have been planning.
Yeah, that's right. We've had an announcement from the US Treasury already this morning, essentially banning American individuals and companies from doing business with Russia's central bank and freezing all of Russian central banks in America. Now, the US Treasury and a senior Biden administration official has given a little more detail on this, saying it's the most significant measures taken against an economy of this size and assets of this size. They say their strategy is to essentially try to make the Russian economy go backwards for as long as President Putin goes forward with this invasion of Ukraine. So why was this announcement made so early at 7:30 this morning local time? Well, we've also learned that that was because they wanted to essentially introduce these new sanctions before markets opened in America. A senior official is quoted as saying that they'd learned over the weekend that Russia's central bank was attempting to move assets, essentially migrate its assets from institutions around the world amid, obviously, new threats of sanctions which have already been imposed this morning by the US Treasury. Another announcement has also come from the State Department. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has also announced this morning that they will be closing with immediate effect the US Embassy in Minsk, Belarus, due to security concerns, as well as evacuating any non-emergency, non-essential staff from its embassy in Moscow and family members as well. Of course, the priority there is to ensure the safety of US citizens, but that does, of course, reinforce their concern about the security situation in the region. But yes, certainly this morning and this week has kicked off again with a renewed focus on sanctions, more punitive measures against America. We didn't hear from President Biden over the weekend. He was at home in Delaware in response to President Putin's announcement that he was putting his nuclear forces on high alert. President Biden instead choosing potentially a strategic silence and de-escalation. But we do understand he is now on his way back to the White House from Delaware and will be holding a call with allies at 11:15 this morning. So we will no doubt hear more, hopefully, from the White House after that. And of course, in under an hour from now, the UN General Assembly will hold an emergency session, a very rare special session in response to this crisis in Ukraine. Only the 11th time they've held such an emergency session since 1950. But of course, the one issue that remains in the forefront of American security officials' minds is this announcement over the weekend from President Putin to put his nuclear forces on high alert. Certainly, officials here all too aware of how quickly this could escalate into a standoff between superpowers.
Sally, thank you. Sally Lockwood with the latest from Washington. The QR code on your screen right now, if you scan that, you can listen to the latest edition of the Sky News Daily podcast. Today, Kate McCann is looking at how misinformation is being weaponised in war and how journalists work to verify what is real and what is not. You can subscribe to The Daily wherever you get your podcasts. We have another special programme on the Russian invasion of Ukraine for you this evening. We will bring you the latest from across the country, as well as our correspondents in Washington, Westminster and Moscow. That is Ukraine invasion at 7 o'clock here on Sky News. You're watching the Sarah Jane Mee Show. Coming up after the break, how is Russia reacting as the ruble reaches a record low?
Police have just made their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. There are hundreds of these turbines, with thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. And this is a show of strength at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance. We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
A number of British nationals have shown that they want to join the fight against Russia in Ukraine, turning up at the Ukrainian embassy in London to offer themselves up for the military. Sky News spoke with some of them a short time ago.
Hello, yeah, we've come to join the Ukrainian army or whatever they're called. Oh, okay, what are they called, please, Tom? The Foreign Legion, yeah? Okay, just thank you. Yeah.
What nationality are you?
British.
And what's made you want to come here?
They look like they need help. We're young, strong, fit men. We can help, so why not?
Do you have any military expertise?
Absolutely none at all, no.
Email, a letter for this address.
Yeah.
And he contacted with you and said what you must do.
Okay. Now he's given us these details, which we're now going to ring. And somehow they're going to tell us what we need to do from here on.
Why have you decided to come down here today?
Well, trying to make a difference, seen on the news, innocent people losing their lives.
Are you prepared to lose your life?
I think so, yes.
I used to be in the TA. I've also got a lot of first aid training, so decided to come and do something.
And you're prepared to go to Ukraine and fight?
Yeah, I can get on a flight tomorrow.
And if you don't mind asking, how old are you?
I'm 60, which means I'm just about within the age range they'll accept.
And you're prepared to put your own life on the line?
Well, somebody has to.
Quite remarkable. Just shows you the strength of feeling from other countries towards what is happening in Ukraine. Let's head to Westminster, our chief political correspondent, John Craig, because the actions of those men there outside the Ukrainian embassy in London was something that the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss said she very much supported. And that's going to be up for discussion in the House of Commons today, John.
Well, Liz Truss has a chance to either clarify her remarks or restate them. That's when she makes a statement at 3:30 in the House of Commons. Now, it has to be said that other ministers and indeed Downing Street have distanced themselves a little bit from Liz Truss's remarks, which came in television interviews, including Sky News yesterday. Now, from 10 Downing Street, where they're asked whether British people should go and fight in Ukraine, the Prime Minister's official spokesman said, "We fully recognise the strength of feeling about British people wanting to support the Ukrainians following the Russian invasion. There is advice on travelling to Ukraine, and we currently advise against travel to Ukraine, as you will see from the website earlier on Sky News. That's ministers turning up for a cabinet meeting today. There's Sajid Javid. Earlier today, Ben Wallace also quite politely distanced himself a little bit from Liz Truss as well. Now, Liz Truss has really found herself very much in a storm, if you like, with the Russians claiming today that it was her remarks, or some of her remarks that she made in her interviews yesterday, that prompted Vladimir Putin to put Russia's nuclear deterrence forces on high alert. Now, according to the Interfax news agency, a Kremlin spokesman told a news briefing, statements were made by various representatives at various levels on possible altercations or even collisions and clashes between NATO and Russia. We believe such statements are absolutely unacceptable. And then the spokesman said, I would not call the authors of these statements by name, although it was the British Foreign Minister. Well, in response to that, an ally of Liz Truss has told Sky News, nothing Liz says warrants that sort of escalation. It is clearly designed to distract from the situation on the ground in Ukraine. They said that the Allies said Ms Truss had always discussed NATO in the context of it being a defensive alliance. She stands by Article 5, stating an attack against one ally is an ally on all. We must do everything we can to help Ukraine, short of putting boots on the ground. So Liz Truss has found herself in perhaps a couple of controversies over the past 24 hours, and she will be making a common statement in an hour's time in the House of Commons on the very latest on sanctions and all the various other measures. One other piece of news today from number 10 is that the Prime Minister is going to travel to Estonia and Poland tomorrow for meetings with his counterparts and indeed the NATO Secretary General. And the Prime Minister has been talking at the cabinet meeting about President Putin. PM told the cabinet it's becoming clear each day Putin has made a colossal mistake, believing that the guns of his tanks would be garlanded with roses when instead the Ukrainian people put up fierce resistance and defence of their homeland. PM, of course, besides chairing cabinet, chaired a Cobra meeting this morning, and he's been obviously briefed by intelligence chiefs, as have senior cabinet ministers. And so tomorrow the PM is off to Estonia and Poland, stepping up diplomatic efforts. Number 10, we're talking about three main areas. Economic moves, that's the sanctions. Diplomatic moves, well, the PM on his travels. And militarily, that's further supplies to the region. So Liz Truss will be speaking in the Commons in an hour's time.
And you can see it live here on Sky News. John, thank you for the moment. John Craig with the latest from Westminster. Now, as Europe, the United States and other nations continue to target Moscow through sanctions, providing weapons and aid, a delegation from Ukraine has been meeting officials in neighbouring Belarus today. Ukrainian officials have demanded a retreat of all Russian forces from their country, including Crimea and the eastern Donbass region. Those talks have come to a close. We are waiting to hear news of what was discussed and what the outcome was. In the meantime, let's speak to Alexander Sherba, who is a former Ukrainian diplomat who served as the ambassador to Austria until last year, and he joins us now from the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. Alexander, really good to see you this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on.
First of all, can I ask how you and your family are? Are you safe? What has been happening there over the last 24 hours?
My family, I was lucky to evacuate my family to one of the EU capitals. So at least in that sense, my mind is at ease. within the last 24 hours, the most hit cities of Ukraine were Chernihiv and Kharkiv, where the shelling of Putin happened, and many civilians gave their life just for being on the wrong side of the street. I just saw the video of an elder lady who lost her leg under that shelling, and the report was that a couple of hours later she was dead. So this is our reality now. Putin is killing us. The dead people are on the streets. And so about what you were discussing before, it's not happening because, and Putin is not juggling nuclear button because someone in Britain said anything, your foreign minister, for instance. He is doing that because he is insane. So don't let him play games with you. He reads you like a book, and he exploits all this conscience in the West, although he has none of his own. But he is trying to be smart here. So you should be smart too.
Yeah, Alexander Sherbet, we do hear you. We listen to what Russian officials say and very much, you know, read into to what Putin's underlying message may or may not be. So on that front, we do hear you. From the outside looking in, we've been hearing from analysts today looking at what Putin calls his special operation, what people in Ukraine are calling war, talking about his movements and saying they are stalling and the war isn't moving in the direction that Putin wants as quickly as he wants. I'm sure it doesn't feel like it for those of you who are in those cities being shelled. I think we may just have lost you. Can you still hear me? There you are. Yeah, we understand that the operation is stalled, but I'm sure it doesn't feel like it for those of you who are there.
First of all, may I say, it's a moment in history when the line between good and evil was never clearer. There is a country that wants just to be left alone, and there is a country who attacking us. So the time for on the other one side, on the other side, journalism is over. It's the time for quoting Russian opinion or Russian sources is over. Russians are verifiable liars. So please, for once, just call it the war. And it's not something Ukrainians call a war. It's a war. It's a brutal war. It's 1939. Imagine like in 1940 when you in the UK were waiting whether Hitler attacks us or not. So here Hitler attacked us in 2022 on the ground, and we are fighting him on the ground, on the water, anywhere. This is our moment. It's terrifying and it's proud. And you, English, you British, should understand it better than anyone else.
Yeah. Alexander Sherbet, we hear you. You're in there. You're in a war. And like you said, for you, this is 1940 all over again. With that in mind, you are sitting in the epicenter of it, in the capital that is being shelled. When you are looking at what the West is doing, the UK included, is the West doing enough? Are you getting what you need?
Well, the situation is rather simple. We know that nobody will fight our war instead of us. We are fighting our war, and we are doing it great. Our army, our paramilitary, our civilians, they are like one. It's amazing to see these people like that. And the West is doing what it's supposed to do. It's giving us weapons, it's giving us support militarily, financially, morally. We are thankful for each and every one sign in all support. And it's overwhelming. It feels like Ukraine woke the conscience of the world. A week ago, it was a pragmatic world where behind the word pragmatic, there was oftentimes indifference. It's not the same world right now. And it's amazing for me as a diplomat who was fighting, who was trying to break through this wall for years, to see that this wall to the hearts of Europeans, to the hearts of the West, isn't there anymore.
Alexander Sherbet, it was really good for you to talk to us this afternoon here at Sky News. Thank you so much. I hope we speak again. And until then, please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Sherbet there speaking from Kiev, the former Ukrainian diplomat. Now, Vladimir Putin met top officials earlier, his top officials, to discuss the country's economy. This follows new sanctions being placed against Moscow. During that meeting, the Russian president described the Western nations who imposed those economic sanctions as an empire of lies.
I gathered you to speak on the economic and financial issues that we had been discussing, naturally bearing in mind the sanctions that the so-called Western community, as I called it in my speech, the empire of lies, is now trying to implement against our country.
Well, let's speak to our business presenter, Ian King. He joins me now from the city. And Ian, we're hearing about the ruble reaching all-time lows. We're talking about, Russian assets being seized. The economic sanctions on Russia are being ramped up by the West. How complete will this ostracisation of Russia from global markets be, do you think?
Well, that's a pretty good question. I mean, let me start really with the most striking of those sanctions, which was obviously the decision over the weekend by the United States, the EU and the UK and other jurisdictions, including Japan and Canada, to sanction the central bank of Russia. Now, that is probably the most heavy-duty weaponry, financially wise, that's been wheeled out to date, because that potentially prevents Russia from accessing a big chunk of the $643 billion worth of assets that it's built up over recent years to try and cushion its economy from any sanctions. We also have been talking in recent days about excluding Russian banks from SWIFT. That's the international interbank messaging service that helps facilitate cross-border transactions. That, too, is going to make a big difference in terms of preventing Russian corporates from being able to pay or receive money from transactions. So, again, two very, very big pieces of weaponry. Potentially, that could add to inflation in Russia, which is why this morning the Central Bank of Russia raised its main policy rate from 9.5% to 20%. As you can see, the ruble has been in free fall this morning. It was off 29% at its worst point this morning. It's down on a 5-year basis against the US dollar by some 65%. Now, the ruble's rallied in the last few hours. It's currently on the session on the day off some 18.75%. So it's rallied slightly. It means that you need 98.5 rubles to buy a single US dollar. To put that into context, a fortnight ago, you only needed 77 rubles to buy a dollar. So it's a very big, dramatic fall. There have been no doubt, by the way, of how important the Ukrainian government thinks that sanctions are and the tough sanctions regime that's being adopted against Russia. In the last half hour, the Ukrainian foreign minister has been speaking to our sister channel, CNBC, and he said every ruble has Ukrainian blood on it. I mean, that was how starkly he put it during that interview. So, being no doubt, the Ukrainians think that this is a very important piece of support that the West can lend its country. Now, the Russian central bank governor, Elvira Nabiuliana, she's been speaking today as well, explaining why she raised interest rates. She's also laid out other measures that the Russian central bank has been taking to try and prop up the position of its banks, including adding extra liquidity support, relaxing rules that would otherwise have made the Russian lenders potentially increase their provisions. That's a big support potentially for the Russian banking system. You can see there on the screen pictures of people queuing at ATMs. I mean, anecdotally, there hasn't been too much of a difficulty for ordinary Russians to get hold of their cash right now, and indeed even the US dollar. Although it's worth pointing out the Sberbank, which is the biggest Russian lender, 1 in 2 Russians have an account with Sberbank. It opened its branches all weekend to enable people to access their funds. Now, this has had a bit of a spill-off. You mentioned, you asked Sarah Jane whether this is going to be effective. Well, there are certain ways that the Russians can get around this. One, for example, is the fact...
Let's go to... we interrupt Ian King there to speak to hear from Joseph Borrell, the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Let's listen in.
That the member states contribute to our assessment and awareness of the situation. Certainly, the military campaign, the Russian military campaign, is becoming more and more ruthless, and the Ukrainian armed forces are fighting back with courage. Kyiv resists. For the ones who said that was matter of hours, the fall of Kyiv. This is not the case. Kyiv is resisting, Mariupol is resisting, Kharkov are resisting. There are a lot of civilian casualties, and the flow of exiled people Don't call them migrants, please. The flow of people looking for shelter, escaping the war, is increasing, especially in the Polish border. We got the figures of all member states who have a border with Ukraine about the flow of refugees. I insist, don't call them migrants, please. In this situation, our support for the Ukrainian armed forces is crucial. Crucial. They need ammunition, the new healthcare material, they need the defensive purpose arms of any kind, and we are going to provide them together with the member states, adding up to the efforts of some member states, the resources that we decided to mobilize yesterday from the European funding. And everyone, I said everyone, agreed on that. So member states are determined to increase their military support on a bilateral basis to Ukraine and to top up this effort with the funding of the European Union in order to repel the unacceptable action by Putin, who is implementing this aggression to Ukraine with the support of Lukashenko, who, by the way, is organizing today a constitutional referendum in a context of oppression and widespread human rights violations. He's organizing a referendum to delete the Belarus non-nuclear status from the constitution and to make Belarus a basis for the nuclear weapons of Russia. Everybody will understand the importance of this decision and the dangerous escalation of the conflict when Russia is putting in high alarm, high alert duty its nuclear missiles and its fleet in the Pacific and in the Baltic. Well, in order to be coherent, we will further strengthen our sanctions package against the Belarus regime and all those who cooperate with the Russian military aggressions against Ukraine. As I said yesterday, we adopted an unprecedented support package under the European Peace Facility to help Ukrainian armed forces to defend Ukraine's territorial integrity. And this was done in a record time. I started working on this proposal after the European Union Council. Immediately after the European Union Council, I started thinking that enough was not enough, that we could do more. And after the Foreign Affairs Ministers, when we decided finally to put Putin on the list and Lavrov on the list of sanctioned people, but we were not able to decide on the financial measures related to take Russia out of SWIFT, we start thinking that we should be doing more. And immediately we start preparing this decision, which in one hand mobilize resources to help military to Ukraine, which is, as I said yesterday, a turning point on the history of European integration. Because until now, it was considered that the European Union, which is a peace union, not a military union, was not allowed to supply arms to a third country. That's what we are doing now. This is another taboo that falls. And secondly, and tomorrow at the Parliament, we will discuss about it, that the ministers has been informed about the decision that will put a strong toll on the Russian economy, because to cut half of the reserves of the Russian central bank is going to be very damaging. But today the defense ministers work a lot on the coordination of the efforts in order to make effective all bilateral initiative together with our funding. And we have created a clearinghouse to keep track of the Ukrainian request in one side and their needs and our F office, member states office, in order to ensure maximum effectiveness and coordination of our support. And in doing so, this cell, this clearinghouse cell, will be working in coordination with NATO. Ukraine has been asking also support for geospatial intelligence, and we are mobilizing our satellite center, which is placed in Madrid, to work on that. So I think that from the mobilization of resources, everything is on track. It has to be done quickly because the war continues. The war cannot wait for bureaucratic procedures. And I think that our answer and our overcoming of the institutional difficulties has been quick and showing a new era in our relations with Russia. And one of the things that the European Union has to do is to decrease as quick as possible its dependency on oil and Russian oil and gas. We pay a very high bill to Putin, and this money is being used to finance its military aggression. I want also to differentiate between Putin and Putin regime and the Russian people. We are sure that the Russian people don't want this war. It is a war that started by Putin and by Putin regime with a clique of oligarchs who are supporting him. And we are strongly convinced that one of the best ways of fighting is to fight against the black money issue from corruption that supports the people who support Putin. And on the measures taken yesterday and approved by legislative procedures by the Commission at the proposal of the Commission and the High Representative, an important package of these measures are addressed to fight the money that these people, these oligarchs, have in our banks and our financial systems. And I am very happy to know that Switzerland has joined us on the implementation of this package, because without the participation of Switzerland, our measures would have been not as much effective as needed. But that's a very good news that Switzerland joins the efforts of the European Union to fight financially and to fight against corruption and to fight against the dark money, the black money of the oligarchs who are supporting Putin, that are being targeted by our sanctions, and they will continue being targeted by our sanctions. We'll talk later more about how to fight against corruption, because corruption is part also of the challenges we have to face. We are also worried about the situation in other countries of the neighborhood, mainly Moldova and Georgia. And I am heading for Chisinau on Wednesday to meet with the Moldovan authorities and meet with Ukrainian people who have been forced by Putin aggression to leave their homes and look for help, for shelter, their need of assistance in Moldova. But Moldova is mainly one of the countries in which we believe that the Russian pressure can be increasing on the coming days. Also, in the Western Balkans, as I announced on Friday, I decided to mobilize the reserve of the Althea operation. And up to now, 500 men and women will reinforce this force on the ground. And I thank the countries who will be providing this reinforcement of our capacity to control the situation through the Operation Althea. I think it's a prudent and proportionate sign of our determination to maintain the stability at Bosnia-Herzegovina and face possible destabilization activities by Russia in the Balkans. All that shows that we have been able to react quickly and in unity. All that shows the importance of advancing towards the adoption of this strategic compass that when I presented was a way to stress that Europe needs to awake from the security and defense dimension, that our effort on security and defense has to be more evident. From this point of view, I welcome the decision by Germany to take important steps on increasing their defense capacities. But the increase on defense capabilities of the member states of the European Union has to be done in a coordinated manner, because altogether our defense expenditure is four times the defense expenditure of Russia, and equal to the one of China. But certainly we cannot say that it's equally efficient. So we have to spend more, but overall we need to spend better. And Europe is the framework in which this increase on the efficiency of our military expenditure has to take place. We have no other choice but to stand together as European Union in support of Ukraine, keeping in mind that it's not just supporting the Ukrainian people, it's also supporting our security and also the stability of the world. This is going to have a price. This is not a free lunch. Sanctions will backlash. Sanctions have a cost. And it's better to express and to explain to our public opinion that this is the truth. But we have to be ready to pay this price now, because if not, we will have to pay a much bigger price in the future. I think it's important to face that with determination and realism. We are turning a page on the history of the European integration and also on the history of Europe in the post-World War and in the post-Cold War. The relations with Russia will no more be determined by trade, believing that trade will make a political transformation of the regime. We want to support the Russian people. I am just recording a message, another message to the Russian people. We don't want to fight with them. We want just to defend Ukraine first and a way of living after, in front of the Russian aggression. Well, I am wrong saying the Russian aggression. It's better to say from the Putin aggression and the Putin regime aggression, which is antithetic with ours. Values, and that's why we are standing behind the people of Ukraine.
Thank you, High Representative. And now I will take questions, and I have quite a lot in the room and remotely. I will start by Yuri.
Not many questions because it's 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Nabila. High Representative, I have questions, of course, on the support to armed forces of Ukraine. Can you tell us a little bit more what was discussed today of what will be delivered to Ukraine? And, for example, will there be missile defenses? Because we see that Russia is using missiles to attack also Ukrainian cities and civilians. And the second question, can you tell us also, was it discussed how to deliver this aid to Ukraine? We know that there is a land border, of course, with EU member states, but as Russia has these missiles, like Iskander missiles in Belarus and is using it, so how to protect this delivery of this little aid to Ukraine so that Ukraine can use it? Thank you very much.
Mire, I'm going to speak Spanish because it's more natural for me to answer this question in
our
Spanish.
Interpreters.
You know?
I wouldn't understand it. You need to.
You know what does it mean? Mire, estamos en una guerra.
We're going to leave Brussels there and the EU's top diplomat, Joseph Borrell, and head to New York, where the UN General Assembly is holding an emergency special session, the first of its kind in 40 years. In fact, only the 11th such session in its history. Let's listen in.
This was stated by the President of Ukraine, that we are open to negotiations on a permanent basis, and we have been saying that all along. It is you who killed Normandy 4. It is you who killed the Minsk agreements. All that gibberish about who said what and when in Normandy 4 by no means can justify the offensive. By no means can justify thousands and thousands of your troops on our territory. Your today's call of your president to the Ukrainian army to remove the government of Ukraine? Are you crazy? Show respect for the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Sovereign equality, non-use of force or threat of force against territorial integrity, and political independence. In my opening remarks, I said that parents of ambassadors here, all ambassadors but you, are proud of their children. And children of the ambassadors are proud of their parents. It's so painful to think what your family think about you when you lie every day. The Russian people deserve peace, democracy. The Russian people deserve liberty, and they will have it. If not tomorrow, because tomorrow is not possible, then probably in near future. Thank you.
The list of speakers is exhausted. Prior to concluding today's meeting, I wish to comment just on one thing and to calm members of the Council. There was a lot to comment on the representative of Ukraine. I will leave the boorishness at his conscience, on his conscience. This is a matter of his conscience, that is the boorishness with which he has addressed the Council. But I say one thing. This is a report yesterday. The Russian Defense Ministry, yesterday, 24 February, the units of the Russian paratrooper division took full control of area in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant area. Military services took by Ukraine. An agreement was reached about the joint provision of security for the sarcophagus and other units in the power plant. We do not want Ukraine to generate a dirty bomb. The representatives of the Defense Ministry noted that personnel of the stations continue to carry out service there, and they are monitoring the radioactive situation, their radioactive situation. And this is a report from Vienna. The level of radiation in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is low. The threat to population does not exist. This was announced on Friday by the Director General of the IAEA. The list of speakers is closed. The meeting stands adjourned.
Well, that was the UN General Assembly meeting in New York. As I said, they were holding this emergency special session, the first of its kind in 40 years, to talk about the Russia-Ukraine crisis. We can now head back to Brussels, where talks are where a session is underway there. Let's listen in. Again, the topic, Ukraine and Russia.
In every harbour of the Mediterranean, there are mega yachts proudly flying the flags of tax havens, where their ownership is concealed by shell companies, and many of their owners are Russian oligarchs whose names are very well known. How will we identify the ownership of those? Will they be affected? Will they be seized? And what about cryptocurrencies? Are there any steps taken, given the design of crypto, to be peer-to-peer and to evade regulation? Thank you.
With that, we leave Brussels again. That's the EU top diplomat Joseph Borrell there answering journalists' questions. Let's head to New York, the next session of that emergency special session.
The text of a draft
at the UN General Assembly. Let's listen in.
States of America. The Council is ready to proceed to the vote on a draft resolution before it. I shall put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2022/160 please raise their hand? I request that those who are voting, I request that those who are against the resolution raise their hand. Abstentions, kindly raise your hands.
OK, apologies for the confusion there. We are going to head back to Brussels. As I said, the EU's top diplomat, Josep Borrell, is currently answering journalists' questions about the developments that have been happening over the weekend with regard to member states and their sanctions against Russia.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner quelques détails? Quels pays vont donner ces avions? Et par qui seront pilotés ces avions? Est-ce que les pays qui les donneront à l'Ukraine s'engageront dès lors dans le conflit? Et donc il y aura une présence européenne dans le conflit. On suppose que ce n'est pas ça. Donc on est un petit peu troublé par vos déclarations. Ça serait peut-être bien de les préciser. Merci.
No se preocupe. Con los 500 millones de euros que hemos movilizado, aunque quisiéramos, no podríamos movilizar muchos cazas. Que no se sabe usted cuál es el precio de un caza, ¿no? De manera que no estamos hablando de lo que decidimos con nuestros fondos, pero que ciertamente pueden, algunos países europeos, pueden, si quieren, bilateralmente movilizar toda clase de ayuda, porque ciertamente Ucrania para defenderse necesita también medios aéreos y eso forma parte de las peticiones de ayuda.
And that's a part of requests for aid that we have received from Ukraine. But they would have to be those European countries, if they have them, that have fighter jets which could be piloted by the Ukrainian Air Force pilots, who will then be using them in practice.
Can I take another question?
Fácil, sí. If it is easy,
Thomas, your
si es
question
fácil,
is easy
sí.
or no? And Thomas, your question is easy or no? And fast.
Deutsche Welle, Gazeta Wyborcza. Yes, it will be easy. I was going to ask about fighter jets, but answered. So, you've mentioned also yesterday about the Poland serving as a hub for this military help, EU help for the Ukraine. And today, ministers decided, as you said, on creating the clearinghouse. Is it the same? How did it work? How many people and where geographically it would work? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
No, una cámara de
Well, a clearinghouse is a financial instrument. You don't have to move from Brussels to make that operative. A clearinghouse is a matching between supply and demand. You can do that over the phone, and you just need to know who's asking and who's giving. You don't. Obviously, you need to match everything up. Ukraine is making requests. You've got 27 member states who are looking at those requests, and we need to make sure that we coordinate those requests so that all sides are happy, so that we can avoid any discrepancies or lacunae, and that's happening from Brussels. Another thing is the physical transportation of the things. I mean, we're not fighting with money. You have to fight with arms, and the arms have to be there where the fighting is taking place. And transporting arms requires physical logistics, but the member states will have to organize that, especially with the border states. But after I've heard what was said by military brass in Russia, I don't want to provide any further details. And now I really do have to go. Okay, one final question. Let's let the press do their job.
Lorenzo Consoli, Asca News.
Hi, Representative. I will appreciate your answer in Spanish because your Spanish is beautiful. But I ask it in English because my Spanish is not as beautiful. We are...
We're not really having very much luck with our connection to New York and Brussels at the moment, are we? However, we do have our own connection to Brussels, and Laura Bundock, our correspondent, who is standing by and has been following events that have been happening over the weekend and today. Laura, there you are. We were just hearing from the EU's top diplomat there, Joseph Borrell, and he was saying that he was very happy that Switzerland is about to join the EU with its sanctions on Russia. He was talking about the stepping up of sanctions from the EU, but he was saying that the EU is going to have to brace itself for some pain in response to any sanctions it imposes.
Yeah, that's right. He used the phrase, there is no such thing as a free lunch. This is not a free lunch, he said. Sanctions have a cost and we have to be ready to pay that cost. But he added to that saying the cost in the future would be far greater should these sanctions not be imposed now. So the EU have been very clear throughout the last few days with their sanctions package. It's been going up gradually, hasn't it? And we've seen some big actions moving much faster and more severe sanctions, I think many had thought. The most recent, the airspace, the banning of Russian aircraft from EU airspace, sanctions on certain Russian media, and also sanctions now for Belarus as well as the SWIFT banking announcements too. But the EU, I think, what strikes me is now wanting to show itself as more than a soft power of sanctions and statements. What we're seeing now is a real movement. And I think Joseph Borrell described it quite nicely there when he said, you know, traditionally we have been a peace union, not a military union. But what we've seen now is another taboo falling with the EU taking this historic decision that it will supply, it will fund weapons for a third country. It will give lethal weaponry to Ukraine. And that's what defence ministers have been meeting today here to decide in terms of what that means next. We know there's a €450 million fund now that will go towards various military equipment, including, as I say, lethal weapons and arms, anti-tank weapons, the kind of weapons that will repel the aggression of Russia and help Ukrainians defend themselves. But not much more detail in terms of where it will go, purely for technical reasons, really. But I think it's very interesting what we've seen in the EU. Not only has it moved more quickly when it comes to the sanctions, but it's moved very quickly now when it comes to its own foreign policy, a real turning point. As Ursula von der Leyen said over the weekend, this is a watershed moment, and now we're really seeing the EU flex its muscles when it comes to its military involvement now.
Okay, Laura, thank you very much. I'm just going to alert our viewers to something else that is moving very quickly, and that is FIFA, the World Football governing body. It says it's in advanced talks with UEFA over the indefinite suspension of the Russian Football Union. This is coming from the PA news agency. You'll remember a few days ago, the Polish FA was saying it was totally unacceptable that FIFA had ordered Russia to play without a flag, an anthem, and as the Football Union of Russia because of the invasion of Ukraine. And many people thinking that FIFA didn't go far enough, but we now understand that FIFA are moving forward and they are in advanced talks with UEFA over the indefinite suspension of the Russian Football Union, as they asked them to be called. That's coming from PA. More on that as we get it. And now it is day 5 of this Russian invasion in Ukraine, but the Russian advance has been slower than expected. Earlier on here on Sky News, I spoke to defence and security analyst Michael Clark to find out why that might be. So just how far have Russian forces been advancing over the last 24 hours?
Well, Sarah Jane, in the last 24 hours, hardly at all. When this started on Thursday, we expected these sorts of arrows on the map to go deep into Ukraine and then circle around to establish all the objectives that they had captured, but they haven't. The place where they have had some success today is in Berdyansk, down in the south, but next to Berdyansk, right on the edge of the area of the...
Maximum restraint and for a full return to diplomacy and dialogue. The convening of this 11th emergency special session of the General Assembly, rooted in the Charter and mandated in Resolution 377A5, entitled Uniting for Peace, is a new opportunity to ensure that the leadership of the United Nations is up to the expectation of the people we serve on matters related to peace and security. It is imperative that we act on behalf of the women, children, and men caught in the crossfire. It is imperative that we pursue all available channels to contain the situation, to de-escalate tension, and to seek peaceful resolution in accordance with international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter. I welcome the announcement by the Secretary General on Friday that 20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund will be allocated to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. The humanitarian consequences on civilian population, in particular women, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups, will be devastating. The mass exodus of refugees, including foreign nationals, numbering over 500,000 from Ukraine to the eastern edge of the European Union, has showed no signs of stopping. Checkpoints at the borders of Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and the non-EU members Moldova have turned into choke points. I encourage member states to support humanitarian initiatives as they become available. My dear friends, there are no winners in war, but countless lives are torn apart. To that effect, security and access for humanitarian efforts must be guaranteed. Excellencies, the United Nations Charter, drafted so soon after the Second World War, is based on the principle of sovereign equality. It outlines a world where member states settle their international disputes by peaceful means, without the threat or use of force. The ongoing military offensive is inconsistent with this. It is an affront to the founders of this organization and everything it stands for. The violence must stop. Humanitarian law and international humanitarian law must be respected, and diplomacy and dialogue must prevail. Excellencies, my dear colleagues, in April 1946, the League of Nations dissolved, and in 26 years of the existence of an organization which ultimately had proven incapable of preventing the outbreak of the most destructive war in human history, it was the League's failure to provide a mechanism for the enforcement of the international collective security that exposed its most fatal flaws. The Right Honourable Viscount Robert Cecil, one of the original architects behind the League of Nations, in his final eulogy to the League said, "The League is dead. Long live the United Nations." We are now in the 76th year of the existence of the United Nations. Let us remind ourselves that we founded the United Nations to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to peace, and to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustments or settlements of international disputes or situations. Yesterday, a rare window of opportunity opened up for dialogue. As we convene here in the General Assembly, negotiators from both sides are holding talks in Belarus. This offers a ray of hope. We pray that these talks will calm down tempers and pave way to peace. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the General Assembly, with its 193 member states, represents the collective conscience of humanity. The strength of this assembly is rooted in its moral authority. Let us demonstrate that moral courage and use today's debate not to whip up rhetoric, not to whip up war rhetoric, but to give peace a chance. Let us ignite the fire of love, humanity, compassion, and hope. Guns are better off when knotted. Let peace prevail. I thank you. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, the fighting in Ukraine must stop. It's raging across the country from air, land, and sea. It must stop now. Russian missile and air bombardments have been pounding Ukrainian cities day and night. The capital, Kyiv, is encircled from all sides. In the face of the continuing attacks, Kyiv's 3 million residents are being forced to seek safety in their homes, improvised bomb shelters, and the city's subways. The Ukrainian government has distributed a meaningful number of arms to the population with the stated objective to participate in the defense of the country. According to UNHCR, 500,000 Ukrainians have fled across the country's borders. Although Russian strikes are reportedly largely targeting Ukrainian military facilities, we have credible accounts of residential buildings, critical civilian infrastructure, and other non-military targets sustaining heavy damage. This escalating violence, which is resulting in civilian deaths, including children, is totally unacceptable. Enough is enough. Soldiers need to move back to their barracks, and leaders need to move to peace. Civilians must be protected. International humanitarian and human rights law must be upheld. The sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders must be respected, in line with General Assembly resolutions. Mr. President, we are facing a tragedy for Ukraine, but also a major regional crisis with potentially disastrous implications for us all. Yesterday, Russian nuclear forces were put on high alert. This is a chilling development. The mere idea of a nuclear conflict is simply inconceivable. Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, we face what could easily become Europe's worst humanitarian and refugee crisis in decades, with the numbers of refugees and internally displaced multiplying by the minute. I am grateful for the compassion, generosity, and solidarity of Ukraine's neighbors who are taking in those seeking safety. It is important that this solidarity is extended without any discrimination based on race, religion, or ethnicity. The neighboring countries will need all our support in the days and weeks to come. The United Nations will continue to assist with these efforts. Mr. President, on Saturday, I spoke with President Zelensky and assured him that the United Nations would not abandon the Ukrainian people and conveyed our determination to enhance humanitarian assistance. Even before the events of the past week, the UN was providing some 3 million people on both sides of the contact line with humanitarian assistance. The United Nations is now working 24/7 to access humanitarian needs and scale up the delivery of life-saving support to many more people desperate for protection and shelter, particularly women and children, elderly people, and those with disabilities. We are fully committed to staying and delivering for everyone affected by this deadly conflict across the country. Some of our personnel are expanding existing programs, and others are preparing new operations to get help to those who need it fast. I want to highlight 3 concrete actions. First, I've allocated $20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to support emergency operations along the contact line in the eastern oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk and in other parts of the country. These will allow us to help more vulnerable people get the basics, shelter, food, water, and health care as soon as possible. Second, I have appointed Amin Awad as the UN Crisis Coordinator for Ukraine. He will liaise with the government and with all relevant actors on the ground, supported by the resident humanitarian coordinator and the UN country team. At the same time, we are bringing together partners in and outside the country and surging personnel into the country. Third, Tomorrow we will launch 2 coordinated emergency appeals for Ukraine and the region. One that addresses escalating humanitarian needs inside the country, including rising internal displacement, and another that responds to the needs of people crossing international borders to seek refuge in countries neighboring Ukraine. As we ramp up our efforts, it is essential that the safety and security of UN and associated personnel in Ukraine are protected in accordance with international law, and that humanitarian access to vulnerable people and communities is guaranteed. I call on all sides to uphold their obligations to allow freedom of movement of humanitarian personnel and to facilitate safe, rapid, and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief. I also urge the international community to mobilize in support of our funding appeals to address the needs of all those displaced by this crisis, as well as other vulnerable groups whose numbers will only grow as the fighting escalates. Mr. President, humanitarian aid is vital, but it is not a solution. It is simply treating the worst impacts of the conflict. The only true solution is peace. The attack on Ukraine challenges international law and the multilateral system rooted in the UN Charter. Some of the possible consequences of a worsening conflict are terrifying to contemplate. Regional tensions are rising. The latest security measures underline the high stakes for all. The economic repercussions of the crisis will have widespread impact, and I count on every member state to live up to the principles of the Charter. Mr. President, the guns are talking now, but the path of dialogue must always remain open. It's never too late to engage in good faith negotiations and to address all issues peacefully. I hope that the direct talks now taking place between Ukrainian and Russian delegations will produce not only an immediate halt to the fighting, but also a path towards a diplomatic solution. I welcome and encourage all peaceful efforts to end the bloodshed and halt this conflict. I thank the countries who have offered to host and facilitate negotiations. The United Nations is ready to support such efforts. Mr. President, war is not the answer. It is death, human suffering, senseless destruction, and an immense senseless destruction and an immense distraction from the real challenges facing humanity. The climate crisis and biodiversity loss, vitally needed socio-economic recovery from the pandemic, healing the divides of race and gender, and so many other pressing 21st century challenges. Humanity cannot afford to be locked in a mindset that dredges up the worst of past centuries. We need to look forward as United Nations to overcome the scourge of war. We need to focus on solving problems, not making them worse. In cities around the world, people are taking to the streets and demanding an end to war. People in Ukraine want and need peace. And I believe people in the Russian Federation do too. We need peace now. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Mr. President, Secretary General, for the first time since the United Nations was born, there is a full-fledged war in the center of Europe. Everyone in this hall and everyone in the world
knows that Russia, and Russia alone, started this invasion now facilitated by Belarus. This war was not provoked. It was chosen by someone who is right now sitting in the bunker. We know what happened with the person who sat in the bunker in Berlin in May 1945. Before I continue with my formal statement, I would like to switch to Russian and invite you to put on the headphones, because I would like to read from the screenshot of the smartphone of a killed Russian soldier. That's an actual screenshot from someone who is dead already.
Alyosha, how are you doing? Why has it been so long since you responded? Are you really in training exercises? Asks the mother of the killed soldier, moments before he was killed. Mama, I'm no longer in Crimea. I'm not in training sessions. Where are you then? Papa is asking whether I can send you a parcel. What kind of a parcel, Mama, can you send me? What are you talking about? What happened? Mama, I'm in Ukraine. There is a real war raging here. I'm afraid. We are bombing all of the cities together, even targeting civilians. We were told that they would welcome us, and they are falling under our armored vehicles, throwing themselves under the wheels and not allowing us to pass. They call us fascists. Mama, this is so hard. And this was several moments before he was killed.
Imagine, if you want to just visualize the magnitude of the tragedy, you have to imagine next to you, next to every nameplate of every single country in this General Assembly, more than 30 souls of killed Russian soldiers already. Next to every name of every single country in this assembly, 30 plus killed Russian soldiers. Hundreds of killed Ukrainians, dozens of killed children. And it goes on and on and on. So just imagine those killed people next to you when you will listen to my formal statement. Big militarized power seeking for geopolitical greatness has launched a full-fledged military offensive against a smaller neighbor aimed at invading the country. Deadly airstrikes dropped on civilians' heads across the entire country, and the Russian troops crossed Ukraine's borders from the territory of Russia, Belarus, and the occupied parts of Ukraine's Donbas and Crimea. Does it remind you of something, doesn't it? Indeed. Very clear parallels could be drawn with the beginning of the Second World War, too. And Russia's course of action is very similar to what their spiritual mentors from the Third Reich employed on the Ukrainian land 80 years ago. Just one, the most recent example of human sufferings, example of war crime. As all of us were on our way to the General Assembly today, the Russian army shelled with Grad multiple rocket launcher systems the residential areas of the city of Kharkiv, the second biggest in Ukraine. Innocent civilians have been killed and wounded. The exact numbers is very difficult to estimate because of the warfare, while the negotiations are still underway at the border with Belarus. We therefore express our gratitude for overwhelming support that made this decision on the emergency session possible. We are grateful to the President of the General Assembly for his taking care of this idea well in advance. We appreciate the engagement of the UN Secretary General, who has taken a very strong stance in support of peace, in support of the UN Charter. We have been prompted to call for an emergency special session as the level of the threat to the global security has been equated to that of the Second World War, or even higher, following Putin's order to put and alert Russian nuclear forces. What a madness. If he wants to kill himself, he doesn't need to use nuclear arsenal. He has to do what the guy in Berlin did in a bunker in May 1945. The Security Council addressed the issue of the Russian war against Ukraine, and the decision was not adopted due to the obvious reason. The country attempting to occupy Ukraine since 2014 has occupied the seat of the Council permanent member since 1991. Therefore, we do not accept the Russian logic that the Security Council was unable to act due to one-sided and unbalanced approach. The only guilty party is the Russian Federation. Distinguished delegates, Russia uses all its military potential to attack Ukraine and has begun redeploying reserve units on the border with Ukraine. It fires cruise and ballistic missiles at cities, attacks with aviation, tanks and artillery, sends subversion and reconnaissance groups which mark residential buildings in preparation for the air attacks. Russia's missiles are now aimed at destroying the infrastructure objects. They targeted the radioactive waste disposal site near Kiev, the fuel base in the town of Kyiv, that is effectively a Kiev's suburb. The objects of logistic infrastructure, including bridges, airports, and water reservoirs, remain among the targets. Such towns as Shestya and Stanitsa Luganska near Lugansk are now nearly destroyed, as well as residential buildings in and around Kiev and Kharkiv. The Russian forces seized the Chernobyl nuclear power station and the part of southern Kherson region, including the North Crimean Canal. Due to the active moving of Russian heavy militaries through the Chernobyl exclusion zone, the radiation level has increased rapidly. In the Black Sea, Russian warships deliberately attacked two civil vessels under the flags of Panama and Moldova, approaching Ukraine. This constitutes a flagrant violation of the international law of the sea. Incredibly, one of the vessels had the Russian crew. Still, it was attacked by the Russians. Russians keep attacking kindergartens and orphanages, thus committing war crimes and violating the Rome Statute. Hospitals and mobile medical aid brigades are also targeted by the Russian shelling and the sabotage groups working in Ukraine's cities and towns. The Russian military fired on ambulance crews in the areas of Zaporizhia and Kiev. In Akhtirka district of Sumy region, Russian tanks shot down a bus with civilians. Later, the Russian military did not allow ambulances on the spot. As of today, 352 people, including 16 children, were killed on the Ukrainian side, and 2,040 Ukrainians, including 45 children, wounded during the first 5 days of the Russian invasion. And this number is growing non-stop. I have already told about the morning shellings in Kharkiv, and we cannot really estimate at this moment how many were killed. In response, Ukraine has activated its right for self-defense according to the Article 51 of the UN Charter. The Russian troops are suffering losses: aircrafts, helicopters, tanks, trucks, personnel. The aggressor forces have already lost more than 5,000 in manpower during the first days of aggression. Excellencies, the General Assembly should be vocal in demanding from the Russian Federation to stop its offensive against Ukraine. In recognizing Russian actions as an act of aggression against a sovereign and independent state, in demanding from Russia to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, in demanding from the Russian Federation to reverse the decision related to the status of certain areas of Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine, in demanding full compliance with the provisions of international humanitarian law. The General Assembly should also be clear with regard to the treacherous role of Belarus and its involvement in aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Distinguished members of the General Assembly, what is happening now in Ukraine has already had the security and humanitarian implications for all of you. Immediately for Europe, a bit later for the rest, including in terms of food security, energy security, financial markets, collapse of the economies. Last September, my president said, while delivering his statement at the high-level segment of the 76th session of the General Assembly, and I quote, "I understand that criticism of the UN is often heard, but we criticize ourselves," end of quote. If we fail to respond now, we will face much more than criticism. We will face oblivion. It must not happen. Now it is time to act, time to help Ukraine, that is paying now the ultimate price for freedom and security of itself and of the world. If Ukraine does not survive, international peace will not survive. If Ukraine does not survive, the United Nations will not survive. Have no illusions. If Ukraine does not survive, we cannot be surprised if democracy fails next. Now we can save Ukraine, save the United Nations, save democracy, and defend the values we believe in and that Ukrainians are fighting for and paying with their lives. The Russian delegate will speak shortly. Putin has done everything to delegitimize the Russian presence in the United Nations. But I wonder if the Russian presence in the United Nations has ever been legitimate. I wonder if ever this assembly voted in accordance with paragraph 2 of Article 4 on admission of the Russian Federation to the United Nations, either in December 1991 or in January 1992, or wherever thereafter. I want to ask the delegates whose countries voted for admission of the Russian delegation to the United Nations to raise their hand, to confirm that Russia was admitted to the United Nations according to the Charter. Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand if your country voted in the formal session of the General Assembly in reply to the letter by President Yeltsin dated December 24, 1991, when he told the United Nations that Russia would like to be a continuator state of the demised Soviet Union. Anyone? Shall I put my glasses if my vision fails me and I don't see any hand raised? Any country? Anyone voted for Russian membership? I leave you with that, and think about it when you listen to the Russian delegate.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, in recent days, the Ukrainian issue has made headlines, global headlines, and has now been given pride of place at the UN Security Council and now the General Assembly. At the same time, Russian actions are being distorted and thwarted, and there is the number of incredible fakes is staggering with the use with media outlets and social networks proliferating these lies. For this reason, today I wish to focus on the real reasons for the crisis that has emerged and its possible consequences. I wish to emphasize the following. The root for the current crisis lies in the actions of Ukraine itself. For many years, it sabotaged and flouted its direct obligations under the Minsk package of measures. Just recently, very recently, there was a hope that in Kiev they would reconsider and that they would indeed comply with what they signed on to back in 2015. For that, first and foremost, what was necessary was direct dialogue, as set out in the document, between Donetsk and Lugansk. However, the latest confirmation from the senior leadership of the country was that Ukraine was unwilling to engage in this dialogue, and they took unwilling to take steps to grant special status to Donbass, as set out in the Minsk agreements, and this was actively supported by the Western patrons of Kiev. And this definitively persuaded us of the fact that we no longer have a right to allow the residents of Donbass to suffer any further. Insofar as Ukrainian provocations against the people of Donbass in February did not end, in fact, they escalated, the leadership of DPR and LPR turned to us with a request to deliver military support in line with bilateral agreements on cooperation, which were arrived at with their recognition, concurrently with recognition. And this was a logical step to the persistent aggressive actions undertaken by the Ukrainian regime. The Ukrainian authorities, which has of late been actively armed and incited by a number of states, were under the misconception that with the indulgence of Western patrons and sponsors, they would be able to address the issues in Donbass militarily. It is difficult otherwise. It would be difficult to explain the ongoing intensification of shelling and sabotage acts on the territory of the republics, which I mentioned. The people of Donbass and Lugansk continued to have to take shelter in basements. There was a flood of refugees entering the Russian Federation, and yet still the nature of the Ukrainian armed forces operation did not change, and yet Western partners did not turned a blind eye to this, and they merely echoed Ukrainian tall tales about the allegations that Donbass people were shelling on themselves. The worsening suffering of the residents of Donbass is something that has left Western sponsors unmoved in recent years. This discussion at the Security Council and General Assembly, there was no empathy whatsoever, no compassion for the people of Donbass and Lugansk. It seems that these 4 million people simply don't exist for them. And as a result, the ongoing threats targeting the people of LPR and DPR, given the lack of prospects for addressing the problems in the area under the Minsk operations due to the failure to fulfill them, the Russian president took a decision for a special military operation to be carried out in Donbass. Occupation of Ukraine is not part of these plans. The goal of the special operation is to protect the people who for 8 years were subject to torment and genocide by the Kiev regime. To that end, there's a need to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. We further will strive to hold accountable those who carried out countless brutal crimes against the people, the residents, including residents of the Russian Federation. This decision was taken in line with Article 51 of the United Nations Charter with the sanction of the Federation Council of the Russian Federation. In pursuant of the Agreement on Friendship and Cooperation with DPR and LPR, I wish to recall further that the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states is something which we are being accused of breaching vis-a-vis Ukraine. The Declaration on Principles of International Law on Friendly Relations Between Peoples was adopted in 1970, and it needs to be unstintingly complied with respect to states, I quote, conducting themselves in compliance with the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples as described above, and thus possessed of a government representing the whole people, belonging to the territory without distinction as to race, creed, or color. End of quote. Today's government of Ukraine is no such government. Moreover, during the special military operation, Russia has been exercising its right to self-defense from a regime that has been striving to gain access to nuclear weapons. The president of Ukraine explicitly stated this on 18 February during the Munich conference, and I would recall, this statement that he delivered was met with applause by the participants of this conference. At the same time, Ukraine is seeking membership in NATO, where there's Article 5 in effect, and has territorial claims to the Russian Federation. Hence, by leveraging Article 51 of the UN Charter, not only is Russia protecting itself from the nationalist threat, but Russia is also seeking to uphold the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter on the soil of Donbass and Ukraine, ensuring that the main goal of the United Nations be upheld, namely to prevent succeeding generations from a scourge of war. Unfortunately, it behooves us to note the very negative role played in all of this by Western colleagues led by the United States. Instead of compelling Kiev to comply with its obligations, instead they are merely inciting Kiev, egging it on, repeating the senseless mantra that their obligations and the Minsk agreements are not being complied with the Russian Federation, which I should like to recall and emphasize, the Russian Federation is not a party to it. Moreover, our Western colleagues have shamelessly inundated the country with weapons, have sent to the country instructors, and effectively incited Ukrainians who are facing a 120,000-strong military contingent prompted them to engage in armed provocation against the Donbass. Thereby, the Western countries have created a bubble that cannot but pop. Distinguished colleagues, discussing today, in this discussion, it behooves us to note that back in 2008, a Russian president at the NATO Bucharest Council cautioned that members of NATO should think 3 times before proudly stating that Ukraine and Georgia will join NATO, and this was portrayed as some kind of a great compromise, which was immediately met with action plans undertaken in Ukraine and Georgia to join the alliance. At the same time, in 2014, there was a brutal anti-constitutional coup which took place in Kiev, as a result of which nationalists and radicals seized power. And their policy was to create an anti-Russia in Ukraine and to ensure that it join NATO. And I will revisit that. For us, Ukraine joining NATO is a red line. First and foremost, from the military strategic level, the deployment of NATO infrastructure in that country would compel us to adopt measures in response, and this has placed us at the verge of conflict. For this reason, in December 2021, we proposed that agreements be arrived at with the U.S. and NATO for security assurances to be provided to the Russian Federation. However, our extended hand was unceremoniously rebuffed by Americans and NATO representatives. It was proposed that we continue to discuss secondary issues without consideration of our concerns. Moreover, the question was not addressed as to how the freedom of choosing alliances as set out in the OSCE aligns with the principles of indivisibility of security, which is of great importance to us. Probably many of you wonder what should be done now and what role can the United Nations play in addressing the Ukrainian crisis. We believe that the UN can and should play its role, help to bring the stakeholders' positions closer together, and to eradicate the causes of conflict. The key role here, according to the Charter, should be played by and lies with the Security Council. However, attempts to calmly discuss this issue is something our partners did not deign to undertake. For this reason, the Russian Federation on 25 February voted against the anti-Russian and anti-Ukrainian draft resolution of the Security Council. It is anti-Russian, this document. There's no need to explain why. It suffices to have a cursory glance at the document. Why is it anti-Ukrainian, the document? Because this document, beyond any doubt, is inconsistent with the root interests of the Ukrainian people insofar as it is an attempt to salvage and to cement in Ukraine those authorities who brought the country to the brink of tragedy. And this tragedy has been ongoing for 8 years now. The main reason for our negative vote was not what was in the draft, but what was not included in the draft. If the sponsors were to attempt to make it even remotely balanced, then they would not have left out issues that need to be addressed in the context of the Ukrainian issue. Specifically, what was unaddressed was the way that the anti-constitutional coup in Ukraine, in Kiev, in February 2014, resulted in the Maidan junta seizing power and using it against the residents, shelling civilian areas with artillery pieces and multiple rocket launchers, and raining bombs on the people of Donbass and Lugansk. What was unaddressed was how the Ukrainian authorities, with the tolerance and indulgence of Western sponsors, consistently and cynically shirked their obligations to implement the Minsk agreement. At the same time, at the line of contact, Ukrainian death squads, first and foremost comprised of neo-Nazi and radical elements, methodically, day after day, shelled the residential areas of DPR and LPR, killing women, children, the elderly. This is ongoing today. How can we fail to mention the fact that the Ukrainian nationalists have been perpetrating crimes for all these 8 years. The protesters against Maidan and Odessa were burned alive. The peaceful protesters and the Maidan were shot out, killed by snipers. The investigation into these tragedies by the Maidan regime was deliberately swept under the rug. At the same time, the perpetrators in the Odessa tragedy are well known. They are flaunting their presence, and an alternative investigation into the reasons, into the acknowledgement by these snipers unambiguously emphasizes that the slaughter on Independence Square was a provocation by the leaders of Maidan. We specifically last year held an informal Security Council area formal meeting on this issue in order to provide colleagues at the Security Council with more information about this. However, in response, at best, we heard from Western sponsors merely hackneyed cliches about Russian propaganda. What kind of a text resolution on Ukraine can there be in the above-mentioned circumstances? There's a need to ensure that there was a need for the text to have a frank assessment of the role in inflating the Ukrainian crisis played by Western colleagues who not only were present in the Minsk negotiations, but effectively gave Kiev carte blanche to carry out any actions or steps that would be unthinkable for any civilized states. With tales being spun about the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the Maidan authorities and nationalists engaged in, with impunity, murdering political opponents, persecuting opposition, shuttering opposition television outlets, where there could be some relatively objective information provided. 6 of those television channels were shuttered under Zelensky alone. And how could we fail to mention the fact that the country was flooded with weapons, which were then turned on peaceful civilians in Donbass? The responsibility for what is taking place right now lies at the feet of the current Ukrainian leadership as well as our Western colleagues. Today, we wish to emphasize that this has been inflated by the lies, deceit, misinformation from the Ukrainian armed forces, and the nationalist Western media outlets increasingly, shamelessly are portraying our military operation as a result, as a negative consequence. We constantly hear lies, fakes about indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities, hospitals, schools, kindergartens. The Russian army does not pose a threat to the civilians of Ukraine, is not shelling civilian areas in areas and cities where Russian armed forces have taken control. And these areas are seeing citizens living their lives normally. Basic infrastructure, transportation, local infrastructure, and law and order is being upheld. And this includes the electrical station, the power plant, which is jointly patrolled by Russian representatives and the special Ukrainian police who are present in the area. The Chernobyl plant is also operating normally. The threat to the residents of Ukraine presently is posed by the Ukrainian nationalists who have effectively taken hostage the residents of Ukraine, and they're using them. They're hiding themselves behind them and using them as human shields. There's abundant evidence from ordinary Ukrainians that nationalists, despite their protests, have been deploying heavy equipment and multiple rocket launchers in residential areas. This is an egregious violation of international humanitarian law, which needs to be duly condemned. Effectively, this is the same tactic that is being used by ISIL terrorists. All of the responsibility for the possible repercussions lies at the feet of the Maidan regime. The residents of Ukraine are also threatened by the unfettered, uncontrolled radical elements giving to all of those who wish, including criminals who have specifically been released from prison. They are now receiving weapons, and the looters and marauders and criminals are now using them to target civilians. There is sufficient and abundant evidence of this from residents of Kiev and other cities. This demonstrates the recklessness of Ukraine authorities vis-a-vis their women. Just now, we received a letter from the Ukrainian human rights civic organization, the Social Policy and Social Protection Institute, under the name of Irina Berezhna. For 8 years, this body has been informing international structures about how the neo-Nazism was born and proliferated in Ukraine, and how it has been and continues to be upheld at the state level. I briefly quote, today, the apogee of the recklessness and lawlessness of neo-Nazis in Ukraine was that condemned criminals have been released from prison. They have carried out grave crimes, murders, etc. Only in Kiev, those who are willing receive 25,000 machine guns without any documentation. Killings, looting, crime is ongoing. Those so-called territorial defenders of Ukraine shot at a car, killing parents and a young girl. 2 children are in hospital, critically wounded. The former acting president, following the unconstitutional coup in February of 2014, Turchinov, called on all citizens who are not indifferent to slaughter Russians throughout the territory of the country. And this, despite the fact that the most recent document for Ukraine in 2019 sets out that almost 17%, and actually far more people are Russian there. Now, against the Russian Federation in social networks, an information war has been unleashed insofar as evidence of destruction of civilian infrastructure by a Russian military does not exist. Ukrainian attacks and accidental attacks bear out the fact that Ukrainian nationalists are carrying out this violence. Social networks have training manuals about how to create fakes to taint our military operation. Throughout Ukrainian social networks, there are 1.2 million such pieces of fake news, and the correspondence that was read out by the Ukrainian ambassador, that conversation that was read out is also a part of these facts, and these fakes, and this is well known. We also did not support the draft resolution for this issue to move from the Security Council and be addressed by the General Assembly special session today. We were guided by the fact that this measure proposes that we register that the Security Council failed to uphold its main responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, and at the same time there was not even a hint at an attempt to find a constructive solution at the Security Council. Attempts to circumvent the position of the Russian Federation, to disregard the position of the Russian Federation, runs counter to the very bedrock of the United Nations. There's a need to find common ground, regardless of our Western partners' attempts to avoid this, including when they disregarded our legitimate concerns in connection with NATO policy and Western countries' breach of the core principles of the OSCE on indivisibility of security. To conclude, Mr. President, I wish to state that the Russian Federation did not begin these hostilities. The hostilities were unleashed by Ukraine against its own residents, the residents of Donbass, and all of those who are dissenters. Russia is seeking to end this war. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Norway, Republic of Moldova, Georgia, San Marino, Andorra, Monaco and Liechtenstein align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, I want to thank you for convening us here today, and for the Secretary General to be here, and for all of you colleagues being here. It's very important that the facts are heard and fully understood, and that this body is able to take the appropriate decisions after the fact that the Security Council, thanks to the veto by one country alone stopped the Council from taking that decision. Let me start by expressing the European Union's full solidarity and support to Ukraine and its people, who are courageously fighting an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression from Russia. Since our meeting here in the General Assembly last week, the situation has dramatically escalated, despite tireless diplomatic efforts, including at the highest level. Russia has decided to turn its back to peace, to the rules-based international order as defined inter alia in the UN Charter, to diplomacy and to the international community. Russia's military attack against Ukraine has already caused an alarming number of deaths, injured, internally displaced and refugees. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by armed forces of the Russian Federation in violation of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. We also condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine, and we call on both Russia and Belarus to abide by their international obligations. We're also alarmed by Russia's raising of the nuclear alert level. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to immediately return to the previous alert level of its nuclear arsenal and to avoid any actions that could risk the safety or security of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, a non-nuclear weapon state under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Russia bears full responsibility for this aggression and the resulting destruction and loss of life. We demand from Russia to cease its military operations immediately and unconditionally and to withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We further call on Russia to engage in earnest in dialogue with a view to a political and diplomatic solution. Russia's actions grossly violate international law and are in clear breach of the UN Charter and the OSCE Helsinki Final Act, as well as Russia's specific commitments to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity under the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. This is arguably the biggest aggression in Europe since the end of the Second World War. It follows similar Russian aggression against its neighbors in 2008 and 2014. We underscore our firm support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia and of the Republic of Moldova, and we are closely monitoring the situation in the region. This Assembly has a responsibility immediately and effectively to acknowledge and address Russia's actions. Failing to do so will erode trust to the rules-based global order with the UN at its core and the UN Charter itself. It would send the wrong message to perpetrators of such aggression and aggravate similar risks to other UN member states in the region and beyond. We stand firmly by Ukraine and its people. We deplore the loss of life and human suffering. This is a dire humanitarian catastrophe, and humanitarian needs are rapidly increasing. With the toll of IDPs and refugees rising, humanitarian support is a priority in the wider package of EU support offered to Ukraine in these trying days. The EU and its member states are providing urgently needed humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian population. Ukraine has activated the Union's civil protection mechanism and is receiving urgently needed supplies from EU member states. In addition, the Republic of Moldova, to which more than 60,000 Ukrainians have fled, has requested and received EU humanitarian support in dealing with the human catastrophe caused deliberately by the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to respect international law, including international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian infrastructures must be protected and humanitarian access should be secured. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and stop their disinformation campaign and cyber attacks. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine and call on it to immediately stop action and to abide by its international obligations. We recall our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and we call on all UN members not to recognize the two self-proclaimed separatist entities. The EU has reacted swiftly and decisively to Russia's recognition of Ukraine's self-proclaimed separatist entities and the invasion of Ukraine by adopting restrictive measures. We intend to take such measures against Belarus. Mr. President, let us be clear on this. We firmly believe that the use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Let us recall that the UN Charter prohibits both the threat and the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Tensions and conflict should be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. The EU, together with like-minded partners, have been united in making unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation. With this one-sided step, Russia is further isolating itself. We are today at a crucial and historical moment. Too many times in the past, the international community has been blind or too slow in front of unfolding tragedies. Entire generations in many places around the world, many of you representing them, have paid and are still paying the price of inaction. We cannot make the same mistake again. We have to take action. After Russia's veto in the Security Council last week, the General Assembly has the responsibility to send a strong and united message on the need for Russia to immediately and unconditionally cease its military operations, withdraw its troops, and opt for genuine dialogue. We call on Russia to avoid, in particular, any action that places the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear and radioactive waste installations at risk. The people of Ukraine and the whole world are watching us and counting on us, and will judge us on the decisions that we will take here in this special emergency session. And it's our duty and responsibility for all of us to do our utmost to defend the UN Charter and the international order. We therefore hope that this Assembly will massively support the resolution tabled by Ukraine and its partners. The EU and its member states will continue to do their utmost to protect the integrity of the rules-based international system, which is key to our collective security, and we call on all UN member states to do the same. On our side, we will continue to stand by Ukraine, support its democratically elected institutions and representatives and its people, including through additional political, financial, humanitarian and logistical support. I thank you very much, colleagues. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries.
I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Denmark. Mr. President, on the night of 24th February, the Russian leadership decided to attack Ukraine. And let me be clear. We condemn in the strongest terms possible the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. People around the world are watching with horror the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine. A member state of this organization, a member of this community of nations. We are struck with a profound sense of injustice and a profound sympathy with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for their country, their cities, their homes, their families, their lives, their freedom and their future. The Russian leadership's aggression and brutal armed attack is in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. The Russian leadership's actions gravely violate international law and the principles of the UN Charter. They are an attack on this organization. And this cannot stand. Last week, the Russian leadership decided it will erase Ukraine's right to determine its own future. This cannot stand. Mr. President, Russia counted on the world to remain silent, but we are acting. And on this day, and until peace prevails and every Ukrainian can safely return to their homes, we stand with Ukraine. The devastating consequences of this aggression, not only for Europe but globally, cannot be overstated. Russian aggression against Ukraine will have global and long-term negative consequences, challenging the rules-based international order if we let it go unanswered. In the time ahead, we fear increased suffering, with potentially large number of casualties and extensive destruction of civilian infrastructure. We see fighting unfolding in and around urban areas, and we are deeply concerned about the long-term cumulative and protracted harm to the civilian population. Mr. President, we will continue to look at every single instrument in our toolbox as a matter of urgency. Sanctions have already been enacted to cripple Putin's ability to finance his war machine. And likewise, the role of the Lukashenko regime in Belarus in enabling the attack on Ukraine also demands a firm response. Nordic Baltic countries have been delivering financial, humanitarian and military assistance to the people of Ukraine. And many of our partners and friends around the globe have joined us. Every nation must look at how to further support Ukraine. Mr. President, during the days we have watched with horror broadcasted images of families separated, children sheltering in the safety of the Kiev subway system, kindergartens destroyed by Russian ordnances, and the ruins of bombarded residential buildings in the center of the capital of Ukraine. We are outraged by indiscriminate attacks on civilians in this unlawful and immoral war of conquest that serves no purpose and no principle but the naked quest for power and territory. This cannot stand. Russia must respect international humanitarian law and human rights law. Full and unhindered humanitarian access must be guaranteed. Civilians must be protected. We call on Russia to stop this senseless war, and we echo the plea of the Secretary General. We demand an immediate ceasefire, and we urge Russia to withdraw all its forces from Ukraine and return genuinely to the path of dialogue and negotiation. Mr. President, let me be clear. Every civilian death, every war crime will be recorded, and we will ensure that the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are held accountable and brought to justice. History has its eyes on us. Every legal avenue available will be used to hold the aggressor to account. Ukraine has sent a request to the International Court of Justice on Russia's erroneous and absurd allegations of genocide in Ukraine, which the Russian Federation has cynically used as a false pretext for its invasion. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor has also noted that he is monitoring Russia's invasion of Ukraine and has jurisdiction to prosecute war crimes and crimes against humanity. The prosecutor's office may and will exercise its jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crimes against humanity or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine, as Ukraine has accepted the court's jurisdiction. We fully support the ICC's monitoring of the situation. Colleagues, the rules-based international order, which governs how states interact with one another, was put in place drawing from the horrible lessons of 2 world wars, promising one another that future generations would be saved from the scourge of war. The attack on Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is a direct assault on the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. This cannot stand. The matter is now in the hands of the General Assembly, where one veto cannot overrule the UN membership, where the power and legitimacy is manifested in numbers. Russia's shameful use of the veto on a matter it bears full responsibility for is completely unacceptable. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia has a special responsibility for maintaining peace and security, not to violate the very principles of the UN Charter. The latest meetings of the Council demonstrated the need for reform. It demonstrated who had the firmness and valor to defend the UN Charter. No country can grow and thrive in isolation. Russia knows this. The General Assembly has the power to send a firm message to Putin. And what we say today and how we vote on the resolution presented will make a difference on the ground in Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people. They will be watching us, hoping that the world will come in on the side of the UN Charter and our promise of never again. Colleagues, Russia's unlawful and brutal armed attack on Ukraine will affect and impact everyone. And if we do not join our forces to turn back this tide today, we will be even less equipped to deal with similar crises and crimes in the future, wherever, on whichever continent they occur. Over the last week, we have heard powerful statements from representatives of every continent on this planet, from Africa to Asia, from Europe to the Americas, that Russia's behavior towards a fellow member of the United Nations cannot stand. And we will hear more today. And to those who still refer to two parties to a conflict, we echo the words of a protester who had written on her sign, "If Russia stops fighting, there will be no more war. If Ukrainians stop fighting, there will be no more Ukraine." That is the simple reality before us. That is the simple truth. The world will hold Russia and Belarus accountable for their actions. Russia as the main aggressor, Belarus as the enabler. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Mr. President, Russia, day by day, is continuing its work of destruction in Ukraine. And on top of these brutal and criminal acts, we see a dangerous rhetoric which is further stoking tension. Russia is conducting this armed aggression in violation of the most fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter, which all members of this Assembly have the obligation to respect. On Friday, it was the only one to oppose a Security Council resolution co-sponsored by 82 states. The General Assembly today has a historic responsibility, that of relaying loudly and robustly the voice of citizens who, across all continents, including in Russia, are asking for the immediate cessation of this war and for the withdrawal of the Russian army from Ukrainian territory. France supports the efforts underway within this Assembly to prepare a resolution demanding that Russia put an end to its aggression and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We call for all members of this Assembly to vote in favour of this text. Over and above Ukraine, it is an issue of defending the Charter and the very reason for the existence of the United Nations. Let's be clear about this. Faced with the armed aggression against a people, faced with the civilian victims increasing in number every day, faced with the outflows of those who are forced to seek refuge, no one can avert their gaze. Abstention is not an option. Abstaining is to agree that might is right. We call upon all member states to vote in favour of the primacy of law over force. Mr. President, the invocation of this emergency special session does not mean that the Security Council is refusing to exercise its responsibilities. The Council will be meeting this afternoon to discuss the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. France, together with Mexico, will be tabling a draft resolution in order to guarantee the protection of civilians and safe and unhindered humanitarian access in order to respond to the urgent needs of the Ukrainian population. France and its partners in the European Union stand firmly, shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainian people. The European Union has already announced 90 million euros of humanitarian aid. France will also play its part. With our partners, France is mobilized to ensure that the international response is able to confront the aggression committed by Russia. The European Union, and France is president of for the first 6 months of this year, has adopted measures to block access of the Russian central bank to its reserves. We've also announced the funding of defensive equipment for Ukraine. Mr. President, France salutes the courage being shown by the people of Ukraine. We call upon this Assembly to express to them without delay our support through the adoption of a resolution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Mr. Secretary-General, Mr. President, colleagues. On Friday, 81 member states supported a resolution in the Security Council to stop the war in Ukraine. Russia was completely isolated in opposing that resolution. Today, we gather in the General Assembly to stand against Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine and its assault on the principles of the UN Charter. The facts are clear. Russia has invaded Ukraine without provocation and without justification. Russia has rained missiles and rockets down on Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, and other cities. The brave men and women of Ukraine are enduring the barrage and have held their cities from Russian invaders. They are fighting for their country, for their continued future as a free and independent nation. But the humanitarian consequences are already immense. We hear of babies born in air raid shelters, children with bomb craters in their kindergartens, and today, news of the shelling of residential areas in Kharkiv. These are indiscriminate attacks on Ukrainian civilians. 7 million Ukrainians are displaced. In short, the scourge of war that our United Nations was created to prevent has been unleashed by Russia on Ukraine. The international response to Russia's aggression has been united and swift. Around the world and here in this building, we must stand together to defend the rules and enforce the accountability that we have built together. If we do not stand up for them now, then the safety of every nation's borders and independence are at risk. That is why we also condemn Belarusian support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As the Secretary-General said last week, Russia's actions are violations of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and conflict directly with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And as he said today, the only answer is peace. So our message today is simple. We offer our unequivocal support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. We call on President Putin to stop this senseless war. And we urge all fellow members of the United Nations to speak up for Ukraine and to defend the Charter. Slava Ukraini!
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by the representative of the European Union, and in my national capacity, I would like to add the following comment. Excellencies, we have gathered today in an emergency session because the Security Council once again failed us in acting as a guardian of peace and security. So now it is upon us, the General Assembly, where we all have equal rights to vote, to stand up and make it certain that the United Nations delivers on the purpose it was created for. The use of armed force by a UN member against sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another member state violates Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and constitutes an act of aggression as defined by the Resolution 3314 of this very body, adopted by consensus. What we see in Ukraine is an act of aggression on the part of Russia, and we condemn it. Last week, I spoke from this very rostrum about Russia's pattern of behavior against its neighbors. Russia's full-scale military aggression against my country should have served as a wake-up call for all. But alas, it has not been possible to prevent the similar scenario unfolding few years later in Ukraine. Not to repeat myself, let me just say that we in Georgia do know what the toll of war is. We do know what it is this disastrous consequences. And that is people, innocent civilians, women and children who pay the highest price. It is devastating not only for those who live through it, but passes down to generations. Let me be clear. Core principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, the Charter of Paris for New Europe, and the commitments taken under the Budapest Memorandum are non-negotiable, nor subject to revision by any country, no matter how large or powerful it may be. Territorial acquisition through use of force, or a threat to do so, is illegal and impermissible. Georgia calls on the Russian Federation to immediately cease its military activities and withdraw all its forces and armaments from Ukraine. Allow immediate access to all international humanitarian and human rights mechanisms wherever in the entire territory of Ukraine. Reverse the decisions related to the status of integral parts of Ukraine's Donetsk and Luhansk regions and Crimea, and to do so the same with regard to Georgia. Withdraw forces, allow humanitarian access, reverse the status-related decision with regard to the occupied territories. Georgia was among the co-sponsors of the draft Security Council resolution that got vetoed. And we are the co-sponsors of the draft General Assembly resolution that is soon to be considered. This resolution, although it concerns Ukraine, is a watershed moment for all of us. And I would dare say for the future of the rules-based order and our United Nations. So I call on you to vote in favor of the proposed draft, to vote to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to vote for the United Nations. And in conclusion, we welcome the Secretary General's decision to scale up the United Nations humanitarian operations in and around Ukraine. And let me once again reiterate Georgia's unwavering support of independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and Donbas,
and Ukraine's navigational rights in its territorial waters. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, Poland fully supports the resolution just tabled by Ukraine and calls on each member state to stand firmly behind it. We deeply believe that through this act, we will demonstrate our adherence to the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Only by upholding those fundamental principles, we can see the truly peaceful and long-term solution to the conflict caused by the Russian aggression in Ukraine. In that sense, the resolution we are about to vote paves the way to a meaningful diplomatic effort to end the atrocities of this war. To achieve peace, Poland, as the current chairmanship in office of the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, called yesterday for the immediate ceasefire in Ukraine to let humanitarian organizations deliver assistance. But these appeals for peace are even more urgent when you look at the events in Ukraine from a close distance perspective. Let me tell you how we, Poles, see and respond to the horrors of this war as neighbors and friends of Ukraine. There is no doubt that we are confronted with one of the biggest humanitarian crises in Europe since World War II. In the first 3 days of Russian aggression, facilitated by the complicity of the Belarusian regime of Alexander Lukashenko, we witnessed more than 500,000 people fleeing Ukraine, 300,000 of which found refuge in my home country. We keep our borders open. Our diplomatic missions help those who seek refuge in Poland. The nationals of all countries who suffered from Russian aggression or whose life is at risk can seek shelter in my country. And I can tell you, only for the first half of today, we welcome people of 125 nationalities fleeing Ukraine to Poland. So that means it concerns us all. The list of these nationalities are too long to read to you. So I just read the first, those with more than 100 nationals fleeing to Poland only today in the morning. Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Nigeria, India, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Poland, Belarus, Iran, Turkey, Algeria, and Russia. This refuge applies also to the students, which I understand is a serious concern of some colleagues here in the chamber. The students are also welcome to Poland, and they are offered to continue their studies in Poland. We know that some of the missions here in New York were targeted by the disinformation suggesting discriminatory practices at the Polish-Ukrainian border based on race and religion. I can tell you this is a complete lie and a terrible insult to us. Besides giving refuge, Poland delivers to those who suffer a very practical and tangible help. My government organized special trains for the elderly and mothers with small babies, as well as convoys with supplies and medical aid. There are 7,000 beds in 20 hospitals ready for those wounded and sick, and I want to announce that the first Ukrainian refugee babies were born in Poland in the last 24 hours, and the first life-saving operations were carried out for the elderly in our hospitals. Poland stands ready to cooperate closely with UN OCHA, International Committee of the Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations to ease the burden of the civilians targeted by the Russian aggression. But what I am most proud of is the outpour of spontaneous readiness to help by individuals. Polish families are opening their homes to refugees. They offer clothes, food and accommodation. Thousands of private cars are coming from all over Poland to pick up those who cross the border. On the first 2 days, we experienced long traffic jams because of the number of cars coming from all corners of Poland. Polish people stand in lines for hours to donate blood for Ukraine. The scale of help was offered was so big that the government opened a special website, Helping Ukraine, where volunteers can register and get guidance on those in need. While diplomats in my mission are fulfilling our diplomatic duties here in New York, our family members and friends are welcoming refugees coming directly from the war zone. In this conflict, Poland may not be a geopolitical superpower, but we want to be a solidarity superpower. And this is how we want to change the grim reality for better. At the same time, I would like to pay a tribute to those Ukrainians who defend their motherland and continue to stand for their country's freedom. Those are not only soldiers, but also people like Vasilina, a 30-year-old mother of two small daughters, living in a village near the Polish-Ukrainian border. When offered a trip to Poland by my family, she answered, "I cannot leave Ukraine now. This is my country. I have to stay and take care of it." And now she is cooking food for soldiers and refugees at the border. A similar answer was given by our diplomats in Ukraine. We keep our embassies and consulates open, and they keep fulfilling their diplomatic and consular duties. Let me share, you colleagues, the message to you I received today in the morning from our ambassador, Bartosz Cichocki, in Kyiv. I quote, "I am the Polish ambassador to Ukraine. I work in Kyiv, a city the size of Berlin, inhabited by over 4 million people. From Thursday morning, I have to hide from the bombing in my basement several times a day. I wake to exchanges of machine gun fire. Windows are shaking from the missile detonations. I am convinced that right now, when you are deciding in New York, hundreds of thousands of terrified residents of Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zhytomyr, Mariupol, Lviv, and Kiev look at you with hope and faith in the power of international law." End of quote. And I wish to conclude by a reference to the warning expressed by a 19th century Russian novelist, Fyodor Dostoevsky, in his book with a meaningful title, Crime and Punishment. The message of the book is following. When someone, just like Raskolnikov, thinks he's exceptional and free from moral obligations, and therefore feels entitled to committing a crime of murder, in the end, he faces the punishment from the crime itself, because committing a crime is already one's biggest punishment. There is no crime without the punishment. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as usual, Austria aligns itself with the statement by the European Union. However, we also want to add our voice in our national capacity, because what is currently being deliberately inflicted upon Ukraine does not allow us to remain silent. Excellencies, colleagues, fellow Ukrainians, let me start by thanking you, Mr. Secretary General, for your clear words this morning and these past days. We are grateful to see that the United Nations is there to help those suffering and in dire need for help. We meet here today to discuss the Russian aggression against Ukraine, to discuss the violation of Article 2.4 of our UN Charter. That we meet here today in this room is a good thing and a bad thing. It's bad because it means after several days since Russia launched its aggression against the sovereign territory of Ukraine, we are still witnessing military attacks, terrible human suffering, and loss of life. It's also bad because questions of peace and security should be addressed by the Security Council. As primary responsible for upholding international peace and security, the Security Council cannot remain silent when basic principles of our international rules-based order are trampled by military boots and squashed by tanks. Last Friday, however, the Security Council decision was blocked by the veto of a permanent member, the Russian Federation, even though 81 members of the international community supported the draft resolution of the co-pen holders. Yes, the veto power is foreseen in the UN Charter, but so is the obligation to uphold UN principles. If in the 21st century the Security Council is blocked in a situation that constitutes a blatant breach of international law, we should ask ourselves if this system of veto powers is still able to regulate our international relations. Yet, colleagues, our meeting here today is also good. It's good that the General Assembly is there to step in if the Security Council cannot fulfill its mandate. And it's good that we now have the opportunity here in this General Assembly Hall to raise our voices, to recall the principles of the UN Charter, our Charter, and to state clearly that we will not stay silent if the Charter is violated in the most serious way. This is our right. This is our obligation as members of the organization. Colleagues, at the end of this debate, we will vote on a resolution condemning the aggression of Russia against Ukraine and showing solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Austria will vote yes on the resolution and urges all of you to do so also. By voting yes, we show the world that the UN is able to take its responsibility to defend the rule of law, international law, and the UN Charter. By voting yes, we show that these acts and similar horrifying acts are not tolerated by the international community. And most importantly, by voting yes, we show the Ukrainian people that they are not alone. I know that for many of us, such votes can be difficult. Some say this is a regional issue, a European problem. Colleagues, an attack against one of our members, one of members of this organization, is an attack on us all. In our interconnected world, our world is one region. Cyber weapons strike everywhere. Missiles have global reach. The world is not only regional, it has become local. Some say we must respect security concerns. Yes, colleagues, we must. Everyone has security concerns. Ukraine had them and gave up nuclear weapons and trusted that others would not harm them. But clearly, if you have security concerns, solve them with dialogue, not tanks. If a country with one of the largest armies and nuclear arsenals feels insecure, it should seek cooperation, dialogue, disarmament, and not force against others. Some say, well, look at others, look at these other instances that we have had. What about past violations? Colleagues, we know this whataboutism well. Trying to justify evil with past evil. Trying to excuse yourself by pointing to the faults of others. But just because we did not stand up in the past to injustice and evil, that should not prevent us from standing up now. Yes, it's true, others have committed aggressions, crimes, and faults. Yes, the international community has sometimes shown a lack of unity to act. And yes, the international community has sometimes been too hesitant. But let us not continue to make that same mistake now. Let us start a new era when we work together and stand up united for our common principles. Let's defend the rule of law. Let's not give in to the reign of the powerful. Let us vote yes on that resolution. Mr. President, Austria is not part of any military alliance. We rely for our security on the respect and implementation of international law, of treaties, of custom, including humanitarian law. Reports about Russian attacks on civilians and civilian objects in urban areas are extremely worrying. Rockets or missiles hitting apartment buildings in Kiev cannot be accepted. These attacks constitute war crimes under international humanitarian law. We urge Russia to strictly adhere to international humanitarian law, in particular regarding the protection of civilians in urban warfare, and immediately cease these attacks and refrain from using explosive weapons in populated areas. We strongly condemn the use of cluster munitions, which is incompatible with international humanitarian law and outlawed under the Convention on Cluster Munitions. And colleagues, the threat of use of nuclear weapons, any nuclear threat of this kind is a violation of the principles of the UN Charter. The implied catastrophic humanitarian consequences do not respect borders and pose a threat to all of humanity. This is completely unacceptable. Perpetrators and those responsible ordering these crimes need to be held accountable. The International Criminal Court may exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any acts of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crimes committed within the territory of Ukraine. In this regard, we welcome the statement of ICC Prosecutor Khan, reminding us all that his office can exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine since February 2014. Mr. President, in the last couple of days, Ukrainians have endured incredible human suffering. In order to help ease the humanitarian catastrophe, Austria contributed 2.5 million euros to the ICRC and NGOs, and additional humanitarian assistance will be decided soon. Those organizations' valuable work must be ensured by guaranteeing humanitarian access. Colleagues, in sum, Austria condemns the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Austria calls on Russia to reverse its decision to recognize the self-proclaimed Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which represents a grave violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Austria urges Russia to immediately withdraw its troops and stop any further bloodshed and return to the path of peaceful dialogue, like any member of the UN is obliged to do. Vienna is ready to host and facilitate such dialogue. We hope that today's start of bilateral discussions between delegations from Ukraine and Russia can serve as a first step towards an urgently needed ceasefire. And colleagues, we call on you to vote yes on today's resolution. I know it's not always easy. Many of us have good relations with Russia. We love the culture, admire the traditions, and have good Russian friends. But a good friend, an honest friend, will speak up and say what needs to be said to do and what needs to be done when a friend commits an illegal, an evil act. This is what this resolution is for. Imagine for one moment that you are in Ukraine's shoes. What would you expect from the UN, from this General Assembly, if you were in Ukraine's place? In this dark hour, it is our moral, our legal obligation to condemn the violations of the Charter and show solidarity with the victim of an aggression. Austria will show its full solidarity with Ukraine, the Ukraine government, Ukrainian people. We stand with you. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the Czech Republic aligns itself with the EU statement and wishes to add the following in its national capacity. Let me begin with the most important words I can say here today. We urge Russia to stop immediately its military actions and to unconditionally withdraw all its forces and military.
It's 5 o'clock and you're watching the News Hour on day 5 of the Russian invasion. Fresh strikes on Ukraine's biggest cities, a barrage in the last few minutes as night falls in Kiev and dozens of people killed in Kyiv. A war of words erupts at the United Nations as Ukraine and Russia trade blame and insults. Peace talks held on the Belarus border as Ukraine's president signs a request to join the EU. In Westminster, the Foreign Secretary announces fresh sanctions on Russian banks after the Kremlin blamed her for Moscow's nuclear escalation. UK plans to take more refugees revealed, with more than 500,000 people now thought to have fled Ukraine. Hello there, good evening. On the 5th day of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the war of words has moved up a gear with accusations of lies, genocide and comparisons with World War II. Ukrainian officials say dozens of people were killed in the country's second city, Kyiv, while delegations from Ukraine and Russia headed to Belarus for talks. Economic sanctions are beginning to take hold in Russia, causing the ruble to reach a record low and Moscow to increase interest rates to 20%. And refugees continue to flee. The UN says more than 500,000 have crossed Ukraine's borders so far. Sky correspondent Emma Birchley has the story of the day so far.
It had been an unexpectedly quiet night in Kiev, but for many it meant yet another spent underground to keep safe, including in the basement of this hospital. Young patients unable to be moved, still being treated in a capital city caught up in a war. Once the curfew was lifted this morning, people emerged and queued ready to restock supplies beneath an apartment block which had taken a direct hit. On the border with Belarus, a Ukrainian delegation held talks with Russian counterparts. They've ended for now, with both sides returning to their respective capitals to consider what had happened before further discussions in coming days. The meeting followed a morning which saw Ukraine's second city of Kyiv hit hard, attacked with what's thought to be cluster bombs and a barrage of rocket strikes, said to have left dozens dead and hundreds more wounded. But no one holds out much hope of peace, and the Russian president is as defiant as ever, furious at sanctions imposed by the UK, EU and US that are already taking their toll.
I gathered you to speak on the economic and financial issues that we had been discussing, naturally bearing in mind the sanctions that the so-called Western community, as I called it in my speech, the empire of lies, is now trying to implement against our country.
The Ukrainian troops are ready for the next onslaught. There have been promises of additional weapons from the West, but Ukraine's president is demanding more.
We ask the European Union to admit Ukraine immediately under a new special procedure. We are grateful to our partners for fighting with us, but our goal is to be together with all Europeans, and the main thing, to be on equal terms. I'm convinced that this is just. I am certain that we have earned this. I am certain that all this is possible.
And this afternoon, photographs were posted on the president's Instagram account, said to show a signed application for Ukraine's membership to the European Union. This morning, EU defence ministers held a virtual meeting to discuss the crisis and finished with a decisive message about the Russian aggression.
The world cannot afford that a powerful country smashes the neighbor using its military capacities. If we allow to it, it's the law of the jungle. It's the law of the stronger. I am stronger than you, and I kill you. I impose you my law. It's the law of the jungle, and this, for us Europeans, is an existential threat. I will do everything we can in order to stop it.
Among those caught up in this conflict, a young girl in her last year of primary school in Kiev. Polina and her parents are reported to have been shot dead by Russians. Her brother and sister left wounded. On a road heading to the capital, Russian armour is parked up en masse, ready to continue the offensive. And reports that the army is in places disorganised and in disarray will be welcomed by the Ukrainians. But their aggressor keeps proving its might. Here, what appears to be a shopping centre on fire in the northern city of Chernihiv, which has seen heavy fighting. And in Borodyanka, to the northwest of Kiev, a powerful blast was caught on camera from an apartment as a Russian tank rolled by. All of this against a backdrop of the decision by Putin to put his nuclear deterrent forces on high alert, raising the stakes even further. It's a waiting game now, but it's feared it won't be long before the fighting resumes in earnest. Emma Birchley, Sky News.
Well, we can go to Kiev now and join Mark Austin. And Mark, you were taking shelter because of explosions across the capital.
Yeah, hi, Jonathan. Good evening. Yes, we took precautions. There was the sirens went first of all. In fact, it was the other way round. Deborah Hayes is here with me. But the explosions came, two very heavy explosions, then a third explosion on the horizon right behind us here, the heaviest explosions that we've heard. Sirens going again now. We wait to see if that is all clear or not. But so these explosions took place, and so we then obviously went down to the basement here and we took cover, and as I say, the sirens are going off again now. But Deborah Haynes is alongside me here, and Deborah, just a sense now that Kiev is coming under.
Closer.
It's getting closer, yeah.
I mean, the windows rattled with those explosions that we heard a few minutes ago. And yes, the sirens sounding again, which means potentially more to come. And we've seen just devastation being unleashed on other cities today, particularly in Kharkiv, showing the kind of firepower that the Russian military seems willing and able to use in this conflict. And the warning being that they'll be using that same firepower on Kiev. So far, the Ukrainian military has managed to keep the Russian forces out of the city, but they've clearly, their intention has always been to encircle the city, according to Western officials, and then to topple the government. They haven't done the latter, and so the warning has always been that if they couldn't, there's a boom. If they couldn't have their success in their initial wave, that they would then up the tempo in terms of the level of violence. and which seems to be what we're seeing and hearing.
And, I mean, the talks have been going on at the border with Belarus, and they have ended. They're calling it the first round of talks, but no solution in sight there.
It's really, I mean, before this crisis happened, the crisis happened because there was no solution to this situation. The Russian president's perspective on Ukraine, his allegations of Ukraine posing this existential threat to Russia is just not reconcilable with reality. And so, therefore, for the Ukrainian authorities to be able to compromise to a degree that would be acceptable is hard to imagine. Yet they are currently, their country, under attack. Day 5, their capital paralysed. I was at a children's hospital today. I mean, it's devastating. The biggest children's hospital in Kiev. The children there, really desperately sick children that need life-saving treatment, and they're having to stay in the basement and shuttle up in between air sirens to get their treatment. That one mother said to me, her son's got leukemia, that the parents are actually doing their own blood donations and swapping it around so that their children have the treatments, the blood therapy that they need. It's heartbreaking.
And the main focus of what is happening at the moment seems to be the eastern city of Kharkiv.
Well, it's the entire country. I mean, this operation, it's a full-scale operation. It's north, east, and south. And yes, that significant, you're right, spike in violence down in Kharkiv, with the Interior Ministry saying dozens have been killed there. But all the while around the capital, there has been fighting, and on the streets, there is incredible tension. Security forces have set up random checkpoints now, so freedom of movement is not possible in the street anymore. The curfew, yes, it was lifted today, but there's hardly anyone around. I mean, there are a few people. There was some. We saw people using shops, but I mean, the fact that you're having these booms, these explosions so close, it's very concerning.
Yeah. Okay, Deborah. Thank you very much indeed. You are looking at pictures at the moment of the skyline of Kiev, the capital city of a country under attack. And we have some pictures just in from the place we were just talking about, the second largest city, which is Kharkiv. And this is what has been going on there today. Just 25 miles from the Russian border, a crucial city for Vladimir Putin to take, and it has been the scene of intense fighting and an intense bombardment, and many of the people there in underground shelters for much of the day, as indeed they were last night. And we'll await the situation here. The sirens have been going off. We've had 3 distant, I should say, explosions here. But let's try and have a look at the situation on the ground in the rest of the country. And Ukraine, as we can hear and see, is under attack now from the north, the east, the south. This is the most recent estimate of areas controlled by Russian forces from the Institute of for the Study of War. They've reached the outskirts of the capital, Kiev, and that second city, Kharkiv. Heavy fighting has been reported in and around both cities. And in Kharkiv, it has been under heavy attack, with reports of dozens of people killed in that attack by Russian rockets. Sky News has verified footage of heavy shelling in the north, and what an expert says appears to be the use of cluster munitions in the northeast of the city. And as we've seen, Kiev itself under attack again, and in the region, satellite images yesterday showing a 3-mile-long convoy of Russian tanks near Ivanka. That is a town some 40 miles from the capital. The city of Chernihiv about 90 miles from the capital, has also been attacked with reports of missiles hitting residential buildings and a shopping centre. And the Russians have been trying to take control of a Ukrainian air base in Kyiv to the south of Kiev, setting a nearby oil depot alight. Now, in southern Ukraine, officials say Russian troops have made advances towards Kherson and had taken Berdyansk, a city of around 100,000 people, by late last night. That's according to an advisor to President Zelensky. But the major port city of Mariupol is said to be hanging on under Ukraine control for now, despite heavy ongoing fighting. Well, citizens determined not to leave Ukraine are showing their defiance against Russians in the country. Sky News has verified and located this video in the port city of Berdyansk in southern Ukraine. And the crowd are protesting, chanting, "Go home, go home." The soldiers appear to be Russian due to their uniforms and the markings seen on nearby vehicles. The crowd is also heard singing the Ukrainian national anthem. And here, right there, is a snapshot of what the Russians could well find here, and that is people resisting, people protesting as the Russian troops move into these cities. They will not, the people here, take this lying down. There's all the evidence that there will be resistance here. And in Berdyansk, there you saw those people in front of the Russian troops singing the national anthem and protesting and telling them to go home. There are images that we're seeing here on social media of people coming out as tanks drive past villages and towns, and the people stand in front of those tanks and those armoured vehicles and try to stop the troops. Pretty fearless, it seems, from those pictures. But there is great resistance here to what is happening. Now, Russia's actions in Ukraine were compared to Nazi activity during the Second World War by Ukraine's ambassador during an emergency session of the UN General Assembly this afternoon, while his Russian counterpart accused Ukraine of genocide.
The level of the threat to the global security has been equated to that of the Second World War, or even higher, following Putin's order to put and alert Russian nuclear forces. What a madness. If he wants to kill himself, he doesn't need to use nuclear arsenal. He has to do what the guy in Berlin did in a bunker in May 1945.
The goal of the special operation is to protect the people who for 8 years were subject to torment and genocide by the Kiev regime. To that end, there's a need to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. We further will strive to hold accountable those who carried out countless brutal crimes against the people, the residents, including residents of the Russian Federation.
Let's go to Washington now and Sky's Sally Lockwood, and a rare session of emergency session of the UN, a very powerful speech there by the Ukrainian ambassador.
That's right, Mark. Only the 11th time the UN General Assembly has held one of these emergency sessions since 1950. And as you heard there from the Ukrainian representative and the Russian representative, rather an emotional plea from the Ukrainian representative, but certainly very differing narratives. The Ukrainian representative comparing Vladimir Putin's actions to that of the Second World War, calling his decision to put his nuclear forces on high alert what a madness, and suggesting that if he wanted to take his own life, he shouldn't use a nuclear arsenal, but he should do essentially what Hitler did and take his own life. Extraordinary statement there to the UN General Assembly, and the Russian representative then arguing that they were seeking to denazify Ukraine, something that I think few people believe at this stage, but a narrative they are continuing to peddle. Nevertheless, talks are continuing at the UN General Assembly ahead of this vote, which is expected on Wednesday, of a resolution essentially to criticise Russia's actions and call for a withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine. Well, we have also had an update from the Pentagon in the last hour. A senior defence official has said they continue to analyse exactly what President Putin meant by putting his nuclear forces on high alert. And defence intelligence here in America so far, they don't believe they've seen anything specific as a result of that direction given by Vladimir Putin yesterday. This includes no appreciable or noticeable muscle movements, they say, of Russian nuclear forces. Now, in terms of the amount of Russian troops inside Ukraine, they also have made this assessment that 75% of Russian troops that were amassed around Ukraine's border are now inside Ukraine, but they haven't seen any indication that more Russian troops are flowing towards the Ukrainian border. On top of that, they also believe that all the troops inside Ukraine carrying out this fighting are Russian. They haven't had any indication yet that Chechen or Belarusian troops are inside the country. The main advance, according to the Pentagon, does continue to be the advance on Kiev. They say that Russian troops advanced about 5 kilometres in the last 24 hours, and their assessment is that Russian troops are around 25 kilometres from Kiev. Their intention to try to encircle the city in the coming days, according to Pentagon sources. They say as well, one last thing I should say, is that fuel and sustainment are ongoing challenges to Russian troops. Two quick things to mention as well. America has made the decision to close its embassy in Belarus today, and it's evacuating non-emergency staff from its embassy in Moscow.
OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Well, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has cancelled a visit to Geneva tomorrow to take part in the UN Human Rights Council conference on disarmament. The reason for cancelling his trip was that his plane would not be able to pass through airspace closed by the EU to all Russian aviation as part of sanctions against Moscow. Our correspondent Ali Bunkel is in Geneva. And Alistair, we'll talk about the meeting in just a moment, but Switzerland itself now moving against Vladimir Putin. Finland now moving against Vladimir Putin. Both countries you associate with neutrality.
Yeah, and I think actually, Mark, in many ways, that is the bigger of the two developments to come out of Switzerland today. The fact that Switzerland, as you say, is always steadfastly maintained its neutrality when it's come to international affairs. I think in this particular crisis, it was looking to perhaps play mediator, looking perhaps to be the location for peace talks, if that was what was going to happen. But pressure from the EU, pressure as well, I think, from its own people. There were sizable demonstrations across the country over the weekend in support of Ukraine and in protest at inaction by the Swiss government, has led the government here to adopt all of the sanctions that were adopted by the EU. So that means they are sanctioning Putin, Lavrov and close confidants around the Russian president. But also it means sanctioning the money of many oligarchs that is kept here in Swiss banks, normally seen as a safe haven for that money, around $11 billion according to the Swiss National Bank. So, you know, it will have some effect, particularly on those who surround Vladimir Putin. The other news that you mentioned in the introduction, that Sergei Lavrov is now not attending the UN Human Rights Council here. Well, Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, was due to attend. He's now not attending, nor to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. So I think any hopes that behind the scenes here over the coming days there might have been some bilateral talks to try and find some sort of breakthrough, well, that's not going to happen now. OK, Alistair in Geneva, thank you very much. Well, the UK government has said it is adding
to the sanctions against Russia by prohibiting any UK financial transactions involving the country's central bank, the Russian National Wealth Fund and the Russian Ministry of Finance. The restrictions add to a growing number of Western sanctions, causing the Russian ruble to, tumble to a record low against the dollar. Business presenter Ian King joins me now in the city. And Ian, just bring us up to date with what is happening to the markets.
Well, Mark, it's been a really tumultuous day on financial markets. All of the efforts made over the weekend by the Western Alliance, the United States, Canada, the UK, the EU and Japan, to make Russian assets essentially uninvestable. Obviously, last week we were talking about cutting Russian banks out of SWIFT, the international interbank messaging system that facilitates cross-border purchases. Well, all of that will have really had the effect of stymieing the ability of Russian banks to make payments and receive payments on behalf of their clients. And then the really big gun over the weekend, the sanctioning of the Russian central bank. Now, that is aimed at essentially hindering Russia's ability to get its hand on the $643 billion worth of assets that it's built up reserves over recent years, most of which is held outside the country in jurisdictions such as France, Germany, the United States and here in the United Kingdom, of course. Now, that sparked, as you say, a collapse of the ruble this morning. It fell to an all-time low against the US dollar earlier on this morning. It's revived somewhat, but it's still down some 20% on the day. It now takes 103 rubles to buy $1 US. A fortnight ago, it just took 77. So that gives you an idea of the magnitude of the ruble's decline in the last week or so. Now, the Russian central bank has responded by raising its main policy rates from 9.5% to 20%. It's also introduced other measures aimed up at supporting the balance sheets of the banking system, for example, relaxing rules that otherwise they would have had to have set provisions against. And Vladimir Putin has also effectively introduced currency controls, which prevents Russians from making payments in foreign currencies. So they're doing their best to shore up the system. But what the market is telling you essentially is that Russia is looking probably at a big bout of inflation, probably a recession. And the impact of all this can be seen in other financial assets as well. European stock markets fell today. Wall Street has similarly fallen. Most of the pain has been felt in the banking sector. And that is because whilst in the past we've seen central banks being sanctioned, the likes of Afghanistan, Iran and Syria and Venezuela, we've never seen it for a major economy like Russia. So there is a big question mark over the systemic importance in the jargon of all of these Russian banks. And accordingly, you've seen big sell-offs in the prices of Raiffeisen, which is a big Austrian lender very exposed to Russia. Its shares came off some 15% today. SocGen, a big French lender, they're down 10%. Deutsche Bank and Commerzbank, two of the big German lenders, they came off by between 9 and 10% as well. Here in the UK, the biggest faller on the banking sector was HSBC. But the FTSE 100, despite having been down by more than 1% earlier on in the session, it's eventually closed down by 0.2%. BP, a lot of interest there, of course, because this time yesterday we learned that they were going to be exiting their 19.75% shareholding in Rosneft, the Russian state-controlled oil giant. Well, BP shares, they sold off at around 7% at their worst. They've actually finished the session down by just under 4%, so not too bad a situation. Worth pointing out also, there have been some gainers on the session today, including BAE Systems, the UK's biggest defence contractor. Its shares have finished up some 10% on the session. So a lot of moving parts right now. I should also tell you there are some big moves on the bond markets that we've seen today, and in particular, the market is starting to price in the possibility of a Russian debt default. There's around a 56% probability being accorded right now on that eventuality. S&P, one of the big ratings agencies, they downgraded Russian debt to junk status on Friday night. And so it's possible that the other rating agencies will follow in suit. So there are a lot of focuses right now on the investability of Russian assets, the ability of the Russian government to get its hands on that massive foreign reserves cushion that they built up over recent years. It all points to a very, very rocky time for the Russian economy in days and weeks to come.
Ian, thank you very much. And if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you can listen to the latest edition of the Sky News Daily Podcast. Today, Kate McCann is looking at how misinformation is weaponised in war and how journalists work to verify what is real and what isn't. You can subscribe to The Daily wherever you get your podcasts. And we'll have another special programme on the Russian invasion of Ukraine this evening. We'll bring you the latest news from across Ukraine, as well as our correspondents in Washington, in Westminster and in Moscow. That's Ukraine invasion at 7 p.m. here on Sky News this evening. And football's world governing body, FIFA, is set to announce the suspension of the Russian national team from all international competition. Officials are working with the sport's European body, UEFA, with a decision expected to be announced tonight. And earlier, the International Olympic Committee called on sports organisations to exclude all Russian and Belarusian athletes from international events. Our sports correspondent Tom Parminter is at Wembley. And Tom, well, these are two organisations, FIFA and the IOC, that are not normally quick to find their moral conscience.
Yeah, this is a moment with both of those announcements to really illustrate just how far the tectonic plates of sport are moving against Russia. As you say, FIFA, the world governing body of football, are set this evening to announce that Russia will be kicked out of international football tournaments, including the Men's World Cup, and also, from a UEFA point of view in Europe, the Women's Euros competition, which is due to take place here in England with the final here at Wembley this summer. So severing sporting ties with Russia does a number of things, but it also hurts the pride of Vladimir Putin, who, of course, has used and occasionally abused sport for his own ends. You think of the World Cup, the last World Cup that was hosted in Russia in 2018, and how front and centre he was throughout that tournament. And also the Winter Games, the Olympics in Sochi in southern Russia in 2014, that of course led to a state-sponsored doping scandal being uncovered. Now, the punishments that the IOC came up with after that were that Russian athletes could continue to compete just under a different flag, under a different name. Well, when that was mooted by FIFA over the weekend, there has been real pushback from many countries, particularly Poland, who, of course, Russia will face in the World Cup men's playoffs next month. The Polish FA and many other national organisations saying that simply wouldn't have been appropriate in the circumstances that Europe now finds itself in, and that is why FIFA have almost been backed into a corner, because so many nations, including the home nations, have come out and said they will not play against Russia at any level. And so it is something of an inevitability, but FIFA have had a very close relationship with Vladimir Putin, particularly in the lead-up and during that World Cup in 2018. And the IOC have come out today from the Olympic point of view and said they are encouraging and saying that athletes should not be taking part in international competitions if they come from Belarus or from Russia. So significant movements in the world of sport from organisations that haven't always been quick to make these big calls. And FIFA, we're expecting them to say something more official in the next few hours.
OK, Tom, thank you very much indeed. This is the News Hour live from Kiev this evening. Coming up, we'll have more on what is already an evening of explosions here in the Ukrainian capital. Much more after this break.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Welcome back. It's day 5 now of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but the Russian advance has been slower than expected. Let's get more now from Russian military analyst, Professor Chris Bellamy.
Good evening, Mark. Well, where are we right now with the situation in Ukraine? You can see on this map that the red shaded areas are those currently occupied by major Russian armed forces. There have been other examples of special forces penetrating further, but these appear to have been repulsed. Interestingly, one place that is still in Ukrainian hands is Mariupol, a port of 500,000 people on the Sea of Azov. The Sea of Azov is actually a Russian lake because of the bridge that the Russians have built across the Kerch Strait. So they can isolate that anytime they want. But they haven't yet, apparently, taken Mariupol. There also have been reports of Russian forces moving from Crimea, naval forces, amphibious forces, moving from Crimea to Odessa in southern Ukraine. Now, you can see that the Russian forces have done better in the south than in the north and in the east, but I'm not sure how long that's going to last. One of the other interesting things, I think, is if you look at the river Dnieper here, you can see that the Russians appear to be have moved into areas to the east of the river Dnieper, apart from, of course, Kiev itself, the capital. So it could be that the plan is not to occupy the whole of Ukraine, which is a country of 44 million people, the size of France and Germany, but maybe only to take the east. And that would also fit in with what we've been told, that the Russians' objective is to protect the people, the Russian speakers in these two breakaway provinces here. Well, if we move on next to Kiev itself, we know that the Russians still hold the main city of Kiev, and we've seen in the last hour those explosions coming in, but they may be from long-range, heavy Russian weapons still a long way out. The Ukrainians still hold Hostomel airfield here, which, and the Russians are stuck to the northwest of there in this area here. So still a lot of fighting going on in and around Kiev. If we now move to the northeast of the country, to Kharkiv, well, we have seen, next, there we go, we have seen explosions which look to me and to other people like cluster bombs. So these are a bomb which contains a lot of bomblets, and they're designed for things like taking out airfields, but they're in an urban area like this, they are incredibly devastating, and they are, of course, also illegal, but that doesn't seem to be bothering the Russians. So that's what we're seeing. So back to you, Mark.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. There we are. That's the broad picture of what is happening across Ukraine. Well, the former ambassador of Ukraine to the European Union and also a former diplomatic advisor to the President of Ukraine, joins us now. And thank you very much indeed for being with us. And I'm sure if you're in Kiev, like we are, you will have heard the explosions on the outskirts of this city in the last hour or so. Do you think that your country and your government can survive this onslaught from President Putin?
Yes, no doubt. Ukraine for sure will survive. We will never surrender. All the nation is united. All the nation is fighting. What is very important that all political forces, all societies are united. Every window, every house, every street is and will be a real hell for the aggressor, for the invaders. So, and what is very important, because of heroic efforts of Ukrainian people and Ukrainian armed forces, we managed to stop Putin. And for more than 120 hours, we are repealing Russian aggression, massive aggression against sovereign, independent nation. And of course, Putin expected that there will be a kind of blitzkrieg, but he didn't achieve his goal. Even more, he expected that everybody will receive his armed forces, Russian aggressor, with the flowers, which is currently not the case, or vice versa. We are receiving them with a cocktail Molotov, which we call in Ukraine a Bandera smoothie. So all nation is united. And in this regard, let me express sincere gratitude to our friendly partners, to our friends, to our Western partners for their support for the historical decision to provide Ukraine with additional defensive lethal weapons, for providing us humanitarian assistance, and for imposing devastating sanctions against the Russian aggressor. Because now there is a fight not only for Ukraine, there is a fight for freedom, for democracy, and for the whole Europe.
And do you think that your military forces can resist this Russian army, so that they can't take the capital? Do you think that's really possible?
Look, everybody will protect our capital. We will defend. Again, we are united, Ukrainian armed forces. And by the way, every Ukrainian soldier, this is like a James Bond. So they are very heroic, and as well as Ukrainian people. There is so-called territorial defense. Everybody is united. We are all patrolling in the night our streets, including myself, former ambassador, including my brother. Everybody is now under the, good motivation to protect my country, because if Kyiv withstand, Ukraine withstand. And that's why, of course, Putin could kill everybody, demolish all houses. He can destroy bridges, museums, shops, schools, but he cannot destroy Ukrainian soul. He cannot destroy Ukrainian patriotism.
And now you were ambassador to the EU. How important is it then that this application for the EU is fast-tracked, which seems to be happening today?
Yes, today, by the way, a historic day. Today, President Zelensky signed a historical document, meaning the official application of Ukraine for the EU membership in accordance with the Article 49 of the Lisbon Treaty. This is a well-awaited decision, and finally it was done. And we hope very much for the positive decision of all European leaders to provide as quick as possible first of all, candidate status, and then to start negotiations on accession treaty in the European Union. In my view, it should be for the benefit of the whole European nation, because we are Ukrainians, we are European.
Do you think that President Putin miscalculated in terms of, what he thought about Ukraine's military and the resistance of the people, and also in terms of the way that the world reacted with these sanctions?
Absolutely. You are quite right. Putin made a great mistake. And I would like to even to tell you that the invasion to Ukraine by Putin, this is the beginning of the end of Putin regime in Russia as well. So, and we need together, we need to be united in order to accelerate this process. And look, just imagine that Putin even refused to take back to Russia the corpse of fallen Russian soldiers, so that the mothers did not know the sad fate of their sons. And they are using field crematorium to get rid of their so-called cannon fodder. Look, this is in the 21st century. At the same time, let me tell you that what Putin is doing, this is a real crime against humanity. And what he did today, you show in your picture, in Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, more than 1 million people is living there. This is a crime against humanity. And in my view, his future seat is the seat in the International Hague Tribunal.
Okay, Konstantin Yelesiev, look, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Appreciate your time in these very difficult circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, breaking news now from the world of sport. Our sports correspondent Tom Parminter is at Wembley. Tom.
Mark, we were talking a little earlier about the way that sport is severing ties with Russia, and confirmation in the last few minutes from FIFA, the world governing body of football, and also UEFA, who run the game in Europe, that they are suspending all Russian teams from international competitions, which is a step that has been called for a couple of days now, and nations have been lining up to say that they would refuse to play in any level against a Russian team. And FIFA have now finally taken the decision. They've said in a statement, FIFA and UEFA have today decided together that all Russian teams, whether national representative teams or club teams, shall be suspended from participation in both FIFA and UEFA competitions until further notice. So that will mean that Russia are very unlikely to take part in the playoffs for the World Cup, for the Men's World Cup that are due to be scheduled for next month. They're due to play Poland in that series of playoff games. That will not happen. Perhaps there will be a replacement team. The Women's Euro competition is taking place in England this summer, the final here at Wembley. Russia very unlikely to be part of that. And Spartak Moscow are a club side who are in the Europa League competition in Europe. They will be unable to take part given the news of that ban that UEFA and FIFA have put in place today, on a day in which the Olympics have also encouraged sporting organisers and competitions to ban Russian and Belarusian athletes. A very significant day yet again in the world of sport as organisations and governing bodies sever their ties with Vladimir Putin's Russia, and there are no exceptions this time. It is a clear suspension from FIFA and UEFA, which means Russian involvement in coming sporting tournaments, both from club level and also on international level, well, those Russian sides will not be allowed to take part.
Yeah, a big move by the football authorities there. Tom Parminter, thank you very much for bringing us up to date with that. Well, Russian forces have met a resistance in the capital and Kiev and other Ukrainian cities that they can't have expected. Now, President Vladimir Putin is putting Russia's nuclear deterrent on high alert in the face of a barrage of Western-led reprisals and sanctions on Russia. Now, many question what the Russian military's plan is going to be. With us now is the Estonian member of the European Parliament and former commander of the Estonian Defence Force, Riho Taras. Thank you very much for being with us. Just first of all, what do you make of the way the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people have, resisted the Russians in the early days of this invasion?
Well, I would say it is their spirit. They're fighting for their country, for the nation, and actually for European values, democracy, if you want. And nobody was really expecting them to be so tough. I was there really a week ago on the Donbas area talking to the people, and I saw this spirit of these Ukrainian soldiers who have been on the front line 7-8 years, most of them. But they did not expect Russia to attack Kiev that way it did. But they were now giving really a good battle, and really spirit is shown by all the soldiers of Ukrainian army, but not only. All the citizens are taking weapons, and even they sometimes you saw the videos where without their weapons, people just go and fight the tanks.
Yeah, I mean, there are some extraordinary scenes here, but it is likely that Russia could take over Ukraine. There could be Russian troops all over this country. If that was the case, how concerned would you be about the Baltic states and the security of the Baltic states?
Well, first of all, let us see how it works out, because Ukrainians are not giving up, not today, not tomorrow. We have had, we are waking up every morning and knowing that Kiev is not yet taken. Of course, that is very different to the Baltic states because the Baltic states are members of NATO since 2004. NATO has shown really amazing unity in the decisions we have had during this week. So we have to dedicate ourselves first to support the Ukrainian armed forces with weapons, ammunition, with the knowledge, however we can, because this is the battle they are fighting for European values, and we should really understand that. And I think European Union and NATO have understood it. It took time.
And if, I mean, do you think it's at all likely that he would move against countries like Lithuania or Latvia or your country? Do you think that's at all possible?
Well, nobody really ever thought 8 years ago that Russia is willing to attack its brotherly people like Ukraine. Now they are already 8 years in the war with Ukraine. So Putin is, I think, has a diagnosis of being mad, and you can expect everything from the madman. But it will be very, very unlikely today, where he's not even able to deal with Ukrainian armed forces properly as he wanted to. His military objectives, none of them have been achieved, not 8 years ago and not today. The blitzkrieg, the quick takeover of the government did not happen. And now he's using cluster bombs and thermobaric weapons against civilian population. He's cornered. So I think that shows that how desperate he is.
And Ukraine wants to be fast-tracked into the EU. Do you think there was a case for fast-tracking Ukraine into NATO?
Well, I'm absolutely convinced right now we have other important things to deal with. We were too late to support Ukraine. It took too long time to send weapons and ammunition. Finally, Germany took a really significant decision yesterday. We need to make sure that Ukraine has all available resources to combat Putin today. They have people, they have dedicated people. They have people who have been on the front line. Roughly 400,000 soldiers have been to the front line during the last 8 years, but they need our support, financial support, equipment, and weapons. That is the first thing we need to deal with today. And they should still know that the NATO door is open, and that every country who wants to join NATO has to apply for it, and then 30 nations will decide about it. No other third nation can influence that decision.
Okay. Okay, Riho Taras, thank you very much indeed. Well, here in Ukraine, it has been a difficult day, a day of bombardment in Kyiv, and in the last hour or so here, there have been explosions on the outskirts of Kiev, which forced us off air a little earlier, but all is, we've been given the all clear for the moment, and we'll be back at the top of the hour.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
This feels like representation of who I am and what I want people to remember me by.
Boxing is my get out ticket. It's not even just my ticket, it's the people around me. Like, I just gotta win.
I'm telling a story about my life, and it's gonna take 50 pictures to do it. You don't survive a lynching. Usually, when you lynch, you dead.
Award-winning documentaries. Witness on Al Jazeera.
This is Al Jazeera.
You're watching the NewsHour live from our headquarters in Doha. I'm Darine Abu Gheda. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Fighting intensifies in the Ukrainian capital and other parts of the country as Russia continues its assault. Talks between delegations from Moscow and Kiev wrap up with the possibility of a second round of negotiations to come.
This escalating violence, which is resulting in civilian deaths, including children, is totally unacceptable. Enough is enough.
A call for Russia to stop the war in Ukraine. The UN General Assembly holds a special session to discuss Moscow's assault. Plus, 500,000 people flee Ukraine to escape the fighting, and that number could reach 7 million. But some foreign students say they're being prevented from leaving.
I'm Joanna Gajrowska with the sport as FIFA suspend Russian teams from all international football competitions over the country's invasion of Ukraine, including this year's World Cup.
Here at the NewsHour, and talks have been held between Russia and Ukraine as fighting intensifies for a fifth day. Delegations from Kyiv and Moscow met on the border with Belarus. Ukraine has demanded an immediate ceasefire and the withdrawal of all Russian troops, including from Crimea. Moscow says it's seeking an agreement that benefits both sides. All delegations are now returning to their capitals for further consultations. Jonah Hull is joining us from Lviv. So no surprise that we didn't get a breakthrough at these talks, Jonah, but tell us what happens next.
No surprise indeed that we haven't had a breakthrough. None was particularly expected. There's no sign that either side has moved their goalposts, as it were. The two delegations came out of 5 hours of talks saying the Russian and Ukrainian sides had identified some priority topics on which they have outlined certain decisions. They will now leave for their capitals for consultations with the possibility of returning for a second round. It isn't clear what those priority topics may be or what ground they may potentially have found in common, but the Ukrainian side went there looking for an immediate ceasefire and the immediate withdrawal of Russian troops. They have not and will not get that. And the Russian side went there looking for guarantees about Ukraine's neutrality, that it would never join NATO, looking for the recognition of Crimea annexed from Ukraine in 2014. They want it recognized that that is Russian land. They want the demilitarization and so-called denazification of the country, this concept part of an internal sort of Kremlin narrative brought up at the beginning of this invasion. And as I said, neutrality. That came out of a phone call between President Putin and President Macron that was going on concurrent with these talks. That's how we know that the Russians haven't moved their red lines. As I said, not a great deal to hope for here, not a great deal to see. Who knows whether they might be back for another round of talks soon.
So seeing as there's been no agreement, as you're saying, and particularly on the issue of a ceasefire, can we expect more military movements on the ground as we saw throughout the day on Monday? Update us on the fighting and the situation on the ground.
The fighting is very much ongoing. The tempo is rising and rising quite fast this evening. Trusted colleagues on the ground in Kiev are posting reports of renewed attacks on the city of Kiev. Large explosions sounding there. We don't know too much or anything indeed at this moment about the precise targets of those attacks, whether they are military, infrastructural or civilian. Surface-to-air missiles rising up, lighting up the night sky, the sound of Russian warheads overhead. I mean, that tells you that Ukraine's air defences are still operational and that this city continues, as it has done for 5 days, putting up absolutely staunch resistance as an encirclement is in process. They've got Russian forces to the west, to the north, a large number, a huge column, 3¼ mile long, making its way up from the south, and big escalations happening as well in the eastern city of Kyiv. That is the second largest city in the country, where there was, during the course of the day, attacks on a heavily populated civilian neighborhood to the northeast of the center of the city of Kyiv. Very clear, very evident damage, large impacts of multiple launch rocket systems, evident use of cluster munitions as well on the ground. The Ukrainians talking about potentially dozens of deaths, hundreds of civilian injuries, an appalling set of attacks there. This is a Russian-speaking city. It was the Soviet capital of Ukraine. It is probably the city friendliest towards Russia, very close to the Russian border. Formerly, that is, not any longer.
All right, thank you so much. Jonah Hull reporting from Lviv in western Ukraine. So despite the talks, as you've been hearing, people did endure another day of heavy fighting in cities across the country. Dozens are reported to have been killed or wounded in the second biggest city, Kyiv, and another residential building was hit in Chernihiv. Imran Khan wraps up the day's developments.
The words of a man who refuses to back down.
The fifth day of the full-scale war of Russia against the people of Ukraine. We stand strong. We lived through that much over these days, what other people wouldn't experience in decades.
Some diplomacy is taking place between Russia and Ukraine. A delegation met on the Belarus border. The Russians claimed the talks were detailed.
The negotiations lasted approximately 5 hours, during which time we went in detail through every point on the agenda. We found a few points that we can use as a prognosis of our joint positions, and the most important is that we agreed to continue the process of the negotiations.
However, the Ukrainian says the Russians were holding on to biased and extremist positions. The EU's foreign policy chief said they'll do more to help Ukraine to defend itself.
This €500 million will be devoted to provide defensive arms, but high-caliber arms, anti-tanks, all kinds of equipment in order to repel the aggression.
But the destruction and the assault continues. Tanks roll into Kharkiv. Missiles are seen on the roads as fighter jets fly overhead. Residents film the damage east of Kharkiv, near the Russian border. In eastern Ukraine, fuel tanks burn, and the scene is repeated in northern Ukraine, and will be over the coming days as both sides fight on. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera.
Well, the UN Secretary General has called for an end to the conflict, which he says could have disastrous implications. Antonio Guterres was speaking at a special session of the UN General Assembly. Members are meeting to discuss a resolution to condemn Russia's invasion.
This escalating violence, which is resulting in civilian deaths, including children, is totally unacceptable. Enough is enough. Soldiers need to move back to their barracks, and leaders need to move to peace. Civilians must be protected. International humanitarian and human rights law must be upheld. The sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders must be respected, in line with General Assembly resolutions. Mr. President, we are facing a tragedy for Ukraine, but also a major regional crisis with potentially disastrous implications for us all.
Ukraine's ambassador to the UN compared the situation in Kyiv to World War II.
We have been prompted to call for an emergency special session as the level of the threat to the global security has been equated to that of the Second World War, or even higher, following Putin's order to put and alert Russian nuclear forces. What a madness. If he wants to kill himself, he doesn't need to use nuclear arsenal. He has to do what the guy in Berlin did in a bunker in May 1945.
And Russia's ambassador repeated his country's opposition to Ukraine becoming a member of NATO.
For us, Ukraine joining NATO is a red line. First and foremost, from the military strategic level, the deployment of NATO infrastructure in that country would compel us to adopt measures in response. And this has placed us at the verge of the conflict. For this reason, in December 2021, we proposed that agreements we arrived at with the US and NATO for security reassurances to be provided to the Russian Federation. However, our extended hand was unceremoniously rebuffed by the Americans and NATO representatives.
Let's get analysis with our diplomatic editor, James Bates. He's joining us from Brussels this time. So this emergency session, James, will go on for the next few days. But so far, what do you think the takeaway message has been, and what should we be looking out for?
Well, most of the international community is trying to make a big case here. They failed in the Security Council, so they're using the General Assembly to try and make their case. And they have a draft resolution that they want to pass with a large number of votes. It was interesting for me listening to the Russian ambassador, Nebenzia, because he has been, for the whole of February, quite remarkably, given his country invaded another country, he's been the president of the Security Council. You heard his words there. Let me just remind you what he said to me as he assumed the presidency of the Security Council. Just before he took up that very important role on the 31st of January, he said, "No Russian politician or even a public figure ever said we are planning to attack Ukraine." And then the following day, on the 1st of February, as he became president of the Security Council, he said, "There will be no war." Well, we've moved so far away from those statements, and remarkable now when you hear what he's saying and what the Russian narrative is, and you'll hear more of that in the next 24 hours from the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov addressing the UN Human Rights Council by video link, and that's because he was trying to go there, wanted to go there, because of the air exclusion orders, he can't make it to Geneva for that meeting, so he will be addressing it by video link.
And where you are, James, in Brussels, there has been a flurry of diplomatic activity as well, and the EU's top diplomat has been speaking. What did he have to say?
Well, more on what is going to go on with regard to this very new thing for the EU. They've never done this before, providing weapons to an active war zone and to a country under attack. We know that there's going to be about $500 million, more than that, in fact, going to be spent. What they've been discussing today is exactly where they're going to buy the weapons from, exactly what they're going to buy, and how they're going to get it to Ukraine. We have none of the details of that at this stage. The other thing that's worth talking about is President Zelensky has signed an order which he's sending to Brussels saying he wants to fast-track EU membership for his country. That, I'm sure, will be discussed among many other things. A meeting going on in Paris tonight, for example, and that's a meeting between the President of the European Commission, the President of the European Council, the French President, who currently has the presidency of the European Union, and the German Chancellor. But it is worth saying to you, although very symbolic that President Zelensky is doing that, the procedure to join the European Union is a very, very long, drawn-out affair, and there's no way Ukraine will be a member anytime soon.
All right, thank you so much. That's our diplomatic editor, James Bates, reporting from Brussels. Let's pick up on some of the points James was mentioning and bring in Andrei Kurtunov. He's the Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council. He's joining us from Moscow. Welcome to Al Jazeera. Let's turn our attention to that General Assembly special session. And as you know, of course, I mean, any resolution that comes out of the General Assembly is non-binding, but could carry some political weight as they do express the will of the wider UN membership. How closely do you think is Putin watching what happens at the General Assembly?
I think for Putin it is important that major Russia's partners will not support the resolution. If you look at the voting in the Security Council of the United Nations, there were 3 countries which abstained from supporting this quite critical of Russia resolution. And these countries were China, India, and the United Arab Emirates. I think that Russia might support that there'll be maybe 2 or 3 dozen of countries which are not likely to support the resolution in the General Assembly.
Right. So how do you think China in particular will vote on this occasion?
Well, you know, China is in a rather precarious situation because it has good relations with Moscow. It also has good relations with Kiev. It's a major trading partner of Ukraine. It's a major investor in Ukraine. So I think that China can condemn NATO for its expansion. It can condemn the United States for its alleged hegemonic aspirations, but it is not likely to take sides in the Russian-Ukrainian dispute. So Russia can expect some kind of a Chinese neutrality, but arguably not more than that.
What about the sanctions that have been so far been announced on Russia and some Russian authorities? They seem to be increasing day by day. Do you think that they're putting any sort of pressure on President Putin?
I think that that might have long-term implications for Russia, but I don't think that it will really change the immediate Russia's policy. Putin is not a leader that yields under pressure, and he can only argue that if the West is imposing sanctions on oligarchs, by doing that, the West is helping the Kremlin to re-nationalize the Russian business elite, because these people will depend on the Kremlin more than they were before the sanctions were imposed.
But is there any, there could be an argument made that, in fact, these sanctions might create some sort of split among the oligarchs and the elite who could be against this war in the Ukraine?
In theory, yes, and there were a couple of Russian businessmen who have already spoken quite openly about peace, about the need to somehow change and end this conflict. But I don't think that it will have a direct impact on the Russian foreign policy. I think that oligarchs are not as important in Russia as they were, for example, 20 or 30 years ago.
What do you think the end goal is here for Putin?
Well, I guess that, first of all, he doesn't want Ukraine to be a member of the NATO alliance. He doesn't want NATO to advance in Ukraine militarily. Second, he wants to reset, if possible, the Ukrainian political system. He believes that Ukraine is dominated by the extreme right organizations that do not represent the majority of the Ukrainian population. And finally, probably he wants Ukraine to accept the new jurisdiction of Crimea and maybe of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics. I think this is the end game. It does mean that this is necessarily the red line for Putin. Maybe he will agree on something less, but this is something that he would probably advance as his bargaining positions. So
is this the position then his people are taking to the talks that have just ended now on the Belarusian border? And from what we understand, there could be a second round at some point because there was no breakthrough earlier today.
Well, we don't know the details of the negotiations which happened today, but of course the fact that they lasted for more than 5 hours is a positive sign, because if they only exchanged official positions, that wouldn't have lasted for so long. So there might be some progress, but definitely we cannot expect any breakthrough because the starting points are very far apart. Definitely it's very difficult, if possible, to reconcile the visions on the situation. And I also believe that both sides believe that time is with them, that they can gain more if they wait a little bit more.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking to us from Moscow, Andrei Kurtunov. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko is threatening to ask for nuclear weapons to be sent from Russia. And this comes after voters approved a change to the constitution, ending the country's non-nuclear status. Lukashenko says he'll take the step if the West transfers nuclear weapons to Poland or Lithuania. The law change means such weapons can be on Belarusian soil for the first time since the fall of the Soviet Union. Let's bring in Mark Finot, who's the head of the arms proliferation with the Geneva Center for Security Policy. That's a think tank that focuses on peace and security. He's also a former French diplomat joining us from Geneva. Welcome to Al Jazeera, sir. So how significant is this referendum to allow nuclear weapons to be stationed on Belarusian soil for the first time in a really long time? Is this a worrying development?
Yes, it's part of a worrying series of developments, of course, because Belarus is a very close ally to Russia. It's probably the only country that Putin can count on. And as you recall, the country, when the Soviet Union collapsed, inherited some of the former Soviet weapons on its territory, just like Ukraine and Kazakhstan. And those weapons were transferred to Russia. In the case of Ukraine, it was done in exchange for security guarantees from Russia that Russia would not attack Ukraine. And this was done in the so-called Budapest Memorandum that, as we can see, has been under severe violation, severe attack. Now, in the case of Belarus, it's part of a system of threats or veiled or explicit threats more directed to NATO than to Ukraine itself. Now, it's a very, of course, very sensitive and very dangerous game that Russia is playing by raising this risk of deployment and use of nuclear weapons in the case of Ukraine.
Right. I mean, and we are learning a little bit more as the days go on of Belarus's role in the war in Ukraine. And even earlier this evening at the UN General Assembly, the EU ambassador to the UN condemned in the strongest form not only Russia, but Belarus's involvement in the war. I mean, what is, how do you explain Belarus's involvement at this point?
Well, initially, as you know, Belarus tried to play a mediating role, of course, under strong pressure or direction from Moscow. And that led to the so-called Minsk agreement that were supposed to help solve the Ukraine crisis with the risk of separation from the two eastern provinces. Now, based on this history, now that Russia has completely shifted its policy and led to this military occupation and invasion, Belarus has almost no choice but to take part in this operation. And it had actually hosted a part of the Russian troops that have invaded Ukraine from Belarus territory. And now it's still offering its role to host the first potential peace talks, but still also hosting Russian missiles that have been shot against Ukraine from Belarus territory.
And on the issue of this referendum to allow nuclear weapons to be stationed in Belarus, the EU foreign policy chief has weighed in, and he said that this move is greatly worrying. I mean, how do you expect the EU to deal with this going forward?
Well, I don't think that, again, Belarus itself, by itself will be subject of specific measures. It's part of now reaction to the Russian invasion with the help of Belarus. So Belarus will be subject to sanctions just like Russia. It's already been actually sanctioned because of the result of the elections that were considered as fraud or a coup by the current president. And therefore, the focus really will be on Russia, but Belarus will also suffer some consequences for its action in support of Russia.
Okay, thank you so much, Marc Fesneau, for joining us from Geneva. Now, the U.S. has announced additional sanctions against Russia's central bank. Bernard Smith has more from Moscow.
Nervous about whether debit and credit cards might stop working as sanctions bite, some Russians are stocking up on cash. Soon they'll begin to feel the financial pain of their president's decision to invade Ukraine, with interest rates more than doubled to 20% and the ruble plunging 30% against the dollar.
We are planning to buy a flat, so for us it is very important. We were hoping to have a certain interest rate, now it will be totally different.
Of course, I am worried. First of all, the situation with the dollar is unclear. And what about food prices? We are in a dead-end situation. There is no way out for people.
Russians have been promised that central bank reserves of more than $630 billion will help cushion the economy from sanctions. But much of this money is in foreign banks. Sanctions will make it very difficult to get any of it back to Moscow. One Russian economist told Al Jazeera it's a completely unprecedented situation for the central bank.
On Friday, central bank had enormous reserves. Today, half of these reserves are frozen and the other half is likely to be unusable as well. So this is something where nobody really can imagine what's going on.
The central bank says external conditions for the Russian economy have drastically changed. In a meeting about sanctions with government ministers, Vladimir Putin described the Western community as an empire of lies.
Russia's economy is also taking a hit from Western firms running for the exit. BP, the biggest foreign investor here, is abandoning its stake in oil firm Rosneft. UPS and FedEx have stopped shipping services. Half the passenger jets used here are leased and those contracts are being cancelled. Russia's political, economic and physical isolation from the rest of the world is rapidly gathering pace. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
Turkey has designated Russia's assault on Ukraine as a war, and it said it would execute an international pact restricting use of the Turkish Straits. It's the 1936 Montreux Convention, and it gives Turkey control over two important waterways, the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus Straits. They take you from the Black Sea out to the Mediterranean through the Marmara Sea. And it's the base for Russia's Black Sea fleet that's been used to target Ukraine's southern coast. The Montreux Pact allows Turkey to close the straits to all foreign warships in times of war or when threatened. There is an exception, however. If a warship is returning to its own port, then its passage cannot be prevented. The Turkish Foreign Minister, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, has said this right shouldn't be abused. So ships that are allowed to pass to their bases should not then join the war. Sinem Kasavoglu has more from Istanbul on Turkey's decision.
Turkey is dependent on energy imports from Russia. And Turkey is dependent on wheat imports from both Russia and Ukraine, as both two countries provide at least 85% of the wheat imports to Turkey. And besides, Turkey and Ukraine have some defense industry agreements, as Turkey has sold those famous TB2 drones to the Ukrainian army, and those drones have been actively used by the Ukrainian military against the Russian military during all this conflict since the war started a couple of days ago. And geopolitically, Turkey and Russia have a strategic partnership when it comes to Syria, because in northern Syria, especially in the Idlib de-escalation zone, both countries are doing joint patrols. And also in Libya, there is the same thing. And in Karabakh, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, there is the same partnership.